on the journalists. They focus on science and technology, education, Medicare, manufacturing, upgrading, as well as cultural communication with other countries. We hear many facts and figures from these political advisors on China's development in the past 14th five-year plan and their anticipation for the 15th five-year plan starting this year. For example, Wang Zhigang, former Minister of Science and Technology, he listed scientific achievements in the past 5 years, from the high-speed railway reaching the speed of 450 kilometers per hour to the unmanned newly unveiled. He said all these are because of the country's determination for innovation and a focus on basic research and development.
During the past 5 years, China's scientific and technological achievements were quite great. For example, 450 kilometers per hour of our high-speed rail, providing convenience for the passengers. And also in AI, embodied AI, multi-mode AI agents were the highlights. And behind those achievements, we also have made achievements in chips, math, and model building, and computation, as well as the engines, controlling systems, and so on. In terms of quantum technology, quantum telecommunication, quantum computing, quantum measurements were also the areas of new achievements in China.
Well, what also impressed me are the two CPPCC members from the Qinghai and Xizang in Western China. They share stories on Medicare and education that truly benefit people's livelihood in remote areas. Behind all these voices lies the footprints of the committee members' in-depth grassroots research. As per the schedule, the third group interview will be held on March 10th, one day ahead of the completion of this year's CPPCC annual session. We'll listen to more voices from across the country by these political advisors.
Right, and for more on that, Enoch Sikolia is in Beijing and joins us live this hour. Enoch, it is understandably busy there in the Chinese capital. What can you tell us about the different meetings and briefings today?
Well, Mahia, today's briefings here in Beijing linked to the ongoing National People's Congress of China, largely focused on people's livelihoods. We are talking about having ministers responsible for human resource, education, and social welfare, who addressed how China plans to stabilize employment, improve education, access, and strengthen social support systems despite the economic pressures. A major theme was how technology, including artificial intelligence, which is AI, will be integrated into the labor market while creating new job opportunities. Mahia.
Right, and Enoch, do tell us more about the key issues that were discussed and were emerging today there.
Well, three main issues stood out today. We are talking about the first one being employment stability, with officials saying that China will prioritize job creation and support labor-intensive sectors. We are talking about sectors like trade, construction, and catering, while also helping young graduates and migrant workers to get employment. Second was education. Now, they're looking at social education equality with plans to expand public preschool access and also just strengthen schools in rural areas. And third, it was more demographic. We're looking at demographic challenges. Well, the Chinese government is pushing policies to support childcare, education, and healthcare to create what it calls a more childbirth-friendly society. Well, overall, the message from today's press conference is that China wants to drive economic growth by investing more in people and social welfare. Mahia.
Indeed, there is plenty more still to be discussed there as the two sessions continues. What can you tell us is on the agenda tomorrow then?
Well, Mahia, tomorrow the attention now shifts to foreign policy, Remember, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi is expected to hold a major press briefing on the sidelines of the National People's Congress of China. He's likely to address key global developments and address also China's position on current international affairs and outline Beijing's foreign policy priorities heading into the new year, and also the long-term vision of the countries, and touching on the upcoming 15th five-year plan, Mahia. So the briefing is expected to draw, it is expected to draw international attention tomorrow, Mahia.
All right, Enoch, thank you very much for your insights. Enoch Sikolia there in Beijing, part of our team covering the 2 sessions from the Chinese capital. Moving on, the National People's Congress has held a news conference in Beijing on China's efforts, achievements and measures to improve the people's livelihood. China's key officials addressed major issues in China's education, civil affairs, human resources and social security, culture and tourism, as well as health. The government work report presented on Thursday at the opening of the NPC annual session calls for stronger efforts to promote high quality and full employment, advance equity and quality in education, strengthen basic medical and health care services, enhance social security and services, and better meet the intellectual and cultural needs of the people. Well, the People's Livelihood press conference during the 2 sessions is usually a deep dive into China's domestic goals, from education to elderly care. But today, the health minister took a surprising turn, linking China's new 15th five-year plan directly to its partners in the global south. Our reporter Penina Karibe was in the room and shared her immediate reaction.
I'm walking out of the media center, and honestly, my legs are feeling every bit of that 2-hour-plus marathon. This was the livelihood presser for the 2026 2 sessions, and the energy in this room was intense. Journalists were packed in, and the questions didn't stop. Everything from youth jobs to the silver economy. But amidst all those domestic concerns, there was one moment that really shifted the room's focus. The health minister, Lei Haichao, took the floor and didn't just talk about China's hospitals. He explicitly mentioned that China is ready to collaborate with the global south, sharing its blueprints for digital health and emergency response.
Health is a common aspiration for all humanity. We all hope to live in a stable, secure, and healthy environment. We are also committed to assisting developing countries, especially Belt and Road Initiative partner countries, in enhancing their health service capabilities and providing necessary support in technology, talent, and other relevant areas.
Why does this matter? Because it's a pivot. China is no longer just sending medical teams. They are pitching an entire healthcare ecosystem. A long session, a lot of hands raised for questions, but one very clear message. China's 15th five-year plan has a global pulse.
Well, the ongoing 2 sessions in China has also garnered significant attention from African media outlets. Coverage is focusing on China's progress, including in job creation and green energy advancements, and also the significance of the 15th five-year plan.
China, given its numerical strength, creating a multitude of jobs, especially in the urban areas, is quite an impressive thing. Most developed nations, or even developing nations, are having this problem with urban jobs creation. But China miraculously has been able to create more jobs, and then also the ability, increasing research, development, and spending, research and development spending, which is quite remarkable. So yes, I've been most impressed by this, and the consistency, and the work ethic, and the leadership, its commitment to, such novel ideas like digitization, green energy, renewable energy. These are think that in the last, the preceding 5-year plan has really impacted not just on Asia, but the entire continent, global space.
Well, China will continue expanding high standard opening up, according to the government work report. CGTN's Chen Yilin sat down with CPPCC Standing Committee member Zhou Hanmin to discuss China's commitment to openness and how its development could bring new opportunities to the world.
Government work report once again stressed the need to continue expanding high standard opening up. How should we understand the strategic significance of this commitment?
Opening up is and has been a long-term national policy and a strategy. Ever since China opened its up some 48 years ago, since China joined the WTO, you could see it has fundamentally changed the format of economic movements. So opening up is a reference and also a driving force. But we never stop. Inclusiveness is one word should be used to modify China's opening up. I used to submit a bill in CPPCC for the zero tariff for those least developed nations' exportation to China. Because for each and every China International Import-Expo, you can see quite large number of exhibitors coming from the least developed countries. We need to give them a very genuine help. We now are just in the situation of that. We just try to do not only with kind of developed nations, but global South and rest of the countries altogether.
As China now prepares the blueprint for the 15th five-year plan, which signals from your perspective should the international community pay the closest attention to?
We are now carrying on this 5-year plan in the most crucial period of time. We are going to generally modernize the country another 10 years. So in this 5-year period of time, we need to focus more on creation. Creation not necessarily in the field of technology. Creation means the modernization of the governance. Create lots of new things in the system and methods of governance. This is also important. The modernization of industrial system. Further expansion of the ability of consumption. And we try to know very well the longevity, whatever sort of people are daily needs. The last but not least, we try to understand fully international collaboration. Opening up, still a driving force.
And that's it for this edition of The World Today. Do stay with us. I'll be back shortly with more news from the continent. Africa Live is up next. Women and children among hundreds abducted by Islamic militants in Nigeria. East African Community Heads of State meet in Arusha for the 25th Ordinary Summit. And South Sudan Army orders UN peacekeepers to withdraw from opposition area ahead of offensive operations. Hello and welcome to Africa Live on CGTN. Wherever you're tuning in, I'm Mahia Mutua in Nairobi. Here's what else is coming up. In business, Tanzania ranked top producer of certified high-quality coffee in Africa. And in sports, U.S. sprinter Fred Kerley suspended for 2 years after missing drug tests. Breaking news coming out of Iran, where President Masoud Pezeshkian has made a statement on state television apologizing for Iran's attacks on regional countries. He suggested the attacks occurred due to miscommunication and said Tehran would stop striking its neighbors unless attacks come from them. The conflict has continued this morning with reports of blasts in the Iranian capitals east and west. The Israeli military on Friday struck more than 400 targets across western Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and drone storage facilities. Now, the Iranian army has destroyed several U.S. radar sites and conducted large-scale drone attacks on U.S. and Israeli military bases. U.S. President Donald Trump is demanding Tehran's unconditional surrender. Iran's UN ambassador Amir Sayed Iravani says over 1,300 Iranian civilians have been killed in airstrikes so far. He has accused the U.S. and Israel of deliberately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, including residential areas. Well, more explosions have been heard in Tehran, with reports of blasts in the capitals east and west on Saturday morning. The Israeli Defense Forces on Friday struck more than 400 targets across western Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and drone storage facilities. The Iranian army has destroyed several U.S. radar sites and conducted large-scale drone attacks on U.S. and Israeli military bases. Once again, U.S. President Donald Trump is demanding Tehran's unconditional surrender. The UN ambassador from Iran has said over 1,300 Iranian civilians have also been killed in airstrikes. He also accused the U.S. and Israel of deliberately targeting civilians and civilian airstrikes, infrastructure rather. Ehsan Kivani now reports from Yazid, Iran.
Several loud explosions were heard in central Tehran near the late Supreme Leader's residence. Israeli sources where remaining political and military leaders were meeting, and that bunker buster bombs were used to destroy it. So far, there has been no official reaction from Iranian authorities. Due to the situation on the ground, public statements from politicians have been very limited these days. Meanwhile, the real challenge inside Iran remains the selection of the new supreme leader. So far, there is only speculation. Some sources say the assembly of experts could finalize the process within the next 2 days. But the main concern is that even after the new leader is chosen, he could become a potential target for Israeli or U.S. airstrikes. In addition to dozens of military bases, police stations, and IRGC-affiliated facilities and centers already destroyed in Tehran and other cities, the past 2 days have seen a rise in attacks on civilian sites. In Tehran alone, 2 major sports complexes have been hit. Iran blames Israel and the U.S. for targeting civilians, while
residential area and critical civilian infrastructure are deliberately targeted. Today marks the 7th consecutive day of this large-scale military aggression, which began on 28 February. The United States and Israeli regime continue their brutal and massive attack against Iran and the Iranian people unabatedly and without pause. These attacks are indiscriminate. They deliberately target civilians and civilian infrastructure across my country.
Israel and the U.S. claim that military personnel and security forces have been using stadiums and even schools as shelters, justifying these strikes. The Interim Leadership Council has announced that schools and universities will remain closed for at least the next month. Despite the chaos, what I can say to you is that shops remain open and there's no shortage of food or basic necessities.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has been firing missiles toward Tel Aviv as part of Tehran's Operation True Promise 4. Sirens warning residents to take cover have blared across Tel Aviv repeatedly since the conflict began a week ago. At least 10 Israelis have been killed by Iranian attacks so far. Jonathan Regev now reports from Tel Aviv.
We're now a week into this war, this campaign between Israel, the United States, and Iran, and these are the images from Tel Aviv. I'm standing at the place where a missile made a direct hit on Saturday night. These are the images. Look at this building, for example. Substantial damage. You can see for yourselves how much damage there is. Look at the sector of the road where I'm standing. Compared with the other sectors of the road, it is completely new. Why so? This place was paved just a few days ago because exactly where I'm standing here at this place stood a massive crater. This exactly is where the missile made landfall. It hit at this place, caused a huge crater on the street, a busy Tel Aviv thoroughfare.
I chose to get away from the city. After Saturday, we sat in the shelter for 8 hours, back and forth. So we got on the car and we went to the Dead Sea, took a hotel, just a little bit of relaxation. And then this happened. Also, the last time with Iran, it was next to my house. It's very scary.
All of these places now begin to reconstruct the story of this new war between Israel and the United States and Iran. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Meanwhile, Lebanese health authorities report at least 217 people have been killed since Israel's expanded attacks on Monday. More than 95,000 people have also been displaced there. Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam warns of unprecedented humanitarian consequences. The UN Human Rights Office has condemned Israel's ground incursions, displacement orders, and continued airstrikes across Lebanon. Adel Mahroui has more on the displacement situation from Beirut to Saida.
I'm in one of the public buildings that have opened its doors to receive Lebanese people fleeing the fighting in south of Lebanon and in Beirut's southern district. This place is accommodating about 500 families, 3,000 different people. They all came here more or less at the same time, creating shock to the government that doesn't have supplies. It was not prepared to get so many people at the same time. One of the reasons is that the war this time is locking down the entire region. So Lebanese people don't have any other place to go except to stay in Lebanon. Last year they went to Syria, Iraq and other places, but now stranded with no food, with very little time to evacuate their homes, with no money. There is no privacy here. People are sleeping together, men and women, many of whom are sleeping on the floor, on the tiles in the winter, without a bed sheet or a pillow. The Lebanese government is worried that the longer this war takes, more people will come and they will need help that the government doesn't afford. We left Lebanon heading south to the front lines, but we stopped first at Saida. It's south to Beirut, the capital, and it's one of the main cities that displaced people would run to its schools. All of them have been opened, education suspended to receive scores of displaced citizens. And the numbers here are by far way more than what we've seen in Beirut.
Let's take you to Nigeria now, where more than 300 people have been abducted by militants in the northeastern state of Borno. That is according to a local official who said the town of Ngoshe was targeted on Friday. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack, but the official says it was likely in retaliation for the killing of 3 commanders of the Boko Haram militant group by Nigeria's military. Separate attacks also took place in the communities of Konduga, Marte, Jakana and Mainok between Wednesday and Friday. That's according to a military spokesperson. The military repelled the attacks, but it says a number of soldiers were killed in the exchange, including a senior officer. It did not elaborate further on the casualties. Well, let's get more on this developing story this hour. Tessem Akende is in Jos, Nigeria, and joins us live with the latest. Tessem, thank you for speaking to us. The worrying development there as the Nigerian military confirms those abductions. What more can you tell us about the attack and abduction in the town of Ngoshe in Borno State?
Yeah, it's a very disheartening situation. I spoke with somebody from Ngoshe this morning, and she said the insurgents came, rounded up the village, attacked them, such that a lot of houses, I have videos here, they've sent to me all the way from Ngoshe, lots of houses burned, lots of people killed, and, several others abducted. A lot of those who were able or who were lucky to escape, are camped somewhere around Polka, where we understand the governor was there yesterday to empathize with them and to assure them that the government is working hard. But he also said these attacks are occasioned by, the onslaught or the offensive by personnel of the military, against insurgents who were, around the Mandara Hills. And so he assures that the government will do all it can to ensure that even those who have been abducted are rescued unhurt. So we understand the governor has been there and has actually sent his assurances that the government will do everything possible to ensure that the state is safe and those who have been held hostage are returned safely.
And this is, of course, the latest in a string of similar attacks and abductions in Nigeria's north. Tell us more, Tesem, about how the government is dealing with this latest attack and what they are doing to help those affected.
Yeah, like I said, first of all, the governor has been there. At the moment, there's a central kitchen that is being put together where food will be cooked centrally and served to people who are now displaced and taking refuge around the Polka area. That's the first step by the Borno state government. We also have assurances, or the president, talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has sent his condolences to the people who are held hostage and have assured and has given commands to the military hierarchy to ensure that, those who have been held hostage are rescued. He has also said that even those who are, in camps, their welfare and humanitarian needs will be catered for, and before long, ensure that they return back to their homes safely.
All right, Tesem, thank you very much for those updates. Tesem Akende there in Jos, Nigeria, where, as we've said, 300 people, including women and children, have been abducted in Ngoshe. Moving on, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum has met with survivors of the militant attack in Ngoshe town. He assured families that efforts were underway to rescue the missing. The state also distributed food and other supplies to affected families. Ngoshe is a mainly Muslim community, and the attack reportedly took place in the evening while many people were breaking their Ramadan fast. Witnesses recounted scenes of mass killings and destruction during the attack.
They took many lives, burned down houses, and abducted countless people. So many lives were lost, and bodies were lying everywhere. It is impossible to go and bury them. As you can see, we have lost many of our loved ones and everything we had in life.
Elsewhere, head of states from the East African community are convening in Arusha, Tanzania, for the 25th Ordinary Summit. The one-day forum is held under the theme Deepening Integration for Improved Livelihoods of the Region's Citizens. The heads of state are set to launch the EAC Customs Bond to streamline cargo movement. The new mechanism will allow traders and clearing agents to secure one bond recognized across all member states instead of separate guarantees in each country of transit. Now, leaders will also officially unveil the 7th EAC development strategy. The plan focuses on accelerating regional integration and socio-economic transformation over the next 5 years. Well, for more on that, Ethan Tashobia is in Arusha and joins live on
community. What we know right now is that at least 5 heads of state are around. They are all in the behind the closed door meeting, and right after that they'll be joining us and the rest of the diplomats and those delegates who are attending here for an open session, the so-called the 25th ordinary session. But right now they are all behind the closed door discussing and trying to look into the agenda of the day and some of the things they will be agreeing and announcing later in the day. So currently, at least out of the 8 heads of state, at least 3 are not here. That one we know. The president of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, the president of DRC, Felix Tshisekedi, and the president of Rwanda, they are not all here. They're represented. At least I can confirm that the president of Rwanda is represented by the prime minister, as well as the president of South Sudan is represented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We are yet to confirm who is representing the president of DRC, but the other heads of state are in town of Arusha. Some arrived yesterday evening, others arrived this morning, and we're waiting to hear from them. We've been here since around 9 a.m. They're still behind closed door. They've been discussing behind the closed door for about 2.5 hours now. It should be a long discussion looking into different aspects of this ordinary session. We're waiting to see what they're going to come out and confirm to us regarding the agenda of the week, or rather of the summit. Mahia.
Right, and Ethan, talk to us more about what's on the agenda as these closed-door sessions continue, what we can expect there, what key issues are likely to dominate discussions at the summit, and what resolutions are you expecting?
Top on the agenda, East African region has faced a lot of security challenges, especially in the eastern DRC. That came after, there was also issues between Rwanda and Burundi. There are issues, I think, recently between Uganda and DRC, rather Uganda and Kenya, but those ones are being looked into. But the main issue that we are looking at, and we're waiting to hear from them, is how the East Africa's stand on the current situation in eastern DRC. The fact that we do not have the presidents of Rwanda and DRC here, it leaves a lot of question marks if we are close to any tangible results, or even the role of East African community they will be playing to make sure that the situation in that part of the region that also is very crucial for the East African community gets better. So we don't know what is going to be confirmed from that end. There's also the issue a few years back of the East African Standby Force that was serving there and was sent out, and then there was replaced by the SADC forces. So those are some of the issues we're going to be waiting. We're waiting to hear from the heads of state and see how they're going to, progress in that case. But also the issue of the East African Community Customs Bond. Traders have been decrying lots of paying bonds every other day from coastal cities towards cities like countries like Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi that do not necessarily touch on the coastline. So those are some of the issues that are going to be discussed. But also we know that they are going to be electing the new East African Community Secretary General after Veronica and Biva served the remaining years of Kenya's term in office. So those are the issues that we are going to be currently being discussed by the heads of state, and also the new development strategy, as you mentioned at the beginning. So those are some of the 4 issues that are being touched on by the heads of state in the behind closed door meeting, and we're waiting to hear from them as they face us and they face the delegates who are here in the tent outside the Arusha International Conference Center. Mahia.
Ethan, thank you very much. Ethan Tashobia there in Arusha on the sidelines of the 25th Ordinary Summit for the heads of state of the EAC. Moving on, South Sudan's army has ordered United Nations peacekeepers and all humanitarian agencies to immediately evacuate an opposition-held area ahead of offensive operations. Spokesperson Lul Ruai Kuang said the army plans to launch operations in Akobo County in Jonglei State to flush out forces of the Sudan People's Liberation Army in opposition. He says the orders are being issued in advance to avoid unnecessary collateral damage. Fighting between government and opposition forces has intensified most dramatically in Jonglei State, where the UN says 280,000 people have been displaced since December. This is the latest escalation of tensions between factions of President Salva Kiir and his rival, the suspended Vice President Riek Machar. Over the past year, fighting has spread to several parts of South Sudan. Well, armed conflict in South Sudan is disproportionately impacting women and girls who face widespread sexual violence, including rape and abduction. UN victims' rights advocate Najla Nassif Palma visited the country, aiming to improve support for victims of sexual exploitation and abuse. She also met with government officials, local communities and UN staff there. During her visit, she assessed existing practices, identified gaps and provided recommendations. Palma highlighted the UN's dedication to safeguarding the rights of survivors, giving them a voice, assistance and justice.
My visit is to understand, explore ways that we can work together to advance networks of support, but as well to advance justice for victims of sexual exploitation and abuse. I am here to support the government to build networks of support for the victims and as well to be access to justice for them. Then together we can put victims' rights first.
Meanwhile, here in Kenya, motorists in the capital Nairobi were stranded for several hours on Saturday due to extensive flooding caused by heavy overnight rains. In some areas, vehicles were submerged and motorists were forced to wade through water that reached hip height. Police say 10 people were killed and dozens of vehicles were swept away by floodwaters. On Friday night, the military was deployed to assist emergency rescue services after the Kenya Red Cross faced challenges in reaching those affected. The operator of the city's elevated toll road temporarily waived fees to ease movement. Rainfall has been persistent since late February, which marked the start of Kenya's long rains.
I've come to get my car. It slept here because of poor drainage, as you can see. This car was here for parking, but now I could not go with this. And I want to tell the government that they had all indications that there will be El Nino. There will be rains, but they didn't unclog the drainage system, which is very poor here in Nairobi.
Rwanda is now administering Gardasil 9, that's an advanced vaccine that protects against a broader range of human papillomavirus strains that cause cervical cancer. Health officials say the early rollout could help the country meet WHO global elimination targets well before 2030. Our correspondent Ethan Tashobia now reports from Kigali.
Agnes Mushimimana first received the earlier version of HPV vaccine when she was 12 years old, part of Rwanda's school-based immunization campaign. Now, more than a decade later, she's among the young women returning to receive a more advanced vaccine that offers broader protection against cancer-causing strains of human papillomavirus.
When I was younger, I received a vaccine to protect me against cervical cancer. Recently, I learned that there's a newer vaccine that also protects against a wider range of cervical cancer strains. So I was encouraged to come back and take it to strengthen my protection.
For frontline workers here in Biryogo, a Kigali suburb, the moment is part of a growing national effort to strengthen the fight against cervical cancer, one of the leading causes of cancer deaths among women in Africa. Nurse Umurunga Muton Candid Christine says the response from the community has been encouraging.
Initially, we used Gardasil 4, which covers 4 types of HPV viruses, and now we are using Gardasil 9. So we have 5 more HPV viruses that are being covered. That means we are targeting not only cervical cancer, but those throat cancers, anal cancers, and that some of the infections caused by HPV.
Rwanda first introduced the HPV vaccine in 2011, targeting girls between the age of 9 and 14. Since then, the country has maintained vaccination coverage of more than 90%, one of the highest rates in the world. Now, health authorities say the transition to Gardasil 9 marks a new phase in that fight, offering significantly broader protection against 9 strains of HPV.
Now there is no age limit for HPV vaccine. Now Gardasil 9, which is already out on the market. So actually people can be vaccinated from 9 years actually to 45 years. So if we have the chance of mobilizing so many doses, so why not actually to introduce the vaccine also to adult women so that all of them can have the chance of getting vaccinated and definitely eliminate this cervical cancer.
Beyond vaccination, Rwanda's strategy also focuses on screening and treatment as part of a global effort to eliminate cervical cancer. Francois Winyindi from the Non-Communicable Disease Division at Rwanda Biomedical Center says the country aims to reach elimination targets even earlier than the global deadline set by the World Health Organization.
The target population for this new initiative that we are implementing, combining screening and vaccination, the target age range is 23 to 29. The reason why, these are, HPV is a sexually transmitted infection. And that age range, those are women sexually active, so that we think that they're transmitting more HPV infections. And if we manage to vaccinate them and do together the screening, we will cut that transmission chain, and even that will reduce saturating HPV infections in the population.
The strategy follows what experts call the 90-70-90 targets: vaccinating 90% of girls before age 15, screening 70% of women, and ensuring 90% of those diagnosed receive treatment. Currently, Gardasil 9 is being administered to women in 4 districts as part of its pilot phase. Officials say a nationwide rollout could make Rwanda the first country in Africa to include the advanced vaccine in its routine immunization program. However, the plan will depend on securing enough doses through donations from manufacturers and international partners, as the vaccine can cost around $170 to $300 per dose in many markets, making large-scale procurement expensive for developing countries. For survivors, the vaccine represents hope that future generations may never face the same battle. But while prevention remains the most powerful tool, the impact of cervical cancer is still felt by many women. Cervical cancer is the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women in Rwanda, right behind breast cancer. Officials at Rwanda Biomedical Center say that the nationwide rollout of Gardasil 9 HPV vaccine will significantly cut down on new infections and reduce incident rate from 24 to 4 cases per 100,000 women. Ethan Toshevia for CGTN, Kigali, Rwanda.
Let's take you to South Africa now, where women are taking safety into their own hands as cases of gender-based violence in the country remain widespread. From martial arts to firearms courses, many are viewing this as a necessary form of empowerment. CGTN's Sofia Shimechero reports.
At this outdoor shooting range in Bronkhorstspruit on the outskirts of Pretoria, every fired round is a show of resilience. Women in South Africa have found themselves endangered even in their own homes, leaving them with no choice but to acquire self-defense skills.
I was a survivor, not a victim, a survivor of a home invasion where 5 people held me up in my own house, ransacked the house, and I was not in a position to defend myself at that point. I had to do this for myself.
Approximately 100 kilometers away in the north of Johannesburg, another group of women armed themselves with martial arts skills.
With the rise in numbers of gender-based violence and all that, it's good for you to be able to defend yourself, even if it's just to be able to get away. So I think it's crucial.
However, instructors say while many of the women leave the classes with confidence, there's still no guarantee of safety. Cases of gender-based violence remain pervasive across the country. According to a 2024 study by UN Women, at least 35% of South African women have experienced physical and/or sexual violence in their lifetime. Femicide rates in the country are 5 to 6 times higher than the global average.
There's no guarantee, right, especially in South Africa, there's no guarantee that we can use our skills to defend ourselves. We can only hope that it'll give us more confidence and give us more heightened awareness so that we can perceive a threat a little bit earlier than the average person would.
In November, President Cyril Ramaphosa declared violence against women and girls a national disaster. Ramaphosa had signed into law the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill in 2024. Despite the legislative frameworks, experts say much still needs to be done.
We have seen some initiatives. That's not to disregard some of the efforts that have been taken. But in general, there has been limited political will to really tackle gender-based violence. And why do we say so? Because, while South Africa has been hailed as having some of the most progressive laws in the world, our constitution has been hailed, we have some of these progressive laws. But the challenge that we've had is the poor implementation of those laws.
For now, South African women are not taking any chances. Sophia Shmechero, CGTN.
Tanzania's coffee sector is gaining fresh global attention. The East African nation was recently ranked #1 in Africa and 4th worldwide for producing high-quality certified coffee. The recognition places Tanzanian coffee a key foreign exchange earner ahead of traditional African heavyweights such as Ethiopia and Kenya. CGTN's Isaac Lukando has the details.
Tanzania is emerging as Africa's leading source of quality coffee. Its Arabica coffee variety was recognized this year by the African Fine Coffees Association as the continent's best. Authorities say that in addition to offering tax incentives for farmers, technology is helping to grow the industry.
We have introduced an online coffee auction system that allows coffee to be sold directly. This increases transparency in pricing and enables farmers to benefit from better prices.
Experts say the industry's success is attracting great
It's very high. I think the Coffee Board should come up with a special program to help young people access opportunities in the coffee market.
According to the Tanzania Coffee Board, national output has doubled in recent years, rising from around 50,000 tons to around 100,000 tons this season. The increase has been driven by improved seedlings, farmer training, and the expansion of cooperative processing centers. Authorities are now targeting high-value markets in the Middle East and China, while aiming to increase production to 300,000 tons by 2030. Coffee remains one of Tanzania's most important export crops, supporting more than 400,000 smallholder farmers and contributing roughly 24% of the country's traditional export earnings. With over 90% of the crop exported to markets such as Europe, Japan, and the United States, the industry's growth still depends heavily on international demand. Domestic consumption remains below 10%, but experts say there's significant potential to expand the local market.
Many Tanzanians drink coffee more as a lifestyle than as part of everyday culture. Even in a city like Dar es Salaam, people often come for coffee when they have visitors or sometimes after a hangover. It's not yet something many people see as part of their daily routine.
To sustain production, the government says it is investing in climate-resilient coffee varieties and traceability systems to meet increasingly strict global sustainability standards. Officials believe this will help position Tanzanian coffee in the fast-growing specialty coffee market, bringing greater economic benefits to farmers and the country. Isaac Lukando, CGTN, Dar es Salaam.
Time of the sports here on Africa Live. Here's what's coming up.
The greatest sights. The greatest.
Well, let's begin with athletics news, where the Athletics Integrity Unit announced on Friday that American sprinter Fred Kerley has been suspended for missing 3 out-of-competition drug tests within a 12-month period. The AIU said Kerley's missed tests qualify as whereabouts failures under the World Anti-Doping Code, which requires athletes in a registered testing pool to provide daily location details so they can be tested without notice. 3 missed tests or filing failures in a year can trigger a sanction of up to 2 years. The 30-year-old Kerley won silver in the 100 meters at the Tokyo Olympics and bronze in Paris last summer. He also captured the 100-meter world title in 2022. To the Milano Cortina Winter Paralympics, which got underway with a series of rhythmic performances that celebrated uniqueness and participation during a memorable opening ceremony in Verona. Under the theme Life in Motion, the opening ceremony took place at the 2,000-year-old Verona Arena. That's an ancient Roman amphitheater and UNESCO World Heritage Site, less than 2 weeks after the Winter Olympics came to an end at the same venue. Now, the gala highlighted contemporary arts like video design, music and choreography. As the first geographically spread out Winter Paralympics, the Parade of Nations also featured a dispersed format, with live streams showing athletes taking part at other competition clusters. This edition marked 50 years since the Winter Paralympics made its debut in 1976 and the first time for the Games to return to Italy since Turin 2006. China sent 70 athletes to compete in 71 events across 6 sports in its largest delegation at a Winter Olympics.
I'm extremely proud and honored to represent Chinese Paralympians at the opening ceremony. Nowadays, there is an increasing trend of inclusiveness. People with disabilities do not necessarily need assistance. Instead, they need to be more confident and participate in society. We're now increasingly accepting people with disabilities in ordinary ways, which is a significant change.
Now, with more than 600 athletes from around the world taking part in the 50th anniversary edition of the Winter Paralympics, IPC President Andrew Parsons said during an exclusive interview that China's contributions to parasports are very significant. He also hailed CMG's key role in broadcasting the Games.
Privilege in Shanghai last year to be with the para-ice hockey Chinese team. So I saw them training. I saw the level of training, the infrastructure available for them. So I think it's China takes it very seriously, and it's just good to see that. But I am also really happy when I see the connection in China between Paralympic sport and the inclusion of persons with disability into society. So when you see the Chinese Paralympic Committee as part of something bigger, which is the China Disabled Persons Federation, we believe that this is the way forward. I think that it has been an incredible journey of 50 years, and we have the Paralympic. It's a testament to the growth. The world see the Games through the eyes of the media. So is the broadcasting, is the news, is, because not the whole world can come here, not the whole of China can be here. So China, a very important country in the Paralympic movement, a very important country in the world, will see through your lenses the Paralympic Winter Games here. So I think you're doing a great job. There will be many medals won by Chinese athletes, so I congratulate you on what you're doing here. I think it's super important that China, as a nation with more than 1 billion population, can really watch the Games and be proud of your athletes. So congratulations.
To football news now, Liverpool cruised into the FA Cup quarter-finals with a dominant second-half display against Wolves to keep alive their hopes of salvaging the season. The Reds had suffered a last-gasp defeat in the Premier League at Molineux on Tuesday, but gained revenge to reach the last 8. After a forgettable first half where they struggled for creativity and energy, the visitors then raced to a 2-0 lead within 10 minutes of the restart. Andy Robertson collected Curtis Jones's pass and rifled into the bottom corner from 25 yards for his first goal since September, before Mohamed Salah struck 95 seconds later. Midfielder Jones netted a third when he curled in from the edge of the area with 16 minutes left before Huang Hee-chan pulled a goal back for Wolves in injury time.
Of course, it's a perfect response when you look at the result. But every stat is exactly identical than 3 days ago. I think they were on 0.44 XG, and they scored tonight. Their only chance they had, they scored one. The positive thing is 3 days ago, they only had one chance and scored twice. We struggled to create a lot of chances from a lot of ball possession we had in the first 50 minutes, but after scoring not a big chance, the shot of Rabo is not a big chance. Things open up a bit more for us. Again, we conceded in extra time, so that's similar.
Still in football, Saudi Pro League side Al Nassr's coach Jorge Jesus revealed on Friday that Portugal forward Cristiano Ronaldo will travel to Spain for rehabilitation after sustaining a hamstring injury. The 41-year-old, who has netted 21 goals in 22 games this season in the Saudi Pro League, was injured in a 3-1 win over Al Fayha on last Saturday. It remains unclear whether the five-time Ballon d'Or winner will be fit to participate in Portugal's friendlies against Mexico on March the 29th and the United States on April the 1st. And that's where we leave it on this edition of Africa Live. Do remember, you can reach us by sending your feedback to those contacts on your screen and following us on all those digital media platforms. I'm Mahia Mutua. Thanks for watching.
Live from CGTN Beijing, this is Asia Today.
Hey, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Li Toyan in Beijing. It's 7 p.m. here in the Chinese capital. Coming up on Asia Today. Members of China's top political advisory body outlined their plans in China's crucial sectors, such as medicine, technology, and aerospace. China's key officials address major issues on people's livelihood. Plus, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian apologizes to neighboring countries for its attacks, but denouncing the U.S. demand for an unconditional surrender. Our top story, Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is also General Secretary of the Communist Party of China Central Committee and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, has attended a plenary meeting of the delegation from the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force at the 4th session of the 14th National People's Congress, China's national legislature. The members' corridor is an opportunity for political advisors from the CPPCC to address major issues. 9 of them have met the media, answering questions related to medical, technological, and aerospace developments. Our reporter Jung Yi-bing has more.
The second group interview attended by the national political advisors held this afternoon. Altogether, 9 CPPCC National Committee members attended and answered questions ranging from different areas from the journalists. They focus on science and technology, education, Medicare, manufacturing, upgrading, as well as cultural communication with other countries. We hear many facts and figures from these political advisors on China's development in the past 14th five-year plan and their anticipation for the 15th five-year plan starting this year. For example, Wang Zhigang, former Minister of Science and Technology, listed scientific achievements in the past 5 years, from the high-speed railway reaching a speed of 450 kilometers per hour to the armament newly unveiled. He said all these are because of the country's determination for innovation and a focus on basic research and development.
During the past 5 years, China's scientific and technological achievements were quite great. For example, 450 kilometers per hour of our high-speed rail, providing convenience for the passengers. And also in AI, embodied AI, multimode AI agents were the highlights. And behind those achievements, we also have made achievements in chips, math, and model building, and computation, as well as the engines, controlling systems, and so on. In terms of quantum technology, quantum telecommunication, quantum computing, quantum measurements were also the areas of new achievements in China.
Well, what also impressed me are the 2 CPPCC members from the Qinghai and Xizang in Western China. They share stories on Medicare and education that truly benefit people's livelihood in remote areas. Behind all these voices lies the footprints of the committee members' in-depth grassroots research. As per the schedule, the 3rd group interview will be held on March 10th, one day ahead of the completion of this year's CPPCC annual session. We'll listen to more voices from across the country by these political advisors.
The National People's Congress has held a news conference in Beijing to discuss China's policy measures taken to improve people's livelihoods. Our Huang Yue reports from the news conference.
Many topics have already under heated discussion because they are very closely related to people's daily life. And 2 topics really impressed me the most: education and employment. Let's talk about education first. In the press conference, the Minister of Education said that China has already made a real progress in making quality education accessible to more people. But new challenges are emerging with the rapid development of new technologies, shifting demographics, as well as the growing public expectations. All this has put education in the test. But in the meantime, this has also opened up fresh opportunities for the sector to evolve. And about employment, in this year's government work report, China said it aims to create 12 million new urban jobs and keep the surveyed urban unemployment rate at around 5.5%. So how to achieve these goals? In the press conference, Minister Wang Xiaoping of Human Resources and Social Security security specifically mentioned the impact brought by the development of artificial intelligence. She said that China will do its best to take full advantage of AI industry to create new jobs and also to make it better help the traditional job positions. Culture and tourism is another hot topic. In the press conference, Minister of Culture and Tourism said that spending time on performances, concerts, and vacations have already become a new lifestyle for many Chinese people. And about inbound travel, with visa-free policy.
We'll also work with relevant departments to continue to improve the entire inbound tourism chain, including visa, custom clearance, transportation, accommodation, payment, and sightseeing, to help people understand that it's convenient to travel in China now.
This year's government work report places great emphasis on people's well-being. During the 15th five-year plan period, China aims to achieve high quality and full employment, ensure a more equitable education system, build a stronger medical insurance system, and build more libraries, museums, and cultural facilities. So all these emphasis on improving people's livelihoods reflects China's long-standing people-centered development philosophy.
All right, now to talk more about these, let me bring in Professor Liu Zhixin, Senior Fellow at the Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies at Renmin University of China. Great to have you with us, Professor. As employment, it points especially to sectors like digital economy, high-end manufacturing, and modern services. To you, which industries would we see the most job growth?
I think there are many possibilities to have more job creation, but the major section, as you mentioned, in my opinion, that the service industry, for instance, because service industry covers a comprehensive fields of different sections. For instance, from medical, from transportation, information, education. So service in the industry is the major source to absorb all this new job creation. Last year, I think China has already achieved a great achievement for the job creation. More than 12 million people find the jobs. And also there's a new form of jobs creation, for example, 1P1 or OPO. OPO is one person, one office. That is OPO. It's very interesting because many people can have the self-employment. This is a good model for China, especially for those service in the industry, in the service industry. For instance, we have already new renewable the energy. For instance, the automobile industry, they have more power, more places to have more job creation. So I believe that in the future, China will do something more for the new opportunity and a new channel for new creation of these new jobs.
Another key takeaway is that the country says it will step up support for elderly care. What does that say to you about Beijing's broader strategy regarding its aging demographic?
I think that China is really facing a very serious challenge. That is the aging population. We have already more than 250 million people that are already over 60 years. And in 5 years, we'll come to 300 million. So this is a very important pressure for any government. So now China, I think, has done its best to formulate a good system and a mechanism to solve this problem. Because for the aging people and the aging elderly people, that what they need, I think they need a better service industry, especially, in my opinion, top issue is that food security should be given more importance, that because for the elderly, it's a very interesting point, because many people are willing to see concrete measures and policies to safeguard the people's life, especially when people are willing to have a better life and also have a high quality life. But food security and other securities is a very important preconditions.
What about cultural tourism? Any policies stood out to you on that front?
In my opinion, that for other fields, especially also for the cultural section or tourist, and all this comprehensive field, we have to give more efforts to support them financially, physically. It means that talented people. Thirdly, from the system, guaranteed to give them more support from law system to support all those people who are willing or who are trying their best to do more services for the people, especially when the cultural exchanges and also tourists with the foreign partners and foreign visitors. I think China will attract more people that are from outside and also from domestic market. So this will make China another good time for booming. So this is a very important point.
Fantastic to get your insight. Thank you very much, Professor. Good to talk to you. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping has stressed the importance of following the path of health development with Chinese characteristics in order to advance the Healthy China initiative during the 15th five-year plan period. A CPPCC member from the medicine and health sector shares his thoughts on Xi's remarks. Listen.
I feel very honored and inspired. President Xi listened carefully to the speeches of the 6 representatives of us. He raised questions and made comments with affirmation and new requirements. He then delivered an important speech on the construction of the Healthy China. This fully shows his high recognition of the work of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and his high attention to the suggestions put forward by our members. I deeply felt his people-oriented and life-oriented sentiments, especially his concern and care for the development of medical and health services across the nation and the health of the people. This also inspires each of our CPPCC members and every medical worker to have a more pragmatic working attitude. And we will focus on technological innovation, the empowerment of artificial intelligence, and the further strengthening of grassroots medical services to further promote the construction of the Healthy China.
As the 2 sessions unfold in Beijing, what do they mean for the Global South? Well, how do they view China's economic priorities this year? And what signals do they see in China's foreign policy? And what could it mean for cooperation across Asia, Africa, and Latin America? Join CGTN at 11:15 GMT on March 8th for a special roundtable where journalists from across the developing world come together to share their perspectives on China's biggest political event for the year. And you're now watching Asia Today. Coming up next on the program, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian apologizes for attacking neighboring countries while denouncing the U.S. demand for an unconditional surrender. Stay with us.
How will China's 15th five-year plan affect the lives of 1.4 billion people? And what does China's policy making mean for the world? People's democracy in action. This March, China's most important annual political event, the 2 sessions. We'll bring you comprehensive coverage of crucial decisions on high-standard opening up, new quality productive forces, China's green transition and enhancing people's well-being, and its impacts in a time of global turmoil and uncertainty. Join us for our special coverage of the 2 sessions, only on CGTN.
Welcome back. Local media in Iran reports that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has announced strikes on the U.S. AI Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates. Now, this comes after Iran's Interim Leadership Council approved halting strikes on neighboring countries unless they attack first. President Masoud Pezeshkian made a statement on state television apologizing for the strikes. He also countered U.S. calls for Iran's total surrender, calling it a dream they should take to their grave. Here to provide more insight, our correspondent Ehsan Kevani is joining me live from the Iranian city, Yazd. Thank you for joining us this hour, Ehsan. Now, we're hearing reports that the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, have started a new wave of attacks on Tehran and Isfahan. What's the latest on that?
That is right. Despite the president's comments that he apologized, as you mentioned, and he said that the Interim Leadership Council has decided to stop attacking the neighboring countries. We had reports that today, according to the military statement that was issued on state television, that at Dhafra military base near the United Arab Emirates capital, Abu Dhabi, has been hit. We are still waiting for the reactions from the Iranian politicians about the development, despite what we heard from President Masoud Pezeshkian today, that no more attacks. Meantime, since Friday, airstrikes have dramatically intensified in Tehran and Isfahan, as well as other cities and other parts of the country where there are missile launchers or missile stockpiles. I talked to a number of residents in Tehran who had decided to stay at home, but since Friday, many of those have decided to evacuate and go to safer locations. And the major challenge in particular for Tehran residents at the moment is that there are hundreds of schools and sports complexes scattered through the capital, and there is fear that Israeli or U.S. strikes target those places, and the civilians around the targets will be affected. Israel and U.S. claim such locations are being used as temporary shelters for Iran's military and IRGC forces. Tehran denies such claims. However, there are videos being circulated on social media showing a big football stadium in southeast of Tehran, and we can see forces in uniforms are rushing out and escaping out of the stadium. Back to you.
Now, during his statement, President Masoud Pezeshkian said that the armed forces have so far acted with a kind of fire at will authority. But now that leadership has since decided to stop targeting neighbors. What's happening with the chain of command as far as you know?
Well, it could be a kind of miscommunication, but we should notice that Pezeshkian said after the initial strike last Saturday, in which the supreme leader was killed, the military forces acted with fire at will. It suggests that they might have been advised to target the American bases in the region, but when the supreme leader was killed, together with a large number of top military and IRGC commanders, there were practically no top commanders to refer to their orders. Another important point, as you mentioned, is that Pezeshkian said the interim leadership has decided to stop attacks against the neighboring countries. And he said, quote, "I hope this message has been delivered to the armed forces." This, I hope, could suggest there are disagreements inside the political and military structure. Meanwhile, we hear the reports from the UAE that Dubai airport would resume its activities today. But with the recent attack on Dhafra military airport near Abu Dhabi, we cannot be sure what's going to happen.
All right, Ehsan, thank you very much for bringing us the latest. Ehsan Kevani live for us from Yazd, Iran. Now, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has been firing missiles toward Tel Aviv as part of Tehran's Operation True Promise 4. Sirens warning residents to take cover have blared across Tel Aviv repeatedly since the conflict began a week ago. At least 10 Israelis have been killed by Iranian attacks. Jonathan Reggett reports now from Tel Aviv.
We're now a week into this war, this campaign between Israel, the United States, and Iran, and these are the images from Tel Aviv. I'm Standing at the place where damage. You can see for yourselves how much damage there is. Look at the sector of the road where I'm standing. Compared with the other sectors of the road, it is completely new. Why so? This place was paved just a few days ago, because exactly where I'm standing here at this place stood a massive crater. This exactly is where the missile made a landfall. It hit at this place, caused a huge crater on the street, a busy Tel Aviv thoroughfare.
I chose to get away from the city. After Saturday, we sat in the shelter for 8 hours, back and forth. So we got on the car and we went to the Dead Sea, took a hotel, just a little bit of relaxation, and then this happened. Also, the last time with Iran, it was next to my house. It's very scary.
All of these places now begin to reconstruct the story of this new war between Israel and the United States and Iran. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Large public marches have taken place in Yemen's capital, Sana'a, as well as in more than 200 other locations across the country. Organizers say the demonstrations were among the largest seen in recent months, with participants expressing solidarity with people in Iran and Lebanon. Our reporter Inab Alfandi has the story.
In Yemen's capital, Sana'a, tens of thousands of protesters filled public squares on Friday afternoon, responding to calls from the leader of the Ansar Allah movement. Similar demonstrations were also reported in 14 other provinces, with the crowds voicing opposition to U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon and Iran.
We came out today to show solidarity with our brothers in Iran and Lebanon. We are with them and will never abandon them, even if we turn to dust. We are with them until all injustice is defeated.
We came out today in support for our broikers in Iran, Lebanon, Palestine, and Iraq, and on all fronts. From this place, from the square, we tell them, we are with you fully, with our hearts and minds, with money, men, weapons, and all the strength we can provide.
The crowds raised the Yemeni flags along with Iranian and Lebanese flags. Banners called for an end to the escalation in the region. They also urged the international community to act and apply pressure to stop the military attacks on Tehran and Beirut.
We affirm that we stand alongside our brothers in Iran and Lebanon. We also welcome the Iranian response, and our position remains firm on the issues of our Islamic nation and in fighting all enemies, just as they fight us.
Protesters also chanted slogans condemning the displacement of residents from Beirut's southern suburbs. Many participants have voiced support for what they described as defensive actions by Iran and Hezbollah in response to Israeli attacks. These protests highlight the growing level of public engagement in Yemen over developments across the region. They come amid mounting international concern about escalating tensions in the Middle East and the possibility that Sana'a could re-enter the conflict as it did over the past 2 years in support of the Palestinians. Yabal Fendi, CGTN, reporting from Masarina Square in Sana'a.
Protests have broken out in Bangladeshi capital Dhaka against U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran and the assassination of the country's top leaders, including Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Following Friday prayers, thousands gathered outside the Baitul Mukarram National Mosque to call on Muslim leaders to take a stand against U.S. and Israeli aggression. Protesters also voiced their anger towards Middle Eastern countries for prioritizing their national interests over collective action.
For the Muslim world to stand tall, every Muslim country needs to stand by each other. But they are not speaking out for political reasons and to achieve their own interests. Since Muslim countries have different interests, they do not have the courage to speak out against the U.S. aggression. This cannot be expected from them.
আমরা চাই
Muslim
We want
Energy Minister has warned if the war expands, Gulf producers could be forced to halt exports within days. His remarks followed an Iranian drone strike on Qatar's Ras Laffan, the world's largest LNG export complex. Doha has declared an emergency at the site and says it could take weeks or even months for deliveries to return to normal. Analysts are now weighing the risk that a broader regional conflict could disrupt both oil and natural gas flows, threatening energy supplies to Europe and Asia and intensifying volatility across global markets. And that's a wrap for this edition of Asia. Next is Leaders Talk. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to your Weather News Update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at Asia's forecast. Now, we are going to see here warm air and high pressure controlling the vast majority of Central Asia. With that here, we're going to see a lot more drier conditions in many areas, along with warmer temperatures. We're still going to see some scattered wet weather conditions that is going to be moving on through in the form of rainfall. A few areas we are going to see a little bit of snow conditions to be expected. Now, in terms of temperatures, things are going to be warming up rather quickly here for folks, particularly further down over into the south, so including Afghanistan and into Pakistan and into India here. Temperatures are starting to rise up. We'll see a little bit more of these 15 to 20 degree temperatures, including 25 to 30 degrees a little bit further to the south. Now, for folks over in India, we are going to start to see temperatures upward to 35 degrees, taking a little bit of a closer look. That's me today. Thanks for watching. Up next is your city forecast. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Hub on CGTN. I'm Wang Guan in Beijing. China's 2026 two sessions open at a pivotal moment, the first year of the 15th five-year plan. Across the country, cities large and small are telling stories of renewal, resilience, and new momentum. Let's join our reporters as they return to their hometowns to witness the progress of China's development and to explore the new horizons taking place over the next 5 years.
Hometown to horizon.
Renowned for its dazzling ice sculptures, Harbin is far more than a winter wonderland. Once a traditional industrial hub, the city has reinvented itself, turning its freezing temperatures into a powerful engines of tourism and economic growth. Our reporter Wang Naiqian has more.
Do you know what minus 30 degrees Celsius actually feels like? Hang a white towel outside for minutes and becomes frozen stiff. You can use it to play table tennis. Fresh vegetables, you can crush them like potato chips.
But this is what winter feels like here in Harbin, my hometown.
Tucked away in China's northeast, it is one of the world's coldest major cities. But it's also one of the hottest winter destinations.
So how did a city this cold become this hot? The answer starts with a frozen river.
Every December, the Songhua River transforms into a massive open-air ice quarry. Walkers carve precise lines into the ice with chainsaws, then pry loose massive blocks using chisels. From above, it looks like a giant game of Tetris. In just one day, nearly 1,000 workers can harvest around 10,000 cubic meters of ice, enough to fill half a stadium.
Now take a look at these massive ice blocks. I was told that they can weigh up to 400 kilograms. But as you can see, the surface isn't perfectly smooth yet. So if they're going to be used for something special, the next step is polishing them.
Meet this latest innovation on the ice field, a fully automated ice block shaping machine with AI vision and multi-sensor technology. It delivers fast, precise cuts, boosting efficiency dozens of times compared to manual method.
往年呢，一直都是人工来切，那么人工切割呢，它这个切割效率和切割质量，都是呢难以满足高质量冰建筑的要求。那么我们用形皮机切出来的这个冰呢，它的抗风化能力、抗耐久性也会大幅度的提高。这样的话呢，才有利于冰建筑的延长它的摆放周期。
It's fun to see even technology adapting to cold here, literally. And once the ice blocks are shipped and ready, it's time for the real artistry to begin.
Can you 给我们介绍一下这个冰雕建设的这个整体的过程吗？
首先，第一步呢，就是要去大料。去大料，我们用油锯啊、电锯啊这些大型机械先去掉一大块一大块，然后我们用一些粗一点的叉子，然后把它的形做出来。做到大形都有了之后，我们开始用一些电动工具，把它的脸啊、手啊一些小的细节，然后再继续完善。
The art of ice sculpting has long been a Harbin tradition. In 1963, the city launched the world's first Ice Lantern Festival. Through decades of brutal winter, sculptors have preserved and innovated, passing their craft from one generation to the next, shaping ice into art.
所以其实做冰雪雕刻师都很辛苦但是呢，为了完成这样的冰雪艺术作品，很多人都克服了。大家习惯了以后，也不觉得冷。
Perhaps it's this love that keeps them going in the freezing cold. And when millions of ice blocks come together, and when countless hands shape them with grit and soul, the coldest place on earth begins to glow.
Welcome to Harbin Ice and Snow World! Woo!
This is the largest ice and snow theme park on the planet. Everything here is carved from ice and snow. Everything.
I'm from Portugal.
南通人。新加坡
America 不一样啊，真的是大开眼界呢。
In Portugal, we are the same, but it's the which sand in the beach.
Oh, it's freezing, but I love it. It's my favorite place in the whole world.
Really? 小朋友都在这边玩的都不肯回去了，这个滑梯都玩了10几趟了。
你觉得冷不冷啊？你觉得不冷？
This season, the park has reached its largest scale ever, drawing crowds from across China and around the world. What began as a local winter tradition has grown into a global celebration. And this winter wave is sweeping across the city.
Hi everyone, it's now 4 o'clock in the morning. It's minus 22 degrees Celsius outside. And I'm now in Harbin's most famous morning market, the Hongzhuan Street Market. And my mission today is to help a local vendor to set up his mall. 胡大哥你好，我今天过来帮忙，我想问问您，您看我能帮着干点啥吗？
你可以帮着包包子呀。
行行行，那我进去试试啊。
哎，好嘞。
好。
Mr. Hu and his family have been running this stall at Hongzhuan Street for years. Their secrets, their feelings uniquely Northeast Chinese.
咱们这包子主要都是啥馅儿的呀？排骨、酱肉，我们家特大酸菜。你们觉得这个南方客人能不能习惯吃咱们这个东北酸菜馅儿？哎，太愿意，人也没吃过，这块吃的特别想吃。
Okay, dough folded, steamer stacked, and it's still dark, but we are open. Well, I thought I need to call out for customers, but the real challenge is keeping up with demand.
您要啥？3个排骨是吧？你还差一个牛肉，我得去问一下哪个是牛肉。
一个排骨，一个酱肉，一个酸菜，一个肉芽糕。
Oh my god！ 一个。
I never imagined Harbin's morning market will be this crowded. The heat and the energy here seem to melt away the cold.
你是一个排骨，哎，刚才那个人呢？我看不见都已经，这也太火了。这是酱肉的，您也一起卖吧，我整不完。
In one morning, hundreds are served. For vendors like Mr. Hu, winter doesn't just mean cold, it's their busiest season.
原先吧，我们不喜欢冬天，冬天太冷了，冬天想上南方去。现在就盼望冬天了，盼望冰雪了。冰雪一来的话，这全国游客就来了，完了我们这个生意好。
Hu's story is just one piece of a much larger picture. Harbin's ice and snow tourism now draws over 90 million visitors each year, generating 160 billion yuan in economic output, roughly 1/6 of the entire national industry's output. But it's not just money come in, it's energy, it's opportunity, and it's hope, a hope Harbin had long been waiting for. Harbin was once China's earliest and most important industrial base. Production lines run day and night, and machines barely stop.
But since the 1990s, with the slow transformation of industries, Harbin, like many other cities in northeast China, faced mounting challenges.
Development slowed, opportunities shrank. Harbin became one of the provincial capitals hardest hit by population loss. The cold here felt colder. Then in 2016, President Xi Jinping gave a clear direction for Harbin's development. Ice and snow are as valuable as gold and silver, and Harbin delivered, turning ice and snow into its new economic engine. The city doubled down its tradition, but reinvented every single year. New themes, new designs, and new surprises. The city invested heavily in ice and snow technology, using innovation to standardize production and enhance quality. But most importantly, it always welcomed the world with warmth. And Harbin's story points to something bigger. In China's development priorities for the coming 5 years, developing high-grade tourism products and integrating culture with tourism are key focuses.
This isn't a mandate out of nowhere. It's about cities like Harbin finding its unique path forward. By leveraging what makes it truly special, its resource advantages, its cultural strengths, and its development potentials, Harbin shows that your greatest obstacle can also become your greatest advantage.
Well, spring is here. I'll melt away now. But Harbin won't. There's always something waiting for you here. See you soon!
Hometown to horizon.
Once a small fishing village, Zhoushan has transformed into China's first nation-level new area dedicated to the marine economy. Our reporter Chen Hongjie reports.
Seafood.
If you are a seafood lover, you cannot miss this city in China. There's a special smell around. You get the seafood, you get the sea, and you get a sense of home. This is my hometown Zhoushan, an island city in eastern China's Zhejiang province. As the sun rises, the city is now waking up.
Zhoushan consists of over 2,000 islands, nestled along the shore of the East China Sea. The rhythm of life here has long been set by the ocean. Zhoushan is home to China's largest fishing ground. Every day, countless catches arrive at its ports, fresh off the boat and waiting to be brought to local tables. Another day of harvest.
这个呢，这个是红蟹，就放这里。哇！这是母的，放这里。哦，我现在学会了。
Every year, hundreds of thousands of tons of distant water catches are loaded here at China's first national pelagic fishery base. These catches are processed locally into high-value products, then sold across China and exported globally. The economic output of Zhoushan's distant water fishery sector can exceed 60 billion RMB per year. This story is part of a larger trend. Along China's 18,000-kilometer coastline, over 50 coastal cities are developing their marine economies in unique ways. China's gross ocean product has surpassed 10 trillion yuan, accounting for 7.8% of GDP. The ocean is full of possibilities, and Zhoushan is seizing the opportunity by leveraging its local advantages. They are not playing video games here. These joysticks are for operators to remotely control cranes. With precise pulling and pushing, the crane can lift loads of up to 65 tons. In 2025 alone, over 1.4 billion tons of cargo were handled here. This is the world's largest port by cargo throughput, Ningbo Zhoushan Port.
Look at the giant infrastructure behind me. Standing in the shadow of it makes me feel as tiny as an ant. The key cranes are transporting containers between cargo vessels and unmanned trucks. These trucks passing by are actually driverless, following certain digital routes. This is an automated terminal, a smart port in action.
Welcome to the brain of the terminal. This is not just a map, it's a living, breathing digital replica of the entire terminal. See, this is where we were just now. Every crane, every truck is mirrored in real time. Handling about 300 ship movements daily, with container routes reaching over 700 ports in more than 200 countries and regions. Ningbo Zhoushan Port leverages digitalization and automation to maintain the world's highest cargo throughput for 17 consecutive years. It is a vital hub in the global supply chain. And there are more the ocean is offering to us.
舟山这地方是一个海岛城市嘛，这边很多深水的这种港，实际上是很多这种大型的科考船都可以靠近，非常适合搞这个一些深海科技啊、海洋科技。
Professor Chen is the Deputy Director of Donghai Laboratory, a provincial-level lab based in Zhoushan.
海洋机器人、深海资源勘探，包括深海的稀土的这种采掘、深海智能装备、水下的海洋牧场、深远海的这个风电技术，都落实到一些水下一些作业装备、陆地上的这种汽车的维修车间，把它搬到海底去。
Over the years, innovation in marine science and technology has been made a key focus.
国家也在提这个深海科技，它跟低空经济、航空航天都是放在一块的，属于一个很重要的一个方向。这10年到20年左右，这个是飞速发展的。从跟跑到并跑，现在基本上有很多领域啊也在领跑。
Having worked in the field for over 15 years, Professor Chen and his team have witnessed China's rapid development. Their goal is to explore the unknown realms of the ocean.
随着我们国家不是现在梦想号这个钻探船出来之后，我觉得这些方向这个要走得更远，下得更深。
Of course, the ocean has given us challenges as well. Living on the islands was once difficult. Ferries were the only way to travel, leading to isolation and hindering development. Bridges now string the islands together like pearls. Yet Zhoushan is still one of the few Chinese cities without a chain. A mega project is underway for the next 5 years.
我们浙江省提的就是说轨道上的长三角，我们舟山也是长三角城市的，我们已经慢了。现在高铁的便利性，对城市之间的这种空间距离的拉近是非常大的。对我们海岛城市来说太重要了，真的太重要。
Director Chai is overseeing this mega project, which includes the world's widest combined road and rail bridge and the world's longest undersea high-speed rail tunnel. Once completed, train travel to the nearby city Ningbo will take less than 30 minutes.
现在我们目前在这个位置就是永州铁路的这个控制型工程之一——西后门贡铁两用大桥。上面是布设了2车道的这个铁路以及6车道的高速公路。我们基建水平、机械化程度、信息化程度都在大幅度增长。这么一个工程，然后施工人员就200-300个，目前代表国内最顶尖的施工技术水平之一了。说22年开工很难，后来开起来了，开起来以后，现在一步一个脚印，整个工程一点一点长大，
就像孩子一样。
对，一点一点长大。
Every bridge connects and every step counts. Zhoushan's story reflects the many transformations unfolding along China's coastline. Growing up here, I was shaped by the sea. It has given us both challenges and opportunities. Every time I return, I see how much has changed. This is a land of promise, with a future wide open.
Hometown to horizon.
Known for its relaxed lifestyle, Chengdu is now powering one of the world's fastest growing industries, gaming. Inside the city's gaming studios, a new generation of young developers is shaping the future of China's gaming industry. Let's follow reporter Liu Beibei to Chengdu.
If I have to describe my hometown in one word, it would be hot. Hot for spice lovers. Hot for piano fans. And lately, hot enough that world leaders can't skip on their visits to China. But Chengdu is heating up for something else now. One of China's fastest moving industries. Gaming. But wait, why here? In a city better known for relaxing than rushing? Maybe the answer lies somewhere between the fast and the slow. When AI Limit launched last March, it climbed Steam's chart, earned a 92% positive rating, and ranked among China's top 6 best-selling domestically made titles in 2025. In an industry that rewards speed, game producer Yang Bing chose patience, spending 9 years on a single game. The moment I met Yang Bing, what stayed with me was his laughter. It made me wonder, was it that positive energy that kept him going for 9 long years?
非常有名的作品，这个就很难找到啊！我以前有一个理想，说我的游戏要是能上主机，能够有一张光碟，能够有个游戏盒，那是不是人生理想就完成了一步？没有时间玩了，那个就新技术来得这么快。你需要花时间钻研的这些东西，有时候只是让我不要去忘了以前。你看很多小的创意，它都能形成一个作品。从15年、16年决定要做这个事情的时候，我当时有一种逻辑是，一个人也会把它永远的做下去。我们大概在23年的样子，我们的资金基本上就快要耗尽了。这个期间内，很多时候，有时候是没有工资的。
Moments like this force hard choices. So I met 3 of the 20 who stay to understand why and see who they are.
你做游戏做多少年啊？8年。
我做5年。
哦，您之前是做什么？
我做土地规划相关的。
哦，土地规划，
你看
跨度还挺大的。
感觉。
学农业的，学农业的。
那当时是为什么突然想转行了？
想做点事。
所以在23、24年比较艰难的那段时间，大家还是没有说有多么难受，因为你做的还是自己心目中想要的东西。我就会想，这个东西做出来就会失败，但是我说不阻碍我拼尽全力去把它做。你非常努力的时候，你会心里很明白，你每时每刻在希望去超过之前的自己，那它就是有价值的嘛。
In this industry, success is never guaranteed, but Yang Bing shows what persistence can achieve. In Kaohsiung District, that persistence is now being met with policy support. A program introduced in 2024 offers up to 5 million yuan in annual subsidized per game company. And Yang Bing's team is preparing to apply. A 2025 spring recruitment market report shows Chengdu now leads the top 10 cities on this list in game industry hiring. But for young people starting out here, the challenge is still real.
Hello, 你好。
Meet Fei Zhengyong, an independent game developer. He earned his master's degree at the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, quit his job as an engineer, and has been building his own games solo for a year and a half.
这个就是一个做游戏很厉害的人，算是，我叫他独游之神。
你现在也是一个人在开发？
对，所以每天早上起来对他拜一拜。
Zhengyong now shares an apartment with a friend, paying about 900 yuan a month. He's been relying on savings from his last job to keep the game alive.
然后在空气炸锅烤个鸡腿。
为什么后来辞职了？
可能工作很久之后才发现自己其实不是很喜欢那一行，然后就想做点自己喜欢做的事情，想自己创业。相当于这个阶段是在边学习边开发。举个例子，就是哪吒的那个导演，他当时就是想做动画，他就是自己边学边做，大概就是和他是一样的路子。
Jiao Zi, director of the Naja films, has made history with Naja 2. It's now among the world's top 5 highest-grossing films, earning over 15 billion yuan at the box office. He made it quietly right here in Chengdu, over 10 years. Yang Bing, 9. Zhengyong, a year and a half so far.
你尝试了，如果没有结果的话，那你会后悔吗？
不会，因为只有自己去尝试创造一个事情的时候，才是真正的实践。 即使我做的游戏失败了，但我依然收获了实践经验，我肯定会比以前更加成熟。
我杀敌9天，杀敌9天，我会绽放光芒。
No one knows if a choice will ever pay off. But for Zhengyong, Yangbing, and many others here, they didn't wait for a better answer, but entered the game to find one themselves. And in Chengdu, lower living costs, a steady inflow of young talents, and a growing industry network may simply give that choice more room to grow. Beyond the challenges of making games, AI is introducing new pressures and new possibilities. So how are future talents being prepared to embrace it? To look for answers, we came to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Here, Professor Xie is working at the intersection of gaming, AI, and education.
主要我们做的事情的话呢，现在是带着同学们一起去做围绕着游戏的相关的技术和人工智能技术解决各种各样的问题。
像这个游戏引擎呢，它可以构建一些和真实世界相对应的，也就是说在很早之前可能叫元宇宙或者类似的概念，我们在做一些平行世界里面去做相关的推演、相关的研究，进一步做了我们整体的这个世界建模，然后去验证我们的 AI 算法。当这些 AI 算法被验证有效之后，我们再在真实的工业界、真实的系统里面去投用它。
Since China's 14th five-year plan called for the digital transformation of cultural industries, video games, as a powerful cultural medium, have carried works inspired by traditional Chinese culture to audiences worldwide. As China entered the first year of its 15th five-year plan, AI has moved to the center of national development. And the gaming industry is gaining new significance in the rise of AI. Today, games are no longer just products. They're becoming a key training basement for AI.
我们是希望能够把学院和学校内做的科研走向更广阔的应用场景。这其实就是国家一直提到的，要把科研的成果写在祖国的大地上。其实现在的话，还包括我们看到的智慧城市管理、数字孪生工厂，还有现在的沉浸式的运维系统，这些都是从原来脱胎出来的一些新型的游戏技术赋能到智能制造、城市管理以及我们所看到的相关的一些行业。像之前腾讯的一些。
Professor Xie says more universities are now treating gaming as a legitimate academic discipline, moving beyond the old idea that games are merely a distraction. Maybe I've found my answer. Game developers and 1.5 million young people who moved to Chengdu in the past 3 years came with energy, ideas, and passion, with the instinct to live life on their own terms, by trying, failing, adjusting, and moving forward anyway, and that's what brings the city to life. The world is an open game, and in Chengdu, you can play it in your own way.
Hometown to Horizon.
With that, we'll come to the end of this edition of The Hub on CGTN. Thanks so much for tuning in. Our reporters and our audience, thank you for the wonderful reports and your support. See you next time.
Hello and welcome to The World Today on CGTN, come to you live from Beijing. I'm Su Yuting. Our top story. The Members' Corridor is an opportunity for political advisors from the CPPCC to address major issues. 9 of them have met the media, answering questions related to medical, technological and aerospace developments. Our reporter Zheng Yibing has more details.
The second group interviewed attended by the National Political Advisors held this afternoon. Altogether, 9 CPPCC National Committee members attended and answered questions ranging from different areas from the journalists. They focus on science and technology, education, Medicare, manufacturing, upgrading, as well as cultural communication with other countries. We hear many facts and figures from these political advisors on China's development in the past 14th five-year plan and their anticipation for the 15th five-year plan starting this year. For example, Wang Zhigang, former Minister of Science and Technology, listed scientific achievements in the past 5 years, from the high-speed railway reaching a speed of 450 kilometers per hour to the armament newly unveiled. He said all these are because of the country's determination for innovation and a focus on basic research and development.
During the past 5 years, China's scientific and technological achievements were quite great. For example, 450 kilometers per hour of our high-speed rail, providing convenience for the passengers. And also in AI, embodied AI, multi-mode AI agents were the highlights. And behind those achievements, we also have made achievements in chips, math, and model building, and computation, as well as the engines, controlling systems, and so on. In terms of quantum technology, quantum telecommunication, quantum computing, quantum measurements were also the areas of new achievements in China.
Well, what also impressed me are the 2 CPPCC members from the Qinghai and Xizang in Western China. They share stories on Medicare and education that truly benefit people's livelihood in remote areas. Behind all these voices lies the footprints of the committee members' in-depth grassroots research. As per the schedule, the third group interview will be held on March 10th, one day ahead of the completion of this year's CPPCC annual session. We'll listen to more voices from across the country by these political advisors.
And for many young people growing up in China's remote mountain areas, a university degree is seen as a ticket to new life in the city. But for Erho Arji, or one of the Yi ethnic group from the Dalian Mountains in southwest China's Sichuan province, education led her home. After years of hardship, her determination is now to create new opportunities not only for herself, but for people across her community. Our reporter Gu Ming has the story.
Her third attempt finally brought a breakthrough. Starting with just 50 sheep, Arji doubled the size of the flock within a year. But she soon realized that single-selling livestock brought limited income. So in 2023, she launched a rural retreat, combining agriculture, dining, and camping into a complete rural tourism experience. To attract visitors, Arji also began posting short videos online.
Starting a business back in the village definitely comes with hardships, but things are steadily moving forward. You just can't give up halfway. I might not have financial freedom yet, but I know I'll get there if I keep going. At the very least, I haven't left in defeat. My dream is still alive.
Over time, her vision expanded beyond personal success. Elected as a deputy to the Shide County People's Congress in 2021, Arji shifted her focus from growing her own business to creating opportunities for others. At its peak, her ventures employed more than 100 local residents. And today, they continue to support the community with guaranteed dividends for 12 nearby households. Looking ahead, she plans to launch a village live streaming courtyard to help local farmers sell their specialties directly to customers nationwide through online platforms.
Before, it was just about running my own business. Now, it's about helping my hometown grow. When I find a good opportunity, I want to bring everyone along. Getting rich alone doesn't really mean much, right? Prospering together, that's the real way forward.
A decade after leaving the city, Audrey is redefining success for rural youth. Her goal was never to escape the mountains, but to build a future where her community in the mountains can thrive. Gongmin, CGTN, Liangshan-Yi Autonomous Prefecture.
Massive explosions woke up Tehran's residents Saturday morning as the Iran war enters its second week. And Iran's interim leadership council has approved halting strikes on neighboring countries unless they attack first. Meanwhile, President Masoud Pezeshkian made a statement on state television apologizing for the strikes. He also countered the U.S. calls for Iran's total surrender, calling it a dream they should take to their grave. Isan Kavani has more.
The president comments that he apologized, as you mentioned, and he said that the interim leadership council has decided to stop attacking the neighboring countries. We had reports that today, according to the military statement that was issued on state television, that at the Farah military base near the United Arab Emirates capital, Abu Dhabi, has been hit. We are still waiting for the reactions from the Iranian politicians about the development, despite what we heard from President Masoud Pezeshkian today, that no more attacks on the neighboring countries. Meantime, since Friday, airstrikes have dramatically intensified in Tehran and Isfahan, as well as other cities and other parts of the country where there are missile launchers or missile stockpiles. I talked to a number of residents in Tehran who had decided to stay at home, but since Friday, many of those have decided to evacuate and go to safer locations. And the major challenge in particular for Tehran residents at the moment is that there are hundreds of schools and sports complexes scattered through the capital, and there is fear that Israeli or U.S. strikes target those places, and the civilians around the targets will be affected. Israel and U.S. claim such locations are being used as temporary shelters for Iran's military and IRGC forces. Tehran denies such claims. However, there are videos being circulated on social media showing a big football stadium in southeast of Tehran, and we can see forces in uniforms are rushing out and escaping out of the stadium.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has been firing missiles towards Tel Aviv as part of Tehran's Operation True Promise 4. Sirens warning residents to take cover have bled across Tel Aviv repeatedly since the conflict began a week ago. At least 10 Israelis have been killed by Iranian attacks. Jonathan Regev reports from Tel Aviv.
We're now a week into this war, this campaign between Israel, the United States, and Iran, and these are the images from Tel Aviv. I'm standing at the place where a missile made a direct hit on Saturday night. These are the images. Look at this building, for example. Substantial damage. You can see for yourselves how much damage there is. Look at the sector of the road where I'm standing. Compared with the other sectors of the road, it is completely new. Why so? This place was paved just a few days ago, because exactly where I'm standing here at this place,
The last time with Iran, it was next to my house. It's very scary.
All of these places.
Following Friday prayers, thousands gathered outside the Batu Mukarram National Mosque to call on Muslim leaders to take for prioritizing their national interest over collective action.
For the Muslim world to stand tall, every Muslim country needs to stand by each other. But they are not speaking out for political reasons and to achieve their own interests. Since Muslim countries have different interests, they do not have the courage to speak out against the U.S. aggression. This cannot be expected from them.
We want all the Muslim world to unite, and we strongly condemn environment and peace and order.
That's it for this edition of The World Today. I'm Su Yuting in Beijing. Thank you very much for your company. Stay with me for China 24 coming up next. Coming to you from Beijing, this is China 24, a look at China and its impact around the world. I'm Su Yuting. First, the headlines. Chinese President Xi Jinping attends a military delegation meeting during the country's annual legislative session. China's Civil Affairs Minister says the country will work toward building a multi-layered elderly care network over the next 5 years. NPC Deputy Kenneth Fogg speaks to CGTN in an exclusive interview on Hong Kong youth's sense of national identity. And CGTN Africa's Enoch Sikulia travels to Gulu Village in China's Sichuan province with reporter Tao Yuan to see how infrastructure projects have changed lives. Our top story. Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is also General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, has urged the importance of achieving the centenary goal of the People's Liberation Army as scheduled and advancing high-quality development of national defense and military modernization. He made these remarks on Saturday during the plenary session of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army and People's Armed Police Force at the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress. At the meeting, delegates shared suggestions on issues including cross-sector law enforcement cooperation, strengthening party leadership in scientific research, training non-commissioned officers, and developing new military capabilities. Xi Jinping delivered an important speech after listening to the delegates. He noted the progress made in strengthening the political leadership of the armed forces since the 18th CPC National Congress. President Xi said the military must remain absolutely loyal to the party, and the corruption must have no place in the armed forces. As the 15th five-year plan period begins, President Xi called for continued efforts to advance anti-corruption work and strengthen oversight over key areas such as funding flowers and exercise of power, while improving management of the military budget. Xi Jinping emphasized that achieving the goals of national defense and military modernization during the 15th five-year plan period depends on strong leadership from party organizations at all levels. He heightened the importance of building a strong talent pool, including personnel in Joint Combat Command and new combat forces, technological innovation, and strategic management. And for more on that, we're now joined by Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Suzhou University and Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. Well, thank you very much for joining us on China 24, Professor Gao. President Xi stressed the need. Yes, President Xi Jinping has stressed the need to step up fight against the corruption in the military. So why is maintaining strict discipline and integrity within the armed forces so crucial for China's military?
President Xi Jinping's important remarks delivered at this important session, which is the highlight of Chinese political life, are very important in several senses. One is his commitment to continue to fight against corruption, especially within the top ranks of the Chinese military, because if the military, especially its top brass, are corrupt, then it will significantly erode the overall strength of the Chinese military. But President Xi Jinping also emphasized another very important point, that is the military need to be loyal to its original purpose, and no disloyalty or any sign of disloyalty should be tolerated. The third very important point, according to my observation, is his emphasis that the military actually has one purpose and one purpose only: always be prepared fully to defend the country and to repulse any enemy, foreign or domestic enemy, which want to challenge China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So I think we need to combine these three very important elements and messages together to make sure that the Chinese PLA, or the Chinese military, will always remain clean and dedicated and commitment to serve the country and serve the party. And their mission is one and one only, that is to repulse enemies, foreign or alien.
And Professor Gao, President Xi also highlighted the importance of building a highly professional talent pool in the military. What does this signal about China's priorities for developing its armed forces, and how could stronger talent development shape the military's future capabilities?
I would say not only developing important talent pool, but always upgrading the talents involved is increasingly important. This is mainly because the military situation keeps changing, and the preparedness against foreign enemies is also undergoing change. Right now, we are talking about not only digital warfare, but also warfare aided and enabled by AI. So I think we need to be on the constant alert that many things need to be done, and nothing can be done without the corresponding talents. So I think the Chinese military need to go through a very rapid transformation, not only from the way how a war should be fought, and also how the key ingredients of the military preparedness need to go through innovation and change and transformation to such an extent that the younger talents, better trained in the more rapidly developing professions, should be very much focused upon and promoted to the top ranks, so as to make sure that the Chinese military as a whole is fully upgraded and fully prepared to deal with any challenges we may face.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Suzhou University and Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. Great to have your insights.
Thank you for having me.
Notable progress in high-quality development ranks first among the 7 major goals of China's 15th five-year plan. The National Development and Reform Commission held a press briefing to break down the draft document. Our reporter Guo Tianqi has more.
During the ongoing 2 sessions, the draft of the 15th five-year plan has been submitted for deliberation. The plan serves as China's national blueprint from 2026 to 2030, with key focuses on innovation, people's well-being, and the green and low-carbon transition. For economic development, the draft sets 3 key indicators covering growth, structure, and efficiency. It stresses the need to grasp the overwhelming trend of digital, networked, and intelligent development, deepen and expand the AI Plus initiative, and advance in-depth transformation of production models.
We will continue to leverage computing power and algorithms to empower economic and social development. We will speed up the construction of a national integrated computing power network. We will also make breakthroughs in the fundamental theories and core technologies of artificial intelligence.
On people's well-being, the draft outlines 7 key indicators covering employment, income, education, medical care, health and services for the elderly and young children.
Equal access to basic public services by 2035 is a key requirement for China's socialist modernization, and we have outlined specific arrangements in education, medical care, public health, and pension security. In the education sector, we will raise the average years of education for the working-age population from 11.3 to 11.7 years. We will also expand and upgrade the basic education system, covering preschool and compulsory education, and steadily expand the scope of free education.
During the 15th five-year plan period, China will implement 109 major national projects. Among them, initiatives for the development of new quality productive forces and securing people's livelihoods rank as the top 2 priorities. Guo Tianqi, CGTN, Beijing.
And a press conference has been held today following the 4th session of the 14th National People's Congress, focusing on people's livelihoods. For more on that, let's go live to our reporter Zhou Jiaxing. Oh, Jiaxing, good to see you there. Could you please explain how China plans to build county-level medical consultants and a 3-tier elderly care network to further support the country's aging population and improve the continuity of care?
Well, yes, shooting the figure that just mentioned during this morning's themed press conference, that over 90% of Chinese families within a 15-minute walk to the clinic is just a significant infrastructure achievement. This means foundation is there. But for an aging population, the challenge has always been the gap between treating an illness and then managing their daily lives. So, for example, that you can fix a broken bone from the city hospital. Then what about the daily rehab or say a chronic disease management, or even a simpler active, for someone that have medication after they are discharged. So that is the continuity gap that China is now trying to close. So during the press conference, the officials outlined the key strategies to address that. The first one is the county level medical consortiums. Think of these as integrated healthcare networks. Someone just, from the urban areas travel a long way to the city hospitals and only to return to a local village clinic with no record of their visits and records. So these consortiums link the county level hospitals and then the township centers or the village clinics to a single system that they can share data, resources, or even most importantly, medical staff. So those very professional doctors from the city can be regularly sent to the rural areas, and that creates the continuity of information, ensuring those patients' treatment histories traveling with them. So the second one is a third-tier elderly care. That kind of works in a relay team. First at the community level, those specialized nursing home can offer them the treatment to handle those complex and professional care. And then at the township level, the regional centers can offer them daily care and also some short-term stay. And then at the community level, the services are supposed to, arrive at the front door, providing them with home nursing or meal deliveries and even the daily check-in. So when you combine these two structures together, you can get what experts call the integrated medical and elderly care. So what's on the ground? This shifts just the reality of aging from a series of potential medical emergencies to a very managed ones. So what does it look on the ground is that, for example, a senior with high blood pressure can get checked at a 15-minute clinic and then have his or her data shared with those doctors from the community or from the, the specialized hospitals, and then receive the daily meals, for example, the low-sodium meals, and then, have this treatment from the community network. So what China is doing that is to try to ensure that its 300 million seniors now can not only just live longer, as we're discussing about the life expectancies these days, targeting 80 years by 2030, but also live better with dignity and also support at every stage. So we are looking forward to seeing this kind of effort being made, in various forms for the next 5 years. Back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Zhou Jiaxing, for your reporting in Beijing. China's Minister of Civil Affairs Lu Zhiyuan explained China's efforts to expand elderly care services. To date, China has set up 80,000 community meal sites for the elderly, serving more than 3 million seniors each year. And a total of 495,000 home-based care beds have been installed. And age-friendly renovations have been completed for over 2 million households with disadvantaged seniors. And this year, China has issued elderly care service consumption vouchers for moderately and severely disabled individuals. About 1.7 billion yuan worth of vouchers have been redeemed, directly benefiting 892,000 elderly people. And for more on that, we're now joined in the studio by Shi Xuezhu, Assistant Professor from the School of Insurance and Economics at the University of International Business and Economics. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Professor Shi.
Thank you for having me.
And why has China attached such great importance to developing elderly care services?
Oh, I think the first one is the culture that rooted in our nation is the filial piety that everyone is familiar of. We respect our elderlies and also we want them to be taken care of. So I think our government is response to our need actually to providing home level and also the community level old age care. And the second reason is that the community level old age support care is actually releasing a lot of burden of the modern families, giving the family structure change, especially for the mid-age generation who was born in the one-child policy period. So pretty much now a small family, they have like 2 adults and supporting 4 elderly. So if the government is taking care or is at least helping them to take care of their parents, and they will release their labor supply to the labor market and will help each family very well. And the third one is, of course, given that our population structure change now, we're kind of like stepping into an aging society already. So in the future, the silver economy is actually a very important component of our nation's economic growth. So I think the government is focusing a lot on this elderly care system is because the government is also trying to promote a sustainable economic development in future, given there's a large population of the elderly in China right now. Yeah.
And from your perspective, how can China retain and attract young talent to develop high-quality elder care amid population aging?
First, of course, it's a very simple supply and demand economic model. So if you want, given now the specialist is very rare, and then you have to pay actually a very high age to make people retain in this industry in terms of do not let them to go to the other industry. And a second is that I think we probably need to promote more our concept, serving the elderly is not what we used to think a nanny job. It's more like a specialist or professional, and we need to improve their social status in the societies so that people think doing this old age care is not beneath their dignity. So I think that's another point. And the third point I think is related, given that we have a very good AI industry, very advanced AI industry, collaborating the AI industry together with the old age support would be a very good idea because we have very good robots, right? And we also have AI technology that can help with the elderly's mental status. So I think collaboration with those high-tech industry first will boost the wage of the elderly care specialists, and also it would actually attract a lot of young people because they probably think it's cool and advanced. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Professor Shi Xuezhu from University of International Business and Economics. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
And CGTN has been gathering your questions about this year's 2 sessions. And for a closer look at what's trending online, let's bring in my colleague Zhao Chenchen from CGTN Digital. Chenchen, please tell us more about that.
Thank you, Yuting. Yes, we've seen a massive surge in engagement within our Ask China community since the 2 sessions kicked off, and we are doing our best to tailor our coverage to your curiosity about Chinese policymaking. We've been taking your questions straight to the delegates at the Great Hall of the People. We're also bringing some of your most discussed questions right here in the studio for a deeper dive. So this morning, China's human resources authorities identified 72 new occupations that have developed over the past 5 years, and with over 20 directly related to AI. Now, each new occupation is expected to generate 300,000 to 500,000 jobs in their early stages. The ministry also confirmed it would intensify efforts to develop more professions, focusing on new quality productive forces and public well-being. So this brings us to our first question of the night. Let's take a look at the video first.
Hi, I'm Casey, and I'm curious about how China is preparing their young people for the future tech-based jobs.
Great question. That exactly echoes the number. So for this we have to turn to Professor Shi Xuezhu again from the University of International Business and Economics. So, Professor, help us out here from the macro point of view. How is China preparing the young generation for this new era? Is it more about digital competence or adaptability?
I think it's more about the adaptability because the university is also adapting to students' demand. So there's a lot of newly program added in universities, and also the universities is trying to make their old program more adapted to the new technology development. And I think our government is also urged the university to expand their programs to, in the past 5 years, there's like 8,600 new undergraduate programs and also 4,500 postgrad authorization points. And at least in my university, they are changing their schools' names and also changing their curriculum to adapting to the AI procedures. And also, I think the university work very closely with the industry as well. They kind of like allow professors and also the students to work with the big tech companies and also the industry and to make a more comprehensive university and also industry relationship in terms of the AI development.
Great to learn that. Thank you, Professor. Yeah. So these new jobs meant that new talent requirements. Now, our global audience is also curious about how China's education system empowers individuals and communities. Again, Professor Xu, help us out here. You're from the front lines of teaching, but beyond these, how has China's education system, education infrastructure evolved to ensure that no one's left behind?
Yeah, so I think we talk about the higher education, which is the university and also like college students, but we haven't talked really much about those who are not very advanced in this system, those who might go to the vocational schools. And actually, there's a big shift of the vocational schools in China as well. First, they work again very closely with the industry, given they are making their student more practical in terms of the working experience and also the technology that they might be used after their graduation. And also, I think the vocational schools is now also transforming from what we past thought might be a bad influence to our future generations, but nowadays the vocational school they have a more good, they have a better environment in terms of people who are studying there and learning their skills, because there's a reform that the headmasters from the very good high schools are appointed to those vocational schools to be as their headmaster. So I think the whole environment is improving. And also, I think our government is trying to increase or to improve the education equality as much as possible, because we're now trying to make sure everyone has access to the education, even for the less advanced groups, such as the children of the migrant worker and the left behind children and also the disabled children as well. And according to the Minister of the Education Bureau this morning, I think in the past 5 years, and also the for all of us in the in our country. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor. And that wraps up tonight's Ask China. Don't forget to keep your question coming and use hashtag AskChina on social media or join our online community via our website or mobile app. Just tap Ask China. Now back to you, Yuting.
Thank you very much indeed. Very amazing interactions between Chen Chen and also Professor Shi Xuezhu. Thank you. And China lists advancing all-round rural revitalization as a major task in next year. In Gulu Village, Sichuan Province, the benefit of this long-term strategy is visible. Infrastructure development has shaped this area once riddled with poverty. CGTN Africa's Enoch Sekolia traveled to Gulu Village with reporter Tao Yuan, who has spent years documenting rural transformation across China, to experience the impact the construction of a cable car network, roads and water supply has had on the people.
China is pledging to breathe new life into its countryside. Here in Gulu Village, that promise hangs above the valley, a cable car that tells the story of transformation. In less than a decade, a humble cableway has become an emblem of change. Fast, safe, and a lifeline to the summit.
Isn't it amazing? It's now easy for us to move from one village to another and places beyond our mountains. Let me just say, it has really changed our story and lives.
To grasp what this cableway means, we had to try the other route. It's like you're walking inside a rock. Look at it. A brutal, precarious stair carved from concrete and stone. Let me show you something. Look, there is a warning here. Be aware of falling rocks. It just tells you the danger these villagers face each and every single day whenever they use this road. The steps replaced even more dangerous wooden ladders in 2003.
You can see why these places used to be poverty-stricken is because nothing can grow on rock mountains like this.
It's so rocky.
Yeah, so sometimes they plant some potatoes, crops that are easier to grow on this kind of soil, on this kind of land, and that's pretty much it.
Cheng Wangchun, Gulu's village head, was born and raised above these peaks, more than 1,000 meters above sea level. He relives his childhood.
Life was very difficult for us. I never left the cliffs until I was 12 years old. In that time, it was tricky and dangerous going down and climbing up. Our parents would be forced to tie their children with ropes to ensure that they didn't fall off while climbing. When I managed to finally go down the cliff, I saw an electric bulb for the first time, and I was really amazed.
If you want to see how infrastructure development can change the fortunes of a once poverty-stricken place, come to Gulu Village. In 2018, as part of China's poverty alleviation and rural revitalization push, a 750-meter cableway was built. The result? Minutes instead of hours to cross the gorge and access to the essentials.
The cableway officially began operation on National Day in 2018. Once completed, it reduced travel time from 3 to 4 hours down to just 3 to 5 minutes, marking a new era of connectivity to the outside world.
Cheng is also the secretary of the party committee in Gulu Village and a deputy to the National People's Congress, NPC. Today, he's gathering the villagers' concerns ahead of the big event. This is part of China's governance structure. Government policies and programs like the Rural Revitalization Program are explained to the people by their local leaders, while their issues are communicated to the national government and the CPC leadership. Villagers here tell us that these engagements have seen them connected to power and a network signal.
As you can see, there are no young people in the village anymore because it's too remote. The people you see here are only the elderly, but the party secretary is really trying to improve our lives. For example, Running water was introduced to the village for the first time last year.
With government investments in tunnels, bridges and roads, opening Gulu to the wider world, Cheng has led villagers in embracing businesses and agricultural activities that revolve around tourism.
This one?
Chicken. Eateries and homestays for visitors, chicken, pig and horticulture farming are notable ventures. Today, Gulu draws visitors who come to bath and its sceneries. The sweep of the cableway, the ancient rhythm of ethnic Yi culture, and landscapes shaped over 4 centuries. Enoxikolia, CGTN, Gulu Village, China.
And our very own Enoch Sokolia joins us in the studio. Well, Enoch, great to see you.
Thank you so much.
We've seen your reporting in Gulu Village, and we've remembered that Gulu Village's party secretary named Zheng Wangchun, who we saw in your report, is also a deputy to China's National Congress. So he brings villagers' suggestions and concerns to the 2 sessions. So what do you make of this way of channeling the grassroots voices into the national policy making?
Well, I'll tell you what I saw. Especially during that session that he had with villagers. I could see villagers who were happy. They knew that their concerns were going up by the fact that they were close to their representative in the National People's Congress. They knew that the issues they had were going up to the national level, and they are likely to be addressed. And that just shows how important such sessions are, and the structure that makes issues come from the bottom up, and responding, for example, projects come down to their level. And you could tell from how they looked and how they talked.
And what insights might China's rural development offer to African countries?
Well, when you look at it, because I've traveled across many parts of Africa reporting on development issues, and some of the issues that I was told were there before projects or revitalization projects came in were some of the issues that African countries are battling, and especially when we talk about remote areas, far-flung areas, when we talk about lack of access. Either people have their goods, they have their, for example, livestock keepers, but they cannot take their livestock to the market. And if, for example, they can't, you find middlemen who come in and just make things worse for them or don't change their lives. But with infrastructure development, like what I saw in Gulu, it makes it easier. So it's something that African governments can borrow and probably tailor it to their own issues, look at what can work for them and come up with proper structures that can help redevelop, redesign their rural areas.
Thank you very much indeed, Enoch Sokolia, for your reporting, and we're looking forward to more reporting from you here in China.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And CGTN spoke with the NPC deputy, Kenneth Falk, who proposed setting up a Hong Kong sub-venue for the 2027 CMG Spring Festival Gala to mark the 30th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland. And he also shared his views on how major cultural events can strengthen Hong Kong's youth's sense of national identity and showcase the success of one country, 2 systems to the world. Let's take a listen.
And this year, you have proposed establishing a Hong Kong sub-venue for our 2027 CMG Spring Festival Gala, and to mark the 30th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland. So tell us, what is your consideration behind this initiative?
I'll tell you how I came up with it. As you can, I've been going to Harbin quite recently, and I was just talking with friends there and say, hey, they said, we're really proud that we've been chosen as the sub-venue for the spring gala. And I said, really? Tell me more. And he told me more. Of course, this is, on the guise of President Xi Jinping pushing for the snow and ice economy, which is great. So I'm thinking, actually, it has a very important messaging behind it. Every chosen place needs to portray something tell the China story. So whether be it our green efforts, our technology, right, our trade, international or snow and ice economy. So I was thinking, actually, it's a very interesting time for Hong Kong next year, right? One country, two system is such a genius, I would say, invention or system that has enabled Hong Kong to stay prosperity and development for the past 30 years. So it's time, and we're ready to tell this story in great detail and depth.
And by hosting large cultural events like the CMG Spring Festival Gala and other large cultural events, how do you think those activities will help boost the cultural confidence and national identity among youth in Hong Kong?
These things are hard to measure, but I feel it. I think not just youth in Hong Kong. I'm sure you're familiar with the newest meme and term on the internet, even in Western countries. It's called China Maxing and China Travel, right? I think now with the advent of technology and AI, I think the distance are getting closer. It's much more easy for the younger generations to be able to reach different views and perspectives. So you're not limited by so-called the traditional channels or just one-way stories. And of course, this is also thanks to a lot of policies by the mainland authorities. For example, visa-free arrangements to a lot of countries around the world. And even my friends from the UK, from school, they now make it to China once in a while. They call me up and say, hey, which cities do you think I should go to? Of course, there's the usual Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou. But you say, hey, what about Sichuan? What about Chongqing? I say, oh, great. A lot of internet sensations traveled around China, right? Yeah. And that got wildly reported all over the world. So these are things that, again, fuels our confidence.
Earlier, CGTN spoke with Mahia, an NPC deputy and expert on intellectual property. He shared his insights into China's AI governance and the development of intellectual property rights in the country.
Professor Ma, thank you for joining us. In an era of rapid technological development, what achievements has China made in technology, legislation, and what challenges remain to be addressed?
我们国家科技立法已经形成的是两套较为完整的制度体系。
Overall, China has built two core legislative frameworks for science and technology. One is a national innovation framework, anchored by regulations such as the Law on Scientific and Technological Progress and the Law on Promoting the Transformation of Scientific and Technological Achievements. It focuses on how research resources are allocated and how innovation is turned into real-world applications. The other is a market-based framework, supported by regulations including the patent law, copyright law, and the anti-unfair competition law. It protects creators' rights and promotes fair competition. Together, these frameworks support China's technological progress and industrial upgrading. As the digital economy has expanded, China has also enacted laws such as the Personal Information Protection Law and the Data Security Law. These laws set clear boundaries for data use and platform governance, and form the backbone of the digital economy's legal system. But challenges remain. New technologies are moving faster than traditional legal frameworks. From data collection and algorithm training to content generation, AI brings new questions in defining rights and assigning responsibility. Going forward, technology legislation needs to advance on two fronts. First, existing rules on intellectual property and digital governance need to be updated. Second, lawmakers need to move earlier into frontier areas like brain-computer interfaces and the low-altitude economy.
The rise of AI is reshaping the international IP competition landscape as China plays an increasingly important role in global governance. How do you think the country can advance international cooperation in the field of intellectual property?
就是在这一个背景下，中国正在从过去
In this context, China is moving from a rule taker to an active participant in global intellectual property governance. For decades, global IP rules were led by developed countries in Europe and the US. These systems set high protection standards,
but often paid limited attention to the realities of developing countries such as differences in innovation capacity, access to technology, and public interests. As China and other emerging economies grow, the global innovation map is shifting. At the same time, technologies like AI have brought new issues in international rulemaking. China should engage more actively within existing multilateral frameworks to offer solutions that balance innovation incentives with public interest. On one side, China should firmly support the multilateral system built around the World Intellectual Property Organization and the WTO's TRIPS agreement, while contributing to updating global rules and strengthening its role in agenda setting. On the other, China should expand practical cooperation on patent examination, cross-border enforcement, dispute resolution, and international arbitration to improve the transparency and predictability of IP protection. At the same time, by sharing experience and contributing to global advancement, China can help move global IP governance toward dialogue, cooperation, and shared benefit.
That's it for today's edition of China 24. As always, we welcome your thoughts and comments. You can reach us at china24@cgtn.com. We'll leave you now with scenes of the natural beauty of southwest China's Chongqing. I'm Su Yuting in Beijing. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello and welcome back to your weather news update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at China's forecast. Now, we are going to see a couple of events taking place this week in terms of rainfall, some cold events, as well as some rise in temperatures as well. We are going to expect to see here from Sunday into Thursday here quite a bit of precipitation to take place further over into the south and into the southwest here. So taking a look at Sichuan, Chongqing, Hunan, and Guizhou, we're going to see the most amount of accumulated precipitation over those next 10 days, anywhere between 50, even upward to 100 millimeters of that to be seen. Now, other areas are going to expect to see a little bit more clearer conditions, such as over in the north and the northeast. The south here is going to see that moderate heavy rain conditions in some areas. And across the north, with those clear skies, temperatures will be rising on up. In fact, here we are going to expect to see temperatures across the North Capital Region jumping up about 10 degrees, even 15 degrees here for folks over into the northeast. And with that here, temperatures are starting to enter back into the positive realm. We're going to see here over in the northeast between 5 and 10 degrees in many areas. In the North Capital Region between 10 and 15, even 20 in some places as well. And a little bit warmer here over into the south as well, that 20 to 25 degree range. Lanzhou, for example, here seeing Sunday 14 for the day highs, jumping almost to 20 as of Monday. And then later in the week, 23 and 22. And with that here, we'll see a little bit more sunny skies right around the corner. That does it for me today. Thanks for watching. Up next is your city forecast. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the World Today on CGTN, come to you live from Beijing. I'm Su Yuting. Our top story. Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is also General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, has urged the importance of achieving the centenary goal of the People's Liberation Army as scheduled and advancing high-quality development of national defense and military modernization. He made these remarks on Saturday during the plenary session meeting of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army and People's Armed Police Force at the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress. At the meeting, delegates shared suggestions on issues including cross-sector law enforcement cooperation, strengthening party leadership in scientific research, training non-commissioned officers, and developing new military capabilities. Xi Jinping delivered an important speech after listening to the delegates. He noted the progress made in strengthening the political leadership of the armed forces since the 18th CPC National Congress. President Xi said the military must remain absolutely loyal to the party and that corruption must have no place in the armed forces. As the 15th five-year plan period begins, President Xi called for continued efforts to advance anti-corruption work and strengthen oversight over key areas, such as funding flows, the exercise of power, while improving management of the military budget. President Xi Jinping also emphasized that achieving the goals of national defense and military modernization during the 15th five-year plan period depends on strong leadership from party organizations at all levels. He highlighted the importance of building a strong talent pool, including personnel in Joint Combat Command, new combat forces, technological innovation, and strategic management. The Members' Corridor is an opportunity for political advisors from the CPPCC to address major issues. 9 of them have met the media, answering questions related to medical, technological, and aerospace developments. Our reporter Zheng Yibing has more details.
The second group interviewed attended by the National Political Advisors held this afternoon. Altogether, 9 CPPCC National Committee members attended and answered questions ranging from different areas from the journalists. They focus on science and technology, education, Medicare, manufacturing, upgrading, as well as cultural communication with other countries. We hear many facts and figures from these political advisors on China's development in the past 14th five-year plan and their anticipation for the 15th five-year plan starting this year. For example, Wang Zhigang, former Minister of Science and Technology, he listed scientific achievements in the past 5 years, from the high-speed railway reaching a speed of 450 kilometers per hour to the armament newly unveiled. He said all these are because of the country's determination for innovation and a focus on basic research and development.
During the past 5 years, China's scientific and technological achievements were quite great. For example, 450 kilometers per hour of our high-speed rail, providing convenience for the passengers. And also in AI, embodied AI, multi-mode AI agents were the highlights. And behind those achievements, we also have made achievements in chips, math, and model building. And computation.
Well, what also impressed me are the 2 CPPCC members from the Qinghai and Xizang in Western China. They share stories on Medicare and education that truly benefit people's livelihood in remote areas. Behind all these voices lies the footprints of the committee members' in-depth grassroots research. As per the schedule, the third group interview will be held on March 10th. One day ahead of the completion of this year's CPPCC annual session. We'll listen to more voices from across the country by these political advisors.
Hong Kong deputy to the National People's Congress, Kenneth Fok Kai Kong, has proposed a blueprint for transforming the Greater Bay Area into a sports Bay Area and advocating for coordinated regional sports development. And in this exclusive interview with my colleague Ho Na, Kenneth Fok elaborates on his vision and discusses what unique sports characteristics the Greater Bay Area should develop to distinguish itself from world-class counterparts.
I think we are at a very exciting time. I remember I made a proposal back when I was CPPCC, the last term round, and exactly was suggesting that I hope the China Sports Authority can consider hosting the national games in the Greater Bay Area. But of course that became reality last year. And it was wildly successful, and I think to me, the more important thing, not just a successful hosting, but it's getting the three sports bureaus and departments to get together, or three governments to get together and discuss one common goal. And of course they did it very well. So I think in sports we always talk about legacy. So what is the game's legacy? What do you leave behind? And I think this is important, is to have a mechanism to be able to extend this. It's not just the national games. It could be different sporting events that we could co-host together. You asked me about the advantages. The advantages are very simple. I've floated this idea to a lot of these international federations, and to them it just makes sense, right? To them it makes sense because of the population. If they're going to give you a sporting IP, it's not going to be cheap, right? It's big business. But if we only have 7 million people, the maths don't kind of work out. It's quite difficult, and it's a big burden on Hong Kong's financial burden. But if we can co-host, we can share the costs, but at the same time increase the number of spectators, put in more tourism dollars into it, and you spread out the cost of hosting, it just makes sense to everyone. Because you look at the Greater Bay Area, there's so many beautiful, magnificent venues that are the legacies of the Asian Games, etc., etc. And we have Hong Kong, we have the new Kai Tak Stadium too. So how do we put this together in a systematic way and really fight for or get big IPs to the Bay Area? This will gel the area together. But furthermore, I think what's more important now for sports is to have our say. How can China have a bigger say in the world sporting arena? And one thing is to build our own IP. Back to the point where you say, we have confidence. We're not just buying other people's things. We have our own product. So I think the Bay Area also, obviously, I think can come up with a lot of events. We call it, the Bay Football or Bay Area basketball competition. These are all things that we could think about. And again, if we have the population base, if we have the consumption behind it, it could work.
Among the nearly 3,000 deputies to the National People's Congress are many representatives from rural communities, bringing voices from the grassroots. CGTN's Huang Yue met one deputy from the once isolated village and learned how grassroots deputies are helping shape rural development.
This is Zheng Wangchun, a deputy to China's National People's Congress from southwest China's Sichuan province, and a member of the Yi ethnic group. He comes from a village that quite literally clings to a cliff, and that is
There were no roads connecting us to the outside world. The only way down the mountain was by climbing rattan ladders.
Gulu village has undergone unprecedented changes since 2018. With a government investment, a cableway stretching 750 meters across the canyon was completed that year. What used to be a 5 to 6 hour trek now takes just 3 minutes. Over the past 5 years, the village has used this new access to develop rural tourism.
Visitors are drawn to the breathtaking hiking routes here, as well as our unique ethnic culture. The village's collective income for the village has grown from just about $8,000 to more than $55,000. In 2024, we even saw daily tourist numbers reach 6,000. An elderly villager once told me he now sees more people in a single day than he used to see in several years combined.
For Zheng Wangchun, the transformation of his village is not just a local story. Since becoming an NPC deputy, most of his proposals have focused on improving infrastructure in remote rural areas. Some have already translated into tangible changes, including better roads, street lighting projects, and improved internet access. This year, his proposal focuses on the rural aging populations.
This year, my proposal is to raise the basic pension subsidies for rural residents. I'm also suggesting that villages with sufficient collective income to set aside a dedicated fund for local elderly care.
Among the nearly 3,000 deputies to the National People's Congress, about 17% are workers and farmers from the grassroots. Some of them are from places that were once among the poorest in the country. They bring their first-hand knowledge of challenges in the communities and suggestions and solutions based on their real-life experience.
I suggest that private enterprises take a bigger role in rural revitalization, helping create new cultural tourism opportunities in rural areas.
I think we should continue promoting initiatives like One Village, One Product, and One Household, One Industry to strengthen rural industries.
I've submitted proposals on employment and on protecting the rights and interests of women and children.
From rural infrastructure to local industries, from healthcare to education and cultural services, proposals from grassroots deputies have helped reshape the country's rural regions. As the country moves beyond the poverty alleviation transition period, voices from villages continue to play a key role in shaping the next stage of China's rural revitalization. Huang Yue, CGTN, Beijing.
The People's Livelihood press conference during the two sessions is usually a deep dive into China's domestic goals, from education to elderly care. But today, the health minister took a surprising turn, linking China's new 15th five-year plan directly to its partners in the Global South. Our reporter Panina Karibay was in the room and shared her immediate reaction.
I'm walking out of the media center, and honestly, my legs are feeling every bit of that 2-hour-plus marathon. This was the livelihood presser for the 2026 two sessions, and the energy in this room was intense. Journalists were packed in, and the questions didn't stop. Everything from youth jobs to the silver economy. But amidst all those domestic concerns, there was one moment that really shifted the room's focus. The health minister, Lei Haichao, took the floor and didn't just talk about China's hospitals. He explicitly mentioned that China is ready to collaborate with the Global South, sharing its blueprints for digital health and emergency response.
Health is a common aspiration for all humanity. We all hope to live in a stable, secure, and healthy environment. We are also committed to assisting developing countries, especially Belt and Road Initiative partner countries, in enhancing their health service capabilities and providing necessary support in technology, talent, and other relevant areas.
Why does this matter? Because it's a pivot. China is no longer just sending medical teams. They're pitching an entire healthcare ecosystem. A long session, a lot of hands raised for questions, but one very clear message. China's 15 five-year plan has a global pulse.
China has implemented a series of measures in recent years focused on population aging and declining fertility. In today's episode of Charting the Future, we see how China mobilizes all sectors of society to build a childcare-friendly society and a key goal of its 14th five-year plan. Lucy Ray reports on how this national vision is being realized at every level.
Every weekday, Wang Changming takes his son with him to work. The half-hour drive from home to work is just enough for a small, sweet moment to unfold. But for many other working parents in China, mornings are more like a race. They drop their children at daycare and rush straight back to work. Grandparents once helped, but as families move to big cities, that safety net is slowly fading. That's where companies like Wang step in. The firm runs an in-house childcare center, a small but impactful change that makes Wang's daily life lighter.
We really needed this. Balancing work and kids is hard.
One is at school and the other at work, both growing under one roof. This sort of image is still rare in China, but quietly gaining ground. In 2023, China saw around 9 million newborns, with a birth rate of roughly 6 per 1,000 people, less than half the rate recorded in 2016. Behind the number is the struggle of young people's hesitation between self-fulfillment and starting a family. To resolve this tension, the country is now weaving a new social fabric, one that makes raising children a shared effort, not a private struggle. Yet, corporate childcare is only one part of the solution. Another is community. Educational pressure continues to be a major hurdle for families considering children, and nothing exposes that tension more sharply than homework time.
School teachers already shoulder most of the academic work. What we community do here is fill the gap that families can't always cover. A child's growth depends on more than parents and schools. It's a shared effort across the whole community.
Song Zhihe runs an after-school tutoring center next to a local primary school. Every weekday, his staff picks children up, serves dinner, and supervises homework until their parents finish work. Song says the challenge is straightforward. After long work days, many parents simply don't have the energy or the experience to guide them effectively. Beyond corporate and community initiatives, the government is driving China toward a more child-friendly society. Starting in 2025, every family with a child under 3 will receive an annual childcare subsidy of 3,600 yuan, regardless of region and income. Meanwhile, China invested around 5 billion yuan to expand public childcare nationwide from 2021 to 2024. Housing and healthcare have also introduced more family-friendly policies.
International experience shows that effective fertility support requires a coordinated, multi-pronged policy approach. Our next step is to improve our population monitoring, assess policy impacts, and develop new measures to build a robust support system for balanced demographic development.
We can feel that the policy direction is very positive. For example, the child's daily expenses amount to about 500 yuan per month. The 3,600 yuan subsidies basically cover most of it.
These measures signal a move from managing population size to improving family growth and well-being. Step by step, the nation is seeking a new balance between work, caregiving, and the aspirations for the next generation. Lu Sirui, CGTN, Beijing.
CGTN's Martina Fox spoke with the CEO of Hugo Boss, Daniel Grieder, about his outlook for the global fashion business, the appetite of the Chinese shoppers, and how he plans to position the brand in China, one of the world's biggest and most competitive fashion markets. Take a listen.
What gives you confidence about the global fashion market this year?
Yeah, if you talk about straight into the market and the global situation, it's a challenge that you cannot, you have to consider. It's a fact. Wherever you go, consumer sentiment is down. They are careful how they spend, And that is affecting, I think, all the industry. Like everybody is maybe thinking I wear my blazer another season, or I might drive my car another year, and so on. So that is an effect. However, I think you always and in a crisis, you can always say you have more opportunities, and you can seek for opportunities.
China remains one of the biggest and largest and most important markets for Hugo Boss as well. How do you view business there, and how do you see the Chinese consumers' sentiments and preferences change also?
Has shifted. It's at the moment also more difficult than it was in the past, but it remains a growth opportunity in China. I think we as a brand, we just have to find a new approach, how to approach the customer in China. And it's very simple. We are a European brand. We cannot just say, what is good in Europe is also good in China. So we adapt also to the China needs.
Now, the Chinese fashion brands that you mentioned, they are increasingly competitive, culturally open-minded, and of course, very social media savvy as well. How does Hugo Boss compete or collaborate with Chinese brands?
We learn a lot how they do it. We have to learn it. And, the social commerce, that comes from China, right? And selling in TV and all that, we never experienced that. But in China, it's working. It's very important. Mm-hmm. And I think it's only a question of time and it's happening now that Chinese brand also come to Europe and to the States. I expected that already 10 years ago, that this is going to happen. And now you see. And I think that's great.
Embarking on a new journey of China's 15th five-year plan.
Amid a rapidly changing global landscape.
Embracing high-quality development.
Driven by innovation
and sustainable growth.
It's China's political season.
The country's top legislative body, the NPC,
and top political advisory body, the CPPCC, convene in Beijing.
How are policies responding to people's expectations for a better life?
And what's new on the agenda?
We get their voices and put those questions
to lawmakers and political advisors.
Follow CGTN's 2 sessions coverage
to track the decisions shaping China's path forward.
Massive explosions woke up Tehran's residents Saturday morning as the Iran war enters its second week. Iran's interim leadership council has approved halting strikes on neighboring countries unless they attack first. Meanwhile, President Masoud Pezeshkian made a statement on the state television apologizing for the strikes. He also countered the U.S. calls for Iran's total surrender, calling it a dream they should take into their grave. Ehsan Kavani has more.
The president comments that he apologized, as you mentioned, and he said that the interim leadership council has decided to stop attacking the neighboring countries. We had reports that today, according to the military statement that was issued on state television, that at the Farah military base near the United Arab Emirates capital, Abu Dhabi, has been hit. We are still waiting for the reactions from the Iranian politicians about the development, despite what we heard from President Masoud Pezeshkian today, that no more attacks on the neighboring countries. Meantime, since Friday, airstrikes have dramatically intensified in Tehran and Isfahan, as well as other cities and other parts of the country where there are missile launchers or missile stockpiles. I talked to a number of residents in Tehran who had decided to stay at home, but since Friday, many of those have decided to evacuate and go to safer locations. And the major challenge in particular for Tehran residents at the moment is that there are hundreds of schools and sports complexes scattered through the capital, and there is fear that Israeli or U.S. strikes target those places, and the civilians around the targets will be affected. Israel and U.S. claim such locations are being used as temporary shelters for Iran's military and IRGC forces. Tehran denies such claims. However, there are videos being circulated on social media showing a big football stadium in southeast of Tehran, and we can see forces in uniforms are rushing out and escaping out of the stadium.
Early results in Nepal's parliamentary election show that the fairly new National Independent Party is ahead of the country's traditional parties. And the country's election commission reports that about 60% of voters have cast their vote. Our correspondent Ravinda Bala reports from Kathmandu.
Well, Nepal is on the verge of creating history as the rapper-turned-politician Balendra Shah's party is gaining lead in many constituencies. With the counting still underway, celebrations have already begun, with supporters gathering at counting centres to celebrate the moment. Shah's party is currently ahead of his rivals, including the country's former Prime Minister, who was forced to step down following a historic youth-led uprising last year. Shah drew large crowds during his election campaign, connecting with young voters. In this election, he has become an icon for youth. Half of the 19 million eligible voters are young who have voted for a change. The dissatisfaction among Nepal's youth over political stability, corruption and unemployment amplified the calls for replacing the old guard with new. The task ahead will not be easy as the voters' expectations are high. For these to be fulfilled, a clear majority is the need of the hour. For a country that has seen more than a dozen governments in 2 decades, political stability will be the first step to turn this mandate into reality. Out of the 275 seats in Nepal's lower house of parliament, counting has been in progress for 165 seats that are elected by direct election. The remaining 110 will follow a system of proportional representation. Officials say that the final results are likely to be clear by Friday.
That's in Beijing. Thank you very much for your company. Stay tuned.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Biz Talk. I'm Zheng Junfeng. China's annual sessions of its top legislature and political advisory body, known as the Two Sessions, have officially opened. And at a time of global economic uncertainty, geopolitical conflicts, markets are looking for clarity on the country's growth momentum, policy support, domestic demand, and the broader direction. Signals further adjustments to China's trade and regulatory framework. So what messages consultative conference or CPCC, both of them closely watching China's growth target this year. Beyond the number itself, what policy signals do you think the target will send, and what shifts in priorities should we expect?
I think this year's growth target will not be a specific number, but a range. Maybe between 4 point to 5 percentage a year. And I think this target, which is not specifically a number, could be understood as a policy goal that the lower governments are not encouraged to pursue a specific growth rate. In that case, the local governments will not use the central government will also use expansionary policies like fiscal policy or monetary policy to boost growth at a higher rate this year.
Vivian, to you as a CPPCC member representing business community at these two sessions, which economic priorities stand out most to you?
Yeah, obviously 2026 is an exciting year. I think everybody is expecting the government's world work report related to the 15th five-year plan in terms of the detailed implementation. I will be particularly looking at how the policy will support the significant amount of R&D that's being in the system, how to actually increase the commercialization of it. Basically, how do we bring the ideas in the labs, which we are investing significantly in all areas, to the manufacturing plant and then to the market. And also, I think I will be very, very much looking at the green development, because this is another areas of strong growth for China and China's advantages. How do we actually bring this to the globe and also to participate in the setup of the carbon rules globally, which will become hopefully another advantages for many of the Chinese product exports.
Professor Liu, my question to you. Where do you think the policy mix in 2026 will place more emphasis among all these priorities? For example, what concrete directions might fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies take?
I think all the three kinds of policies are very important. And the most important thing is the structural transformation, because in today's China's economy, we can see that the GDP growth is more based on consumption growth. That is very good news. And in consumption growth, I think services will become the stronger force to drive the total economic growth in the future, and which is also more sustainable than the traditional way of relying on export and manufacturing goods. So I think the fiscal policy, which is an aggregate policy, should also have some structural means policy. For example, to subsidize consumer expansion, but also encourage local governments to pay more attention to the consumption environment to help the consumers to consume more on services rather than only purchasing traditional goods and electronics.
Vivian, let me ask you this question. Professor Lu just talked about consumption, talked about services offered to the market, which the government has paid attention to. So fully unleashing China's domestic demand potential has been widely discussed at this year's 2 sessions. From a corporate perspective, what structural changes are you seeing in China's consumer markets, maybe among your clients?
Yeah, I think as Professor Lu just alluded to, I think there's shifts that we see and several important changes. One is really fueling a very strong demand for services such as sort of active adult consumption, childcare and healthcare, and also I would call it anything related to enhance emotional value, happiness.
Yes.
Right? Anything that make us happy, like the IP-driven collectibles, pets economies. Those are all the new sort of demand in the marketplace. And also anything related to digital and AI. If you look at some data points from TechNode, last year that the shipment of the AI glasses in China exceeded 1 million units in 2025. 6-fold increase from 2024. So those will create and unlock a lot of new consumption scenarios.
So Professor Lu, just continue talking on this boosting domestic thing. It is really central to China's economic transition. Where do you see the key growth areas in consumption? Vivian just talked about this emotional consumption, very interesting. How can policy strengthen consumer confidence in spending in all these so-called non-essential areas?
I think there are 2 kinds of services we should address. One kind is more related to public services. When we talk about consumption, services consumption, we need to pay more attention to public services like education, medical care, and elderly care, child care, many things, even housing, public housing, so that Chinese consumers are more confident about the future, which means that we do not save for the future to purchase those kind of services, but it's more paid by the government so that we can consume more on other items like individually paid goods and services. So that's very important. And the second thing is to use digital instruments. As Vivian said, digitalization in China is also a new trend. In recent months, we can observe that some large platforms are using AI agent-based instruments to help the consumers to make a decision on their consumption more effectively. So I think that's also a new trend based on technology progress.
Totally. I'm using AI tools to arrange my travel routes, to arrange my tickets in buying air tickets now. Vivian, let's talk about this new quality productive forces. It's really become a key policy focus. Based on Deloitte's engagement with your clients, which sectors are mostly likely to benefit first?
Yeah, I think this is a great discussion. And also what we have seen in the market is obviously there are lots of areas that would, if you transform well, upgrade well, would produce actually a high value, high efficient and higher green types of products, or through a more smart and greener processes. Maybe just a few examples. Anything, we can talk 3 sentences without mentioning AI. So AI and digital and data related industry clearly will be one of those areas. For example, you talk about generative AI just a few minutes ago. We have a data point that over 600 million of Chinese actually are using certain level of generative AI tools, which is a penetration rates of close to 50%. It's a huge user point. And also, Deloitte has done a 2026, the state of AI in enterprises. We survey, large companies around the globe in terms of how they are looking at AI. This year or last year, 2025, the data point shows that a doubling amount of leaders saying that AI has been deployed in their businesses, whether it's in their R&Ds or in manufacturing or into their product designs. That's a huge number. And the other thing that's very unique to China is China has been opened up a lot of application scenarios for AI to be deployed. And that's how Chinese people do it, right? We don't just sort of stop at a theoretical level. We sort of try to use it. And we can see that what we call the amount of pioneer. Pioneer means that entrepreneurs who use AI, but also achieve certain successes. That amount is doubling what we see in the global average, and those also give us hope that from using whether it's generative AI or agentic AI will help enhance the productivity of many companies. The second one, obviously, is what we call the physical AI, humanoid robots. And that also, China being our largest manufacturing base with a strong manufacturing value chain, has been the leading forces of producing humanoid robots. And that has been widely used globally and also has many good potentials. For example, one of the largest power battery manufacturers, CATL, they have deployed a humanoid robot called the Xiaomo in their Luoyang factory. Performance plug-out test on high voltage battery package on the production line. A test previously very risky for workers and also due to potential, arc burns and inconsistent efficiency.
Sure.
With the robots, the connection success rate is increased and the doubling or tripling, I think, the output. So I think we see a tremendous amount of deployment of AI-related sort of tools and process into the manufacturing side. So there are lots of spaces that we can see many opportunities for companies. So we believe there's a lot of advantages of the core competitiveness of the China market, which is the very complete industrial value chain, a very strong focus on R&D, and also a high talent pool of our manufacturing, and also talent pools that will give us a very strong competitiveness in the physical AI space.
Here on Biz Talk, we connect the dots, shedding light on the real stories behind the economic landscape. To better understand China's dynamism and the economies and rhythms of business, propelling new drivers of growth.
China.
Biz Talk, your window into China and the global economy. Only on Biz Talk.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you. All around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
Vivian, let's talk about this also very important topic, the foreign trade law. The revised version of the law will soon take effect from a corporate compliance. I know it's a very important part of your business and global operations perspective. What opportunities could this bring?
Yeah, I think we're quite excited about this newly revised foreign trade law, which will take effect. Has taken effect March 1st. I think we're in a second now.
Yeah.
And this really centers on balancing openness and security, establishing much clearer compliance boundaries while unlocking many development opportunities for companies with greater confidence and direction in their global operations. I think if you look at the rule itself, the revision formally incorporates for the first time the safeguarding of the national security, national sovereignty, development interests, as well as the goal of building a stronger trading nation. And particularly, it's explicitly aligning with high standard international rules, such as those of the WTO and CPTPP. And this is very important because it provides a unified top-level legal framework for companies to build their global compliance system and significantly reduce the uncertainty and cost associated with when they are going global to deal with all the cross-border regulatory conflicts.
Great. Thank you. We'll keep our eye on the development of this because hundreds of thousands of foreign companies operating in China will definitely see the updated version of it and seek compliance and also opportunities for investment and doing business. Yeah. Professor Liu, from an urban and regional development perspective, because you study China's national economy, what signals might the 2026 two-session send on coordinated regional development and new urbanization? Because after China eradicated extreme poverty, China still are trying to revive its rural areas and try to coordinate the growth, path of different areas in China so that less developed areas would catch up faster than developed areas in the eastern coastal regions. So tell us your understanding of these very unique or dedicated or different paths in different areas of China for development.
As a large country, I think China have different regions which have different comparative advantage based on their geography and location. For example, the eastern part of China, coastal area, has strength in export-based industries and also modern services in large cities. But in the inland areas, they have more advantage in developing something like tourism and natural resources and domestic demand-based industries. So different places should not aim at the same industry development, but also need to develop their industries based on their different comparative advantage. And the local government should be very clear that the catching up with the developed regions like the coastal area does not mean that they should duplicate the industrial development powers in the past in the developed regions, but rather to develop a new type of industrialization using their local resources and comparative advantage, especially when those industries for the local development needs to be developed for to satisfy the local need, like some consumer goods and local services. That's the strength of the cities far away from the coastal area, but to satisfy the local need. That's very important. Even for high-tech industries, the central leaders in China has already emphasized a lot that different places should also develop their new type of technology, not only aiming at the frontier of the whole world, but using their local strengths in talents and natural resources.
Professor Liu, if you could allow me to ask you one more question on the population mobility, because China has 1.4 billion people. It used to rely on moving rural abundant workers into cities and help city build manufacturing centers. So now we have some challenges in urban employment, and all these people are thinking about new ways of adjusting to this social demand. So some of them may come back to their home and develop some of the business related to what we just talked about, differentiated approach for developments. So tell us about your understanding of China's mobility in population and as China enters a new phase of urbanization.
I partly agree that some migrants may return to their hometown to enjoy the local opportunities to have more jobs in the local services and local manufacturing sector. That's one part of the story. But be careful to discuss this issue that we need to know the inter-regional income disparity is still very huge. The per capita GDP in the well-developed regions like Shanghai and Beijing is still almost 4 times the per capita GDP.
4 times.
In the in some places like Qinghai or Guizhou or in the western provinces. So given the large inter-regional income disparity, there is still very strong forces for the inland people to move towards the coastal area and the large cities. And you are right that the manufacturing cannot absorb more employment anymore because the substitution by robots and capital, actually the manufacturing sector has lost its employment for more than 10 years since 2015. So if you only look at the data of the migrants' job opportunity, now more and more migrants actually enter the service sector to have their job.
Vivian, let me ask you this question. How do you see China's role in global value chains evolving? How are these multinational strategies shifting structurally? So we have some companies going out of China a little bit, but more companies coming in. How do we understand all these shifting structurally?
Yeah, I think these are great examples of the structural shifting. China's role in the global industrial chain has evolved from just being the world's manufacturing factory, now also to become a significant consumer market and also a significant R&D center. If you look at some data before 2008, maybe 16 years ago, nearly half the revenues from the foreign MNCs operations in China are actually for export. So they manufacture here and they export half of their products outside of China. Over the past decade, China's domestic market has expanded significantly. So that share of the domestic sale has increased to 70% and reaching around 76% in 2024. So that's a change. And the second thing is around that now MNCs are viewing China to be their innovation partner. If you look at some data around R&Ds, there are more and more Fortune 500 companies are building their global R&D centers, or at least one of the 2 key R&D centers in China. The examples you cited about Germany and France, and there are many companies, particularly in the auto sectors, they're viewing the EVs, manufacturing, the R&D, the speedy R&D process in China in those areas are significantly advantageous and that they can learn from. So we see that the role of China is really evolving in terms of its supply chain and industrial chain. And the other very important thing is we used to say, in China for China, and then we start to say in China for the world. Yeah. We now actually see is in world for the world. It is leading on many of the areas, particularly around green energies and EVs and certain sectors. And so we are leading in those roles, and many MNCs are coming to work with us to export those capabilities and R&D's result actually to outside of China.
I talked to some multinational companies now on CIIE, on China Development Forum. Now their biggest concern is not just about investing in China, but competing in China with other multinationals, also with Chinese local companies. Sometimes they feel the competition is so fierce that they can't really just compete. They have to join hands with local competitors for cooperation and compete in a third country market to survive this fierce competition because of a very strong industrial chain and R&D capabilities here. China's competitiveness is something they now fear, Professor Liu.
I think one thing which is now happening in China is that the central government, local governments are paying more attention to fair competition in the market, which means the competition condition for multinational companies which want to enter China's market will be more fair in the future. Secondly, I would like to say that culture also matters a lot. A lot of foreign companies, when they come to China, they do not know that well how people behave in their Chinese market and how to deal with the government relationship with the government officials. So that's one thing they need to understand. Secondly, I think they also need to be very clear that Chinese market does not mean that Chinese companies are strong in every aspect. Relatively speaking, Chinese companies are relatively weak in services, but other countries are relatively stronger in culture, amusement, and finance, etc. So when they come to China, I think they need to change their mind that they always think Chinese companies are weak in manufacturing. Nowadays, Chinese manufacturing sector is actually more advanced than before, even more advanced than multinational companies. But they need to consider the change in the structure of the Chinese economy. Their future opportunity, I think, is in service sector, which will also be more open than before to welcome multinational companies to come into China's market.
Because advanced economies have decades of experience in those services sector, because that really accumulated a lot of experience and know-how, and they can compete in that sector, and China can learn from them. So Vivian, amid current geopolitical complexes, we have these conflicts or war even going on. How would you explain the long-term value of the Chinese market to global investors? Because clearly here we have certainties among all these uncertainties.
Yeah, I think the certainty is about that you have to be in China. I think that's the certainty. And also navigating through the geopolitics and dynamics is actually one of the key competitiveness of a company if they could do that well. I think that becomes one of the areas the company needs to build their muscles with, right? They need to build out scenario planning. They need to understand the dynamics of the global market. And whoever can navigate very well and capture the opportunities in a market like China and in any other markets, for that matter, because I think the geopolitics is not just about China with certain countries. It's actually everywhere it's happening. So I think to us, this is a long-term muscle that any corporate needs to build to understand each of the market, to adopt each of the markets, and also to build their irreplaceable advantages when they are navigating. And I think it's a good muscle, particularly also for Chinese companies. I think we talk a lot about the competitiveness of MNCs, and I think our China-based multinational companies are going global. We have to also build that muscles to compete in different markets in the world. So I think it's unfortunate that we have to deal with, but it's also one of the business imperative that every company needs to build out their corporate compliance and understandings and competitiveness in those areas.
Okay. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you for that very important word. Immersive. Come here, talk to people here and live here for some time, and you will see. And thank you. That's the time we have for this Biz Talk, talking about China's two sessions. We just had two members of China's top political advisory body, the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, or CPPCC. Both of their guests are attending this year's meetings. They're in Beijing. Thank you very much, Vivian Jiang, Chair at Deloitte, China, and Professor Lu Ming, Executive Dean of Shanghai Institute for National Economy at Shanghai Jiao Tong University. Thank you again. And thanks for watching this edition of Biz Talk. I'm Zheng Junfeng. We'll see you again.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Li Jianhua. Welcome to the program Our Top Stories. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and its focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighboring states, but vows Tehran will never surrender. At least 41 people killed in eastern Lebanon as Israel continues its air and ground attacks. But China's President Xi Jinping has called for military modernization and high-quality development within the country's national defense systems. He's been meeting delegations from the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force during the 4th session of the 14th National People's Congress. The meeting included discussions on cross-sector law enforcement, science research, training and development of new military capabilities. President Xi welcomed progress in strengthening political leadership within the armed forces, including better oversight and tackling corruption. Well, high-quality development has been President Xi's top focus in recent years, and it remains the major goal of China's new 5-year plan between 2026 and 2030. Key elements of that plan were announced earlier this week, but now more details have been released. Our correspondent Guo Tianqi reports.
During the ongoing 2 sessions, the draft of the 15th 5-year plan has been submitted for deliberation. The plan serves as China's national blueprint from 2026 to 2030, with key focuses on innovation, people's well-being, and the green and low-carbon transition. For economic development, the draft sets 3 key indicators covering growth, structure, and efficiency. It stresses the need to grasp the overwhelming trend of digital, networked, and intelligent development, deepen and expand the AI Plus initiative, and advance in-depth transformation of production models.
We will continue to leverage computing power and algorithms to empower economic and social development. We will speed up the construction of a national integrated computing power network. We will also make breakthroughs in the fundamental theories and core technologies of artificial intelligence.
On people's well-being, the draft outlines 7 key indicators covering employment, income, education, medical care, health and services for the elderly and young children.
Equal access to basic public services by 2035 is a key requirement for China's socialist modernization. And we have outlined specific arrangements in education, medical care, public health, and pension security. In the education sector, we will raise the average years of education for the working-age population from 11.3 to 11.7 years. We will also expand and upgrade the basic education system, covering preschool and compulsory education, and steadily expand the scope of free education.
During the 15th 5-year plan period, China will implement 109 major national projects. Among them, initiatives for the development of new quality productive forces and securing people's livelihoods rank as the top 2 priorities. Guo Tianqi, CGTN, Beijing.
Separately, Chinese lawmakers have been outlining achievements and plans for improving people's livelihoods in areas like social care, education, welfare, health and employment. Top officials told the media they want to continue promoting more equality across society, boosting basic services and meeting the intellectual and cultural needs of the people.
We will focus on building a fair and quality basic education system. First, improvement in resource distribution and equity. On the one hand, we need to ensure wider and higher standard distribution of educational resources and improve the quality of education so that students can achieve well-rounded development.
And now let's get more with our correspondent Jen Copestake, who is covering the 2 sessions in Beijing. Jen, great to see you there. Very busy week for you. So tell us about today's highlights.
Great to see you, Jianhua.
Yes, well-rounded development is certainly a major theme of this year's 2 sessions. We're hearing about it every day. That's measuring success not just in terms of GDP growth, but in the improved well-being of citizens. That's from the nursery all the way to the nursing home. Now, today's address genuinely talked about the dual pressures. It hit this head-on, the dual pressures of an aging population and also one that has a declining birth rate, which is the case in China. So officials are expanding access to affordable childcare and community-based elderly services. That's aiming to build a safety net that reduces the burdens on families in both rural and urban areas across the country. On the elderly front specifically, the roadmap for the silver economy that's been laid out is ambitious. Officials have set a target to raise the coverage rate of community-based elderly care, elderly service facilities to over 70% coverage by the year 2030, and specifically to support seniors with functional disabilities and dementia. This plan includes a massive upgrade of up to 2,000 public elderly care institutions with a target to ensure nursing beds account for 73% of total institutional capacity. Now, another major area that was discussed at the press conference today than simply expanding headcount. China is betting big on AI, on digital tools to create high-tech, sustainable roles in an ambitious attempt here to balance demographic shifts with the demands of their high-tech economy.
Well, Jen, I understand you have been travelling across China to cover the 2 sessions. The development of China's tourism industry has also been on top of the agenda this year, I guess.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Expanding visa-free schemes that people are taking advantage of have transformed the tourism sector. We're seeing that as we're traveling around. Plenty of tourists visiting China from all over the world. This is a genuine engine for economic recovery. The tourism numbers speak for themselves. In 2025, so last year, over 30 million foreign nationals entered China under these schemes. That's a nearly 50% increase year on year. And with the recent addition of the UK, of Canada to the 30-day visa waiver program, China is really removing any friction for people who want to travel here at short notice, whether that's for business or leisure. And China's Minister of Culture and Tourism, Sun Yili, was saying as much. He's been explaining how the travel process coming to China is going to become even easier.
We'll also work with relevant departments to continue to improve the entire inbound tourism chain, including visa, custom clearance, transportation, accommodation, payment, and sightseeing, to help people understand that it's convenient to travel in China now.
So by making this process much simpler, Beijing is certainly inviting the world in and showing it's not just the world's global manufacturing hub, but it's also an incredible destination for tourists to come, a premier market for tourism in the world. Jen Hua?
Thank you very much for the update. That is our correspondent Jen Kopsteak in Beijing. Well, when it comes to outbound tourism, Europe continues to be one of the top destinations for Chinese tourists. Slovakia's former foreign minister has been telling CGTN about the economic and cultural importance of travel between the 2 countries and for other countries in Central Europe.
On the people-to-people level, it's strengthened, and our people like to explore China, learn about China. On the other hand, it's quite natural that we also would like to see Chinese tourists in Bratislava and other parts of Slovakia. I think we have a lot to show. Hungary and Slovakia are very close neighbors. It's 2 hours drive from Budapest to Bratislava. That creates a good enough opportunities to join efforts and for the Chinese tourists to come through Budapest to Bratislava or the other way around and continue to Vienna or Prague. We are very much located central in Central Europe, which gives us an opportunity to attract tourism and for the tourists to continue in their exploration of Central Europe.
Well, as you can see in the background, CGTN's new series Future Mode has generated over 1 million views on YouTube. Our digital team has now built a multimedia site with all full episodes, plus several shorter videos and infographics. You can access the site by scanning the QR code on your screen at the moment. It's a fascinating look at the future of technology, and we are talking humanoid robots, giant wind turbines, taxis that can drive themselves, and even a few flying cars. To check it out, it's jam-packed with information and quite a lot of fun as well. You're watching CGTN. Still ahead. Iranian president says Tehran will never capitulate after US President Donald Trump demands unconditional surrender.
Ever wondered what's the difference between a bear and a bull market? Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are black swans? Grey rhinos? And unicorn companies? Make sense of it all with global business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
I would like to hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. It's a necessity.
Well, China and the United States are important powers in the world.
What unites us is much more than what divides us.
And I believe China is committed to this agenda.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
Hello and welcome back. A reminder of our top stories. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and its focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Explosions rocked Tehran on Saturday as the conflict in the Middle East entered its second week. Iran's president apologized to neighboring countries for attacks across the Gulf, saying Iran would not target them unless strikes were launched from their territory. Masoud Pezeshkian said Iran would never capitulate after US President Donald Trump demanded what he called Iran's unconditional surrender.
The armed forces were told that from now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles unless those countries attack us. I think we should resolve this through diplomacy and avoid disputes and disagreements with our neighbors.
And our correspondent Ehsan Kevani is in Yazd, Iran. Ehsan, great to see you there. So tell us more about the president's speech. He apologized to the neighboring countries. In the meantime, he sent a very strong message to the United States.
That's right. In his recorded video message, President Masoud Pezeshkian stated that after the initial strike last Saturday in which the supreme leader was killed, the military forces operated under a fire-at-will order. This suggests that they may have been authorized to target American military bases in the region, but with the supreme leader and a large number of top military and IRGC commanders killed, there was no high command left to issue or coordinate orders. Another important point is that Pezeshkian said the interim leadership council has decided to halt attacks against neighboring countries. He added, quote, "I hope this message has been delivered to the armed forces." The use of "I hope" could indicate internal disagreements with the political and military establishment here. Shortly after his message, Iran's military command announced that the American Al-Zafara base near Abu Dhabi in UAE had been struck. Given that the new supreme leader who serves as the country's commander-in-chief has not yet been elected, it appears that Iran currently lacks central command or maybe a unified authority. Back to you.
Well, as political figures, we understanding Iran are responsible for running state affairs and non-strategic affairs. But when it comes to strategic affairs, such as the country's foreign and security policies, and they need a supreme leader. Any updates on that?
Well, a large number of senior clerics in Iran, members of the Assembly of Experts, and current and former politicians in Iran have all emphasized that further delay in the election of the new supreme leader could bring more harm to the country. Israel and the U.S. have threatened that even if the new leader is elected, he could be the next target for new airstrikes. Inside Iran, many are now awaiting the critical decision from the Assembly of Experts. It's important to note that under the current circumstances, physically gathering the assembly to carry out, in fact, this historic task is very difficult. So far, we only have speculations regarding the possible candidate, but according to reports from Iranian officials, the election could take place within the next few days, hopefully.
Well, thank you, Ehsan. That is our correspondent, Ehsan Kivani, in Yazd, Iran. And now I would like to bring you to Lebanon because our correspondent Adel El-Marouki is now in there. So Adel, how is the region reacting to Iran's promise, to Iranian president's promise to conditionally stop attacking the Gulf?
Well, there was a massive relief when the news came out, specifically because the Gulf has been quite stranded and besieged airwise, as there was a total air lockdown in most of the GCC countries and beyond, suspending more than 4,000 flights every day. So the news in itself, once it came, there was massive release, and there was diplomatic communication between the foreign ministers of several of the GCC countries, along with countries like Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and beyond. Shortly after, several GCC countries reported strikes coming on their way, but it is expected that President Masoud Pezeshkian's commands and the announcement will take time to come into effect. So hopefully by the end of the day and the rest of the period, things will go well. But there is, of course, a condition that Iran will not attack as long as the United States does not use its military facilities in these countries against Iran. And this is something that includes the United States' commitment to it so that Iran can hold its bargain as well. But that was not good news for Iran. It's to some here that maybe that will shed more of Israel's focus on Lebanon, although it has been already engaged heavily in confrontation for the past few days.
Well, Adel, in the meantime, Israel says it continues to degrade Hezbollah capabilities as it completed what it said another round of strikes in southern Lebanon overnight. What's the latest?
Well, it's just more bombings in several parts of Lebanon. I am here in Tyr, one of the cities south of the Litani River, where the IDF ordered a complete evacuation of its citizens. But as you can see from the traffic behind me, people are resilient despite that the impact of the strikes, some of them fresh like the one behind me. The strikes from Israel have been quite intense, especially during the past 48 hours. From Beirut, it shifted to the south. There was an air deployment by the Israeli defense forces, according to reports we've been getting here in the Bekaa region in Nabi Shit area, that Hezbollah managed to push back, according to a statement from the Lebanese Armed Resistance Group. Here we've heard about 3 or 4 strikes since early in the morning in the Tyr area. But in general, it seems that it is picking up in intensity, and the people here are resilient. Hezbollah vows to continue its resistance against Israel. As you see, again, behind me, people are not leaving their homes. They're tired of being ordered to leave their houses and move to other places. So the evacuation orders have not been as effective as it was before.
Well, thank you, Adel. That is our correspondent, Adel El-Marouki, in Tyr, Lebanon. But demonstrators in London are marching to the U.S. Embassy, demanding an end to military strikes on Iran and across the Middle East. Our correspondent Jeff Moody is there.
There are thousands that have turned out here today, busloads coming in at first light, and the strength of feeling is very high. They're marching from Westminster to the US Embassy with a very clear message for America and for Israel. Stop bombing the Middle East.
It's a huge protest against what Trump is doing from his base in America, trying to rule the world. And I think it's disgusting and it's dangerous. It's going to kill tens of thousands of people across the Middle East, and it'll have huge ramifications across the world.
Only the Iranian people should be able to decide who rules them, and I think that Trump and Netanyahu's obvious attempts to push regime change are unacceptable, and it's ultimately the Iranian people and people across the Middle East, normal people, who are going to suffer the most in this war.
A completely immoral, groundless act of aggression, or another war crime against Iran on this occasion.
It hasn't been explained satisfactorily what reason they're doing this for. They are going in, they're bombing people indiscriminately. Over 160 school children have been killed for no good reason.
Initially, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, said that America could not use any British bases for action in the Middle East. He has, in the last few days, rolled back on that and said that America can use certain bases as long as it's for defensive action only. But the protesters here don't think he has gone far enough. They say that this is illegal action in the Middle East and should be stopped at all cost. Jeff Moody, Central London, for CGTN.
Residents in Akrotiri are still shaken after sirens and evacuation orders brought the regional crisis right to their doorstep. For people near the British base, there are fresh fears about what happens if the threat escalates. Our correspondent Evangelo Sipsas has more from Akrotiri.
The sound of sirens and a village on edge. The first night, Anthea was terrified. She did not want to leave her home or her dogs. But after the alarm, fear spread quickly through this community beside the British military base at Akrotiri.
Maybe on the first night there was some panic. Everybody panicked because at first nobody knew what it was.
By the next day, much of the village had emptied out. Families left for hotels, relatives' homes, and temporary accommodation. Streets fell silent as the evacuation continued. For people here, the fear is no longer abstract. Living next to a military facility has always meant noise, aircraft, and drills. But this time, the danger felt much closer.
Here in Akrotiri, most of the residents have already left. And those who stayed behind are trying to hold on to a sense of normality. But across Cyprus, this scare has also revived a bigger question. Where do people actually go if the threat grows?
The crisis is also turning attention to Cyprus's shelter system. Many of the designated safe spaces are not purpose-built bunkers, but adapted areas, underground parking, basements, and other communal subterranean sites. Officials say the network currently reaches only part of the island, and more locations are now being added.
At the moment, we have around 2,500 shelters, and efforts are underway to increase that number. New spaces have been identified, including large commercial buildings with basements that can accommodate a significant number of people.
At the same time, the government is also working to bring back Cypriots from danger zones elsewhere in the region, as crisis planning continues around the clock.
The Crisis Management Centre is operating on a 24-hour basis. This effort will continue until the return of all our compatriots who are in danger zones has been completed.
For this village, the past few days have turned regional tension into something immediate and personal. Sirens, sudden departures, and growing anxiety over what may come next. Evangelo Sipsas for CGTN from the town of Akrotiri.
Now here is what we know as the conflict enters its second week. Iran says more than 1,300 of civilians have been killed in the strike so far. 11 people have died in Israel and 6 US soldiers have been killed. And over the past 8 days, data imagery shows shipping traffic thinning in the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway used for about 20% of the world's oil supply is effectively closed. It's caused oil prices to hit a multi-year high as markets try to balance out the disruption. Tanker routes and insurance costs are also spiking across the Gulf, and higher energy prices have threatened transport, manufacturing and inflation worldwide. Now we are joined by Yossi Mekelberg, Associate Fellow with the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House, a think tank in London. Yossi, great to have you. I think the latest development is Iran's president has apologized to neighboring countries. What does this tell us about Iran's strategy now, and how much weight do you think it carries?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I think actually it's acknowledgement by Iran that they made a strategic mistake there by trying to get involved the rest of the region. I think in their mind, maybe it was a reaction, maybe it's something miscalculated even before when they planned in case of such a scenario. But the idea that if they attack the region, not only American bases there, but also the countries themselves and hurt them, they will put pressure on the United States, maybe Israel, to stop the war and stop the war quickly. I think this actually backfired against Iran. It's galvanized the Gulf, basically enhanced the opinion that Iran is a danger, and if anything goes wrong, they will be attacked, and they feel actually it increased their sense of vulnerability, and as a result, the support in the war, which from Iran point of view, it was a miscalculation, and hence came the apology today.
Well, Trump said it seems like it was a response to this apology that he said this promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. And he also added that today Iran will be hit very hard. Where do you think it goes from here?
So I think we are a week into this, and I think we see the trajectory. And, you know, in both what we hear from President Trump and Netanyahu, and it's the expectation of his an Iranian surrender. They set themselves the most, extreme objective of this war. And we see, for instance, when Israel set for itself the complete defeat of Hamas, it lasted two years without the defeat of Hamas. Unless both of them will adjust it to something which more achievable in the shorter term, probably we are driving into a much longer war. Already we hear that, it's not a war of a week, not even 2 weeks, but it's at least a month war. And when we enter into this first week of the war, talking about a month war, then there is the danger that it will drag on much longer than this.
Thank you very much for your insight. That is Yossi Mekelberg from Chatham House.
Thank you.
And now our headlines again. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighboring states but vows Tehran will never surrender. And that's it, the world today. Thanks for watching. We're back with more news at the top of the hour. Coming up next is World Insight. For now, from all the team in London, goodbye.
When we develop a project, it's from our heart, always. So I think this is what we want to, really promote.
AGI is trying to do what humans can do without a book knowledge, the knowledge from the book.
Welcome to World Insight with me, Tian Wei. China's 15th five-year plan will build on the progress of the 14th plan toward the nation's modernization goals. As noted in the government work report, aligning Hong Kong and Macau with national development is key to long-term regional growth and stability. This blueprint emphasizes Macau's economic diversification to drive growth in emerging sectors like culture, high-tech, and conventions. On these, I asked Pansy Ho, a standing committee member of CPPCC, who's the group executive chair of Shantech Holdings. She also serves the vice chairman and secretary general of the World Tourism Economy Forum. Ms. Ho talks about Macau's contribution to the next chapter of national growth. One is more on travel industry, the tourism industry. Now, how do you see the future trends of this industry?
We have seen a lot of changes as well, even domestically, how we have evolved. They are doing still the same, except now it's an elevated experience because we are utilizing technology. You go to the museum, it's no longer just, a huge mass of people just circling around and, looking at some interesting artifacts. Now you get to be really in tune with what and how these historical relics actually represent in terms of the country's own history, its development, and also more importantly, how it's actually even, important. Really driving even our younger and new generation to become thinking about, how to utilize. Maybe tourism is only just a platform also for people to, come to awakening on how we should, really shape our own country's own development. And then how to utilize it when you reach the international, the visitors, when they come. What do they, get to see and what do they take back? It's not just what we call in the past, it's what one calls a postcard experience. So we don't want another postcard experiences. This is not just, a place where you take beautiful pictures and bring home and then, that's it. It sits in your file. We want you to continue wanting to become a part of this exercise. So the idea of tourism now is you want to extend that to become a lifelong learning process, lifelong relationship with this place, which means you will come back. And every time when you do, we are supposed to give you something new. We were already utilizing AR and VR substantially now in museum settings. We have introduced robotics, dances on our shows. We have seen now the Tunwan, the spring gala, where you have robots even, performing our traditional Chinese Kung Fu, which has become a world phenomenon and success. All these are going to now become interacting in order and integrated in order to showcase a whole new, notion and form of touristic experiences. It is going to be basically, redefining this whole sphere. And I think, and I can sense, this time even when we did it in Harbin, all of our international visitors were more excited even than our own visitors from different parts of China, because we do know already that's not really so, overwhelming for us. But for them, it is overwhelming. I mean, they really just use that word. It's incredible. It's overwhelming when they went to see the ice park, when they see many of what we present on stage or off stage, all of our developments and programs. When they look at the data, they were stunned. I'll give you another example. We have this major bridge now, the world's highest and longest bridge that's built in Guizhou, the Huajiang Daqiao. Incredible, because it's not just a engineering miracle, a infrastructure marvel that helps really address the long-term problems of traveling within such a mountainous area in the valleys. It even now has a waterfall that is utilized. It's so intelligent. It's utilized to be a cooling effect for the bridge itself, simply because it is so long. It's not easy for people to do all the maintenance. But more importantly, because of that, they can now utilize that as an irrigating mechanism for making sure that there will not be, fire or other problems. And then at night, they cast, a light show on it and turn it to become a new touristic offering. I mean, where else in the world can somebody can do this? Multifunctional, addresses, cross-sectoral and cross kind of societal needs, but then at the same time looking so beautiful. It even has a skywalk, the highest skywalk in the world, the highest coffee shop in the world. Come on, so this is the Chinese solution, the China solution that we now talk about. That whenever we do something, it's never single dimension. We think for the sake of our people to begin with. That is the difference. When we develop a project, it's from our heart, always. So I think this is what we want to, really promote.
China, a stabilizing factor in a dramatically changing world, is embracing its annual political season. People first, high-quality development, comprehensive deepening of reform, combining an effective market with a capable government, coordinating development and security. How will all these priorities be reflected in the country's 15th five-year plan? What would they mean for the world? Join me to find answers to all these in the Great Hall of the People and in the conversations I have with policymakers, movers, and shakers. Only on World Insight. Robots can dance. They can even practice kung fu. But how can they have a heart? In technical terms, that question points to something far deeper, building cognitive architectures and value systems that allow machines not just to act, but to understand and decide. When I want insights into that frontier, I turn to Professor Zhu Songchuan. He's a leading figure in China's national push toward artificial general intelligence, or AGI. Recently, I visited him and his team at the Beijing Institute for General Artificial Intelligence, and it was a fascinating experience. Seeing it firsthand, I watched embodied AI evolve beyond mere tools into increasingly capable agents, shaped by extensive training and real-world interaction.
Basically, what we are showing here is the upper body of a humanoid robotic system with dual arms, and with a focus on precise object manipulations. And the application here is it's an industry kind of scenario where a robot trying to pick up some object from a mobile belt to the bin, and pretty much to emulate, some kind of logistic and other manufacturing applications.
What do I need to learn?
Pretty much just nothing to learn.
Okay.
You just perhaps we just do the drill together.
Grab. We can learn it. Yeah, right now.
You basically just hold it.
Hold it.
Just pick it one,
I would love to meet him every morning in the park.
That's right. People are loving it.
Oh, so the head also moves together with the motion. Wow. Okay, thank you. What a unique experience interacting with robots that are on their way to have a heart. But even more fascinating is to follow Professor Zhu and interact with his favorite AI model with the name of a little girl, Tong Tong, which exists in a virtual city with her own personality, motivations, and limited autonomy. Rather than simply learning via existing data or reputation, a token or a statistical chain, Tong Tong learns in a different way, causality. That way, believed by Professor Zhu, is the way leading humans to AGI. So wonderful to see Tong Tong again.
Okay, when was your last time?
I think it was 3 years ago, right?
3 years ago.
The very beginning.
Okay, it's really nice for you to thank you for coming back. So about 3 years ago, we just began to design about the AGI agents. So I say, okay, why not we start from simple? We build a girl who is only like 2 or 3 years old, right? And let's imagine living in just one room, and she can look at a tabletop, so moving things around.
Right.
And then from there, we go through a apartment, living with 3 bedroom and 1 guest room and so on. Yes. And then we introduce a little brother called Tian Tian, and she has 2 parents and then grandparents. So this will be
social
like
network becoming more complex.
Right, a family of 6, we'll call it. And then next stage, about 2 years ago, we began to let Tong Tong go to so-called kindergarten. Okay, in the kindergarten, she began to meet some friends out of her family. And then last year, we started to build a community.
Wow, so that's where she is right now.
Right, so she can interact with many different social roles in the town. She has many friends, many friends. And so therefore, she needed to find different things at different places and talk to different people, ask for information, solve for a long-range tasks. For example, it's like a little cat become like someone abandoned a cat, and then the cat kind of hurt some people. And then she needed to find out who are responsible for this. So this is a long task, and then you have many different roles like NPCs. People play game. So later, you and I can just take over any of the NPC.
Really?
Yeah, right. So you can tell them what to do. Okay, and see how she will respond.
周伯，您知道谁长期喂养并遗弃了一只小橘猫吗？
我也不知道这个猫是谁的啊！你能不能去给我倒杯水过来？我有点渴了。
好的，周伯，我这就去给您倒杯水。
She already found the cup.
She's thinking. 她找到一个 cup 了。Next, she needed to find where the water is.
Yes. Okay.
She's running outside. It was a fountain over there.
Water.
Oh, this is maybe American town. I will tell you, people drinking from outside.
From the fountain.
From a fountain, right?
Exactly.
You don't drink this in China. Anyway. Okay, she's
coming back.
She's coming back.
Yeah.
Right now, she was just checking what is she's thinking inside.
Right.
So this is what we call the explainability, and the inside of how she's reasoning and thinking. Okay, she now give the water to Uncle Joe. Okay, because this is NPC, he does not have the capability of
taking
fetch the water.
Right.
Okay, she just put it on the desk now.
Yeah,
okay,
so
now
Tong Tong is the most sophisticated person.
Right now, yes.
Now she's running into a vet.
To a vet, to a vet person, and then ask. Say maybe the vet saw this cat before. Right, if the owner took this cat to the vet for treatment.
1个月以前啊。羊带着一个猫来过诊所。
So now she's on her way to Yang Yang.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yang Yang。
Professor Zhu, that was so much fun.
This is what we call street smart. She has to solve all kind of tasks dealing with different type of personalities.
But Tong Tong certainly has grown. What is it like to witness her to grow and develop?
The first thing is people nowadays call it spatial intelligence. She has vision. She sees things, recognize people, can read people's emotion. But then you have embodied social. That means how do you deal with different type of people? And people lie to you, right? And then you have a serial mind. And then she began to rate people. In a sense, like you have this rating of companies, right? Of A, B, or A, B, B, C, you know. Of course, she didn't show that today. We're still working on that. So people lied to her a few times. She will not trust that person that much next time, and then downgrade the relation. Wow. So set it up some sort of different type of relations and groups and so on.
Well, Professor, just listening to you describe the overall process of growing up for Tong Tong reminds me about a lot of things. Mm-hmm. First of all, there has been so much debate about what exactly is AGI.
There's no clear definition what is really AGI. But roughly, you can think about it. It's like a human-like. Right now, AGI becomes like a term for a buzzword or soundbite for fundraising for some big companies. So therefore, they define something like a deep mind. They define, of course, they are very competitive, and they define AGI as, for example, beat the smartest person in the world. For example, in AlphaGo, right? They beat the Go game champion. That's 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago. AGI is trying to do what humans can do without a book knowledge, the knowledge from the book, right? Just
being street smart.
Be street smart, yeah, how to deal with people, daily life.
And yet we have not found out all the secrets about our own brain.
We don't quite fully understand how the brain functions because the implementation has neural aspects, which is complicated. But we understand AGI from a mathematical term, which is where I started with. So, okay, let's come back to the question of what is AGI? Is there a mathematical theory for intelligence as a phenomenon? You know, intelligence, because intelligence are just all kind of phenomena. You can do this, you can do that, and you know, there are different type of intelligence. Pretty much like a physicist, they have different atomic physics, astrophysics, and so on, different scales. So we wonder whether there exists such a unified mathematical framework that can explain all phenomenon. Of course, not only explain, but you have to build it. That's an engineering issue. That's what my job is about. Try to build it. Only when you build it, and you can confirm all those phenomena.
What kind of benchmarks are you using, Professor Zhu, in order to assess the so-called growth of Tong Tong?
We define two completely. First of all, you have to be AI complete. So that means we have a cognitive structure that is complete enough. You don't miss any piece. But then how do you know it's AI complete? Unless you have tested it thoroughly, right? In the past, you heard about the Turing test, but that is only testing certain language aspects, and then people can cheat over it without embodied movement, or like Tong Tong does, you just saw. So therefore, you have to make the test complete. So you make sure all the possible space of possible tasks. So when the task is completed, then you can confirm the architecture is complete, and therefore this iteration. Mm-hmm. So we published last year two articles and then the books. One is called CUV architecture to define mathematically what is AGI. So the living in the mathematical space of cognitive architecture, and the U is all capabilities, skills, and the V is the value functions, the drive the agents. That's the CUV. You would define first what is AGI. And then we also published a paper and then a 382-page of a book called a tone test to test AGI using this, as you see, daily tasks about how to deal with objects, deal with people, and so on. So this is a very wide range of tasks. We we learn from developmental psychology because they have many psychometrics to measure the infant and the child development. So when you have an infant or a newborn baby come home, they know what you have, capabilities you're going to have at 1 month, right? Of time. So we kind of reference to that matrix, and then developed our testing platform and compare with humans. Actually, we compare with 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old kids, and then see what do they do. Not only test on some specific task, say solving the problem, but also testing their value systems. Whether, for example, just put them into the same environment and then watch what do they do.
Are there some interesting case studies you can share with us?
So we put a little boy from Beijing, this parents bring them to a little room, right? And then we messed up the room, and then see whether the child, they went there, and then what do they do, right? First of all, they want to clean the room or they want to play certain things, because everything you choose depends on your internal value system, your priorities. What do you care about? What do you don't care about? The boys, well, they obviously are under watch. That's a different thing. They know someone's watching them. We want to make sure they are not under watch. Okay. All right. So this is another thing. Right. When they are under watch, they behave very well. So
they clean up the room.
They clean up the room. Yeah, and then they put the things under different places in order, and then certain things first, more urgent. For example, certain bottles, they want to put it up first, right? And then certain things can wait. Tong Tong did similar things. So by actually watching how humans or adults doing certain things, that's how Tong Tong and also the human child, children, learn the values and what it's supposed to do. That's how exactly we define the value system into different scales, different levels. V0 is like you are doing things for your own good, right? At your own pleasure. So when you in a secured and private space, no one watch you. So the V0, we'll call it. You just please yourself. Then V plus is like how other people think. Your mom, your teacher, right? Think about what is the right thing to do. So she needed to build that, actually. And so therefore, Tong Tong has this capability when her mom just showed up or not showing up, she behaved differently. That's loaded. That basically, cognitively, she has to load you value and then you cognition to her system. She has that capability. Then the third, we call it V++, is the common value that for people as a group, like we together want to solve a task together. For example, even the highest level, you have a state or nation or that kind of thing. So that's why we call it to raise a child. We build Tong Tong. We want to teach Tong Tong to have this complete value system, not only how to deal with the room, and also has to consider other people's opinions, and also have a authoritarian, like as a group, what it can do for a country, for a nation, right? That kind of education. So then when she make a decision, she's optimizing over all this calculating.
Are you trying to imitate every stage of life of humans, or are you just trying to create an AGI that's eventually going to be able to finish the tasks?
So I think my goal is the later, right? Try to create AGI to finish the tasks.
Right.
But very interestingly, you found out certain things I never thought about before. For example, I had 2 girls, right? I raised up. They grow up,
Real girls.
quite easy.
Very capable ladies.
Right. They grow up without too much of my, they show up certain capabilities or show certain personality over different age. So that's common to humans. We didn't think too much. Why? As you just said, usually at the infancy, at 2 or 3 years old, they develop this called embodied physics, playing with toys and then biting things and eating, grasping, play with water and so on. So this is physics, which currently robotics is really missing, the first part. And then by 3, 4, they began to learn, as I said, to social interacting with people, but sometimes they are annoying. In China, they thought when you are 3 years old, that's the most annoying time of a child, right? Because they are very capable of moving around, but they don't respect other people's. That's because they don't know, they don't have the reflection of how other people watch them. So, but then they learn that, the social aspect, embody the social. Then realize, how people, are bothered by them. So by 6 to, they go to kindergarten and then go to elementary school, they are very kind of mimicking, they quite learn things, knowledge. But all of a sudden to like 13, teenage, they become rebellious, right? In a way of not listening, following orders anymore, and try to explore new spaces. So these things happens. You can think about maybe through evolution. This is an optimal way to grow agents. We found a similar problem with TongTong. So therefore, come back to the early question, like only when we build it, when this is Feynman, the great physicist said, I can only understand if I can reconstruct. So we try to construct TongTong. At the same time, we try to that make us understand all the humans. And then when we understand humans, we know how to build an AGI.
What a fascinating journey and a wonderful conversation. And that is all the time we have for today. If you'd like to know more, search World Insight or check out our YouTube channel, follow us on X and Facebook. I'm Tian Wei. On behalf of my team, thanks for being with us. And I'll see you next week for more in-depth discussions about the ongoing annual political season in China. Bye for now.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Li Jianhua. Welcome to the program Our Top Stories. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and its focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighboring states, but vows Tehran will never surrender. As News 41, people killed in eastern Lebanon as Israel continues its air and ground attacks. Where China's President Xi Jinping has called for military modernization and high-quality development within the country's national defense systems. He's been meeting delegations from the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force during the 4th session of the 14th National People's Congress. The meeting included discussions on cross-sector law enforcement, science research, training and development of new military capabilities. President Xi welcomed progress in strengthening political leadership within the armed forces, including better oversight and tackling corruption. High-quality development has been President Xi's top focus in recent years, and it remains the major goal of China's new 5-year plan between 2026 and 2030. Key elements of that plan were announced earlier this week, but now more details have been released. Our correspondent Guo Tianqi reports.
During the ongoing 2 sessions, the draft of the 15th 5-year plan has been submitted for deliberation. The plan serves as China's national blueprint from 2026 to 2030, with key focuses on innovation, people's well-being, and the green and low-carbon transition. For economic development, the draft sets 3 key indicators covering growth, structure, and efficiency. It stresses the need to grasp the overwhelming trend of digital, networked, and intelligent development, deepen and expand the AI Plus initiative, and advance in-depth transformation of production models.
We will continue to leverage computing power and algorithms to empower economic and social development. We will speed up the construction of a national integrated computing power network. We will also make breakthroughs in the fundamental theories and core technologies of artificial intelligence.
On people's well-being, the draft outlines 7 key indicators covering employment, income, education, medical care, health and services for the elderly and young children.
Equal access to basic public services by 2035 is a key requirement for China's socialist modernization. And we have outlined specific arrangements in education, medical care, public health, and pension security. In the education sector, we will raise the average years of education for the working-age population from 11.3 to 11.7 years. We will also expand and upgrade the basic education system, covering preschool and compulsory education, and steadily expand the scope of free education.
During the 15th 5-year plan period, China will implement 109 major national projects. Among them, initiatives for the development of new quality productive forces and securing people's livelihoods rank as the top 2 priorities. Guo Tianqi, CGTN, Beijing.
Well, separately, lawmakers have been outlining achievements and plans for improving people's livelihoods in areas like social care, education, welfare, health and employment. Top officials told the media that they want to continue promoting more equality across society, boosting basic services and meeting the intellectual and cultural needs of the people. Our correspondent Jen Kopstake is in Beijing.
Well-rounded development is certainly a major theme of this year's 2 sessions. We're hearing about it every day. That's measuring success not just in terms of GDP growth, but in the improved well-being of citizens. That's from the nursery all the way to the nursing home. Now, today's address genuinely talked about the dual pressures. It hit this head-on, the dual pressures of an aging population and also one that has a declining birth rate, which is the case in China. So officials are expanding access to affordable childcare and community-based elderly services. That's aiming to build a safety net that reduces the burdens on families in both rural and urban areas across the country. On the elderly front specifically, the roadmap for the silver economy that's been laid out is ambitious. Officials have set a target to raise the coverage rate of community-based elderly care elderly service facilities to over 70% coverage by the year 2030, and specifically to support seniors with functional disabilities and dementia. This plan includes a massive upgrade of up to 2,000 public elderly care institutions, with a target to ensure nursing beds account for 73% of total institutional capacity. Now, another major area that was discussed at the press conference today was the state of the job market, with a record 12.7 million young people, young graduates, entering the workforce in China this year. Youth unemployment and youth employment is a hot topic here. So the strategy on this front is also shifting. Rather than simply expanding headcount, China is betting big on AI, on digital tools, to create high-tech, sustainable roles in an ambitious attempt here to balance demographic shifts with the demands of their high-tech economy.
Well, Jen, I understand you have been travelling across China to cover the two sessions. The development of China's tourism industry has also been on top of the agenda this year, I guess.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Expanding visa-free schemes that people are taking advantage of have transformed the tourism sector. We're seeing that as we're traveling around. Plenty of tourists visiting China from all over the world. This is a genuine engine for economic recovery. The tourism numbers speak for themselves. In 2025, so last year, over 30 million foreign nationals entered China under these schemes. That's a nearly 50% increase year on year. And with the recent addition of the UK, of Canada to the 30-day visa waiver program, China is really removing any friction for people who want to travel here at short notice, whether that's for business or leisure. And China's Minister of Culture and Tourism, Sun Yili, was saying as much. He's been explaining how the travel process coming to China is going to become even easier.
We'll also work with relevant departments to continue to improve the entire inbound tourism chain, including visa, custom clearance, transportation, accommodation, payment, and sightseeing, to help people understand that it's convenient to travel in China now.
So by making this process much simpler, Beijing is certainly inviting the world in and showing it's not just the world's global manufacturing hub, but it's also an incredible destination for tourists to come, a premier market for tourism in the world.
Jen Copestake in Beijing. In the Premier's work report, China is betting on green energy to drive economic growth. The export destinations of China's low-carbon technology include Bosnia and Herzegovina, where a Chinese-built wind farm now supplies electricity to around 80,000 homes. Our correspondent Alyosha Milenkovic reports.
A glimpse through the thick fog of a 100-meter-tall three-bladed behemoth. Its propeller twirls under the strong winds and produces the electricity that Bosnia so desperately needs.
Just 50 kilometers from the Adriatic Sea is this hill of Ivovic, an area known for its strong winds. And that was one of the key reasons that Chinese companies decided to build Bosnia's largest wind farm right here.
20 huge wind turbine generators produce up to 84 megawatts of electricity. That is enough to power over 80,000 households in central Bosnia. And there were more benefits from this wind farm than just electricity.
During the construction process, we provided over 100 job opportunities for the local community and boosted local spending.
The Chinese investors, together with Bosnian authorities, choose the location of this wind farm very carefully.
The project site is located away from urban areas. This not only ensures no environmental pollution impact on any aspect of the local people's lives, but it also enables profit generation by leveraging the favourable wind resource conditions, with these profits to be shared with the local government and the people.
It is still rare to find projects like this one in Bosnia. But experts say that has to change, because the country has committed to transitioning towards carbon neutrality by 2050, in line with EU goals.
Now there are around 2,100 megawatts of power installed in coal-fired thermal power plants. Those should be gradually closed by the year 2050. In order to replace the production from these thermal power plants with the production from renewable sources, it is necessary to install somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 megawatts, depending on the technology.
But these changes won't come cheap. For this country of just over 3 million people, projects on this scale cost more than the government can afford to pay. So working with foreign and private investors seems to be the best option. And if everything goes to plan, people now living in Bosnia's pollution-choked cities will finally be able to breathe easier. Aljoša Milenković, CGTN, Ivovik in southern Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Well, just to let you know, our new series, Future Mode, has generated over 1 million views on YouTube. Our digital team has now built a multimedia site with all full episodes, plus several shorter videos and infographics. You can get access to the site by scanning the QR code on your screen now. It's a fascinating look at the future of technology. We're talking about humanoid robots, giant wind turbines, taxis that can drive themselves, and even a few flying cars. Do check it out. It's jam-packed with information and quite a lot of fun as well. Well, you're watching CGTN Still Ahead. The US investigates the deadly strike on an Iranian girls' school and suggests its military was behind it.
Everything is a business story.
What do we mean when we talk about the difference?
Brazen axe.
The difference is in the detail, the background,
Defense ministers from
the wider angle and perspective of every story, wherever the story may be. CGTN. See the difference.
Hello and welcome back. Reminder of our top stories. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and its focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Explosions rocked Tehran on Saturday as the conflict in the Middle East entered its second week. Iran's president apologized to neighboring countries for attacks across the Gulf, saying Iran would not target them unless strikes were launched from their territory. Masoud Pezeshkian said Iran would never capitulate after US President Donald Trump demanded what he called Iran's unconditional surrender.
The armed forces were told that from now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles unless those countries attack us. I think we should resolve this through diplomacy and avoid disputes and disagreements with our neighbors.
Our correspondent Ehsan Kivani is in Yazd, Iran.
In his recorded video message, President Masoud Pezeshkian stated that after the initial strike last Saturday, in which the supreme leader was killed, the military forces operated under a fire-at-will order. This suggests that they may have been authorized to target American military bases in the region, but with the supreme leader and a large number of top military and IRGC commanders killed, there was no high command left to issue or coordinate orders. Another important point is that Pezeshkian said the interim leadership council has decided to halt attacks against neighboring countries. He added, quote, "I hope this message has been delivered to the armed forces." The use of "I hope" could indicate internal disagreements with the political and military establishment here. Shortly after his message, Iran's military command announced that the American Al-Zafara base near Abu Dhabi in UAE had been struck. given that the new supreme leader who serves as the country's commander-in-chief has not yet been elected, it appears that Iran currently lacks central command or maybe a unified authority. Back to you.
Well, as some political figures, we understand in Iran are responsible for running state affairs and non-strategic affairs. But when it comes to strategic affairs, such as the country's foreign and security policies, and they need a supreme leader. Any updates on that?
Well, a large number of senior clerics in Iran, members of the Assembly of Experts, and current and former politicians in Iran have all emphasized that further delay in the election of the new supreme leader could bring more harm to the country. Israel and the U.S. have threatened that even if the new leader is elected, he could be the next target for new airstrikes. Inside Iran, many are now awaiting the critical decision from the Assembly of Experts. It's important to note that under the current circumstances, physically gathering the assembly to carry out, in fact, this historic task is very difficult. So far, we only have speculations regarding the possible candidate, but according to reports from Iranian officials, the election could take place within the next few days, hopefully.
Kavani in Iran. So how is the region reacting to Iran's promise to conditionally stop attacking the Gulf states? Our correspondent Adel El-Marouki is in Tyre in southern Lebanon.
Well, there was a massive relief when the news came out, specifically because the Gulf has been quite stranded and besieged air-wise, as there was a total air lockdown in most of the GCC countries and beyond, suspending more than 4,000 flights every day. So the news in itself, once it came, there was massive release, and there was diplomatic communication between the foreign ministers of several of the GCC countries, along with countries like Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and beyond. Shortly after, several GCC countries reported strikes coming on their way, but it is expected that President Masoud Pezeshkian's commands and the announcement will take time to come into effect. So hopefully by the end of the day and the rest of the period, things will go well. But there is, of course, a condition that Iran will not attack as long as the United States does not use its military facilities in these countries against Iran. And this is something that includes the United States' commitment to it so that Iran can hold its bargain as well. But that was not good news for the people in Lebanon, because it became quite an indicative to some here that maybe that will shed more of Israel's focus on Lebanon, although it has been already engaged heavily in confrontation for the past few days.
Well, Adele, in the meantime, Israel says it continues to degrade Hezbollah capabilities as it completed what is said another round of strikes in southern Lebanon overnight. What's the latest?
Well, it's just more bombings in several parts of Lebanon. I am here in Tyre, one of the cities south of the Litani River, where the IDF ordered a complete evacuation of its citizens. But as you can see from the traffic behind me, people are resilient despite that the impact of the strikes, some of them fresh like the one behind me. The strikes from Israel have been quite intense, especially during the past 48 hours. From Beirut, it shifted to the south. There was an air deployment by the Israeli Defense Forces, according to reports we were getting here in the Bekaa region in Nabi Shit area, that Hezbollah managed to push back, according to a statement from the Lebanese Armed Resistance Group. Here we've heard about 3 or 4 strikes since early in the morning in the Tyre area. But in general, it seems that it is picking up in intensity, and the people here are resilient. Hezbollah vows to continue its resistance against Israel. As you see, again, behind me, people are not leaving their homes. They're tired of being ordered to leave their houses and move to other places. So the evacuation orders have not been as effective as it was before.
Now let me bring you to the United States. U.S. military investigators say it's likely American forces were responsible for a deadly strike on a girls' school in Iran, but they are still reviewing what's happened. The school in Minab was reportedly hit during the first day of U.S. and Israeli attacks last weekend. Iran says up to 150 students were killed, but that hasn't been independently verified. The UN has called for a full investigation. And our correspondent Jagruti Dave is in Washington for us now. Jagruti, great to have you here. So what more are US officials saying at this point?
Well, these are reports in US media that is analysing satellite imagery to find out why and how this school was attacked and who was responsible. And according to analyses conducted in and reported by lots of US media outlets, it appears that the strike on the girls' school happened around the same time that there was a precision strike on a compound that's right next door that belongs to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. So the suggestion is that the strike on the IRGC facility happened and the precision strike also struck the schools. Now, this is not completely verified. Reuters, for example, is reporting to US officials who are saying that the investigation is still ongoing and a conclusion has not been drawn. Official comments from Caroline Leavitt, when asked by reporters, has been saying that we do not know if the United States conducted the airstrike on the school. This was in a statement to the New York Times. The Department of War is investigating the matter. Other officials are also referring to the Department of War, like US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who told reporters on Monday that the US would not deliberately target a school. Pete Hegseth, in his press conference on Wednesday, confirmed that the US was investigating the matter at the moment, but officials have not said any more publicly. This is very early days in the investigation, clearly.
Yeah, Jagruti, this is very early days and everyone is extremely cautious with their language at this point. But still, deliberately attacking a school or hospital or any other civilian structure would likely be a war crime under international law. So what could this mean for Washington if they are found to be responsible?
Civilian targets? This is obviously a very serious consideration. Experts are saying that a deliberate targeting of civilian infrastructure in this way would be obviously a violation of international law. But I think one question that the New York Times, for example, puts is that was the school strike a mistake, or whether was it targeted based on incorrect or outdated information? So there's lots of complex considerations at play as the investigation is underway. And as we've just said, it is very early days into this investigation.
And President Trump has just been speaking in Florida and has announced a new military coalition to what he called eradicate cartels in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes, he is speaking in Florida at a Shield of the Americas summit. It's the first of its kind, and it is the creation of a new coalition, says the president, to counter cartels in the region. And 12 heads of state from Latin America are attending. Notably, though, Venezuela's leader, Delcy Rodriguez, is not in attendance, but he was there making opening remarks, talking about this push to tackle illegal immigration and the prevalence of drug cartels and who he says are responsible for the flow of drugs into the United States. And he pressed the need to use military force and said, we can help you. You just need to tell us where these cartels are. And I think the use of the military to target is very important. He talked about Iran. And I think given what's happening right now in Iran and what happened with Venezuela, a lot of people are going to be taking what the president is saying very seriously when he talks about the need to use the military to target illegal immigration and drugs. Thank you very much. And he said that Iran, the Iran operation was going very well. And so this is a new initiative that he has announced in Florida.
Thank you for that update. That is our correspondent Jagruti Dave in Washington, D.C. Well, the US and Israel's conflict with Iran has entered its second week, and this is what we know so far. Iran says more than 1,300 of its civilians have been killed in the strike so far. 11 people have died in Israel, and 6 US soldiers have been killed. And over the past 8 days, data imagery shows shipping traffic thinning in the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway, used for about 20% of the world's oil supply, is effectively closed. It's caused oil prices to hit a multi-year high as markets try to balance out the disruption. Tanker routes and insurance costs are also spiking across the Gulf, and higher energy prices have threatened transport, manufacturing and inflation worldwide. Yossi Michaelberg is an associate fellow with the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House, a think tank in London.
I think actually it's acknowledgement by Iran that they made a strategic mistake there by trying to get involved the rest of the region. I think in their mind, maybe it was a reaction, maybe it's something miscalculated even before when they planned in case of such a scenario. But the idea that if they attack the region, not only American bases there, but also the countries themselves and hurt them, they will put pressure on the United States, maybe Israel, to stop the war and stop the war quickly. I think this actually backfired against Iran. It's galvanized the Gulf, basically enhanced the opinion that Iran is a danger, and if anything goes wrong, they will be attacked in the field. Actually, it increased their sense of vulnerability, and as a result, the support in the war, which from Iran point of view, it was a miscalculation, and hence came the apology today.
Well, Trump said it seems like it was a response to this apology that he said this promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. And he also added that today Iran will be hit very hard. Where do you think it goes from here?
So I think we are a week into this, and I think we see the trajectory. And, you know, in both what we hear from President Trump and Netanyahu, and it's the expectation of its an Iranian surrender. They set themselves the most, extreme objective of this war. And we see, for instance, when Israel set for itself the complete defeat of Hamas, it lasted two years without the defeat of Hamas. Unless both of them will adjust it to something which more achievable in the shorter term, probably we are driving into a much longer war. Already we hear that, it's not a war of a week, not even 2 weeks, but it's at least a month war. And when we enter into this first week of the war, talking about a month war, then there is the danger that it will drag on much longer than this.
The headlines again. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and its focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighboring states but vows Tehran will never surrender. And that's the world today. Thanks for watching. There is more news on CGTN Europe's channel on the Telegram app, or scan the QR code on the screen to get stories and updates sent direct to your phone. We're back with more news at the top of the hour. Coming up next is Assignment Asia. For now, from all the team in London, goodbye.
northeast China, a vast land of over 800,000 square kilometers, and home to more than 100 million people. Every November, frigid air currents from Siberia sweep southward and collide with the abundant moisture from the ocean along the Sing'an Mountains and Chongbai Mountains, giving rise to swirling snowflakes and forming the longest ice and snow belt in China. For a long time, how to survive the harsh cold and overcome the icy barriers have been the main questions raised by this frozen land. Until it became clear that these barriers could become new opportunities. No longer just a silent resource, ice and snow now awaken northeast China's boundless imagination.
这里是冰的世界，这里是雪的海洋，这里是现场所有朋友追求快乐的秀场。左脚，右脚，右脚，左脚前，后，大姐你别瞎跳。我天水了下。
Nicknamed Brother Left and Right, is one of the most passionate ambassadors of Harbin.
如果你感觉欢乐，能不能送给自己一点呐喊声？
He's also the most popular wintertime influencer in China.
这么突然的，来，音乐开场。
之前我的账号呢是200个粉丝，现在呢到68万。很多人叫我网红，说一个人带火一座城。
行了，马上再见，兄弟们，拜拜。
其实我觉得这个说法是不成立的，是这个城市，大家被人看到之后啊，这里边还有个这样的人，所以说我应该算是蹭到了这个城市的流量。
耀哥 ，Hello。 现在大家收看的是打工人的一天。
As night falls, Harbin Ice and Snow World, spanning the size of 140 football fields, transforms into a fairyland.
欢迎光临哈尔滨冰雪大世界。
有请一场左右歌登场。我又上台了。
As the iconic host of Harbin Ice and Snow World, Brother Left and Right's mission is to fire up more than 50,000 tourists over and over again every single day.
冬天为什么要蹦迪？这个是我们开创了一个新的思路。太阳一落山，你跳完之后一身汗，小凉风一吹，喜洋洋。这就是哈尔滨的浪漫，南方的朋友玩的可能比那室内还嗨，唰唰唰唰唰唰，我好开心。
不冷吗？还行，其实冷也尽量不让人看出来。
In 2022, the Beijing Winter Olympics ignited a passion for ice and snow. And in China, where to find the best snow? Yes, the Northeast. Hotels and guest houses were fully booked, and streets overflowed with tourists. Traveling to Harbin to experience the joy of ice and snow became the hottest topic on social media.
什么是火？首先，你之前一定会没有热度。
Once a major industrial powerhouse in China, this was a place where steel roared and machines never stopped.
刚建国的时候，我们发展工业，一抬眼就是很多的大烟囱冒着大白烟。
harshest winter, smokestacks still billowed warm as the fire of industry drove away the coal.
而且上世纪30年代，它和上海齐名，无论是国际地位还是经济地位。
But since the 1990s, with the slow transformation of industries, China's northeast seemed to have become China's Rust Belt.
所以说，这片土地做什么东西，不像大家想象的那么简单。哈尔滨是一个急需被人看到的地方。
Revitalizing the Dongbei region has been a national strategy for over 2 decades. But in a booming China, this region that had once enjoyed all the glory was now overshadowed by other warm southern cities. Few could have imagined that the key to the region's revitalization lay in snow and ice, the very elements that seem like the greatest barriers to its development.
哈尔滨一火，我们东三省的所有城市都跟着高兴。 它是发自内心的，因为我们都不被看见。当这一刻来临的时候，我们会竭尽所能的来展现哈尔滨这样的城市，必须的，这是。滨海大世界它是没有1寸钢筋和1克水泥的，完完全全纯人工打造，主打一个冲客没有底线。现在每一天的接待量都是往年春节的接待量。 我可以自大的说，它甚至已经成为了世界的冰雪标志。2012年，当时呢，我们连司机带演员加上我，一共8个人，来到了景区，就真的是小氛围，就是跟大家蹦蹦跳跳啊，然后吐吐就结束了，很难。现在都快40人了，我们一直跟着哈尔滨一起在成长。大家都说哈尔滨是出道即巅峰。 是吧？那接下来怎么办？那就跨越巅峰呗。
视频是不是看够了？来现场 ，Let's fly！
我就是这冰天雪地当中的一片雪花，恰巧我落在了聚光灯下。我只要能来，而且这个舞台需要我，观众需要我，那我就一直把它做下去。
For 13 years, Brother Left and Right has returned to Harbin's ice and snow right on cue each winter. From the worlds of art and sport to factories, ice and snow are bringing opportunities beyond anyone's wildest dreams.
喂，你抓紧再来一吨冰吧，不够用了，快点快点！来，想拍照的朋友在左侧排好队啊！
这么大个钻戒呀！
好的，下一位小朋友，哎，凉不凉？凉，凉不凉？凉。我叫你一声，你敢答应吗？排好队。
This ice sculptor sets up shop on Harbin's Central Street. Goes by the artistic name of Mr. Yua Ba. He began learning the art of ice carving at the age of 18 and has been honing his craft for 16 years. He was once a lead sculptor at the Ice and Snow World.
这个就是我做的作品了。我的作品完成的时候，横向尺寸已经将近5米了，左右两侧各粘接出1.5米。那时候我就说腿脚不太好了，上架子也上不去了，做不了比别人高的，我就做一个比别人宽一点的吧。
An accident 2 years ago almost forced him to quit ice sculpting.
当时是扭了
2米多的跳台为大家表演。
扭的就是陈旧性损伤嘛，就是我们从架子上老往下跳。我也胖，200斤体重，咣咣往下跳，咵跳下来，当时觉得啥事没有。后来肿的是膝盖比大腿都粗，到医院了，大夫一瞅片子，这半月板碎了，要手术要干嘛？我说别手术了，手术今年冬天报废了。我这个就坚持吧。
小时候我也这么玩，那时候能来玩一天，很开心的。
Although he can no longer create large ice sculptures, Mr. Yua Ba still comes to the streets every day, bringing frozen artistry straight to the people.
你做的还挺像的，你手要都挤的呀，你看那很可爱呢。
这么多人了，半天没抬头。 大家都说冰雪是哈尔滨的一张名片，但是咱们回想起来，它一年有一半在冬季里，它是苦寒之地，太冷了，零下20-30度出不去屋啊。可能在没驯服之前，这是一种灾难。
Over half a century ago, the ice in Harbin was no more than a frozen surface of the Sunghwa River, or simple ice lanterns locals made to light their doorways. No one could have imagined it would one day become an actual craft and a way to make a good living.
头一次来咱哈尔滨吗？
我是本地的，但是离开本地50年了。啊，这是冰雕，那是我们叫冰灯。
对，冰灯。仔细看这折射面，它里边会有七彩的光，
很美。
其实冰雕它美就美在它是瞬时艺术。比如说左上角的这只小鸟，你看到它的翅膀已经逐渐的模糊了。当冰雕师放下手中的工具以后，太阳和风依旧在塑造它，一直到它春归化水。这个作品就是人做一半，天做一半。你说我这种小的作品，真正能带动多大的经济效益吗？也不能。游客会因为这几个小冰雕来哈尔滨，不现实。其实哈尔滨的爆火，我们更倾向于把它理解为是一种春风。这场春风吹来之后，我感觉各行各业都会破冰溶解。哈尔滨大家都在掏家底儿，我们想借着这次冰雪的热潮，能让哈尔滨展现在更多的人的面前，让更多的人发现东北其实一步一步在变好。
The rising interest in ice and snow gave artists a bigger stage, while pucksters, who once struggled to get enough attention and resources, began to see a glimmer of hope on the ice.
马上往回发力，不要调整。
As a former ice hockey player, Du Bingyong chose to return to the ice after retirement.
给他挤住，他没有传球能力的时候，2-1。OK。
我现在是负责运营团伙，就今年头1年。
冰球文化对东北来讲就是一个标签，骨子里就是有这些东西。
兄弟，
很多孩子私下跟上冰的眼神都是两种眼神。冰球的变化是特别多的，怎么过人，怎么传球，怎么射门，不到1秒钟我要做出判断。还有就是身体对抗。东北的孩子身上有血性，谁都不想因为自己去输球，他们敢去想去拼去创什么的。哈尔滨是中国冰球的发源地，家长就认为作为一个东北人，我必须要掌握的技能就是滑冰。
我不希望输，能听明白吗？
好多孩子3岁多就开始学。这是我姑娘的队，汪汪队。
因为我们全输够。
这闪电队当时是全国前6。
我来给他来。
够不够？家长吃饭啊？其实他们家长的初衷都是强身健体，但现在都希望说拿一个好成绩。有没有信心咱们冲击奖牌？有。小点声。我一直认为我姑娘是技术流，然后后期打球就是打身体，因为北京的这些孩子技术好，打不过你，然后我用身体撞你。你总往人身上拉，能行吗？你像东北来讲，就是现在的冰球，怎么说就有点没落了。现在青训来讲，最好的就是北京、上海。快点加速！这个经济基础还是差一些。
抢啊！追呀！球球干啥呢？来。
Following the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, there are now 2,000 ice hockey rinks across the entire country. Youth training and competitive levels in Beijing, Shanghai, and even southern cities have surged ahead. Yet arrived for Harbin, the traditional heartland of ice hockey. This ice and snow boom presents the opportunity for ice hockey revival.
像那个北京家长，他们平均一天一节小份子到1000多块钱，我们1星期也不如人家一天花的多。
有个3-4万，挣钱都给他一人花。
家长比赛的话，1年怎么也得10多万。
每个家庭的需求是不一样。
对我们来说，就是业余爱好，学习还得正常学习，
落个好身体。
这场不能输。
冰球现在最缺的是这种商业俱乐部的模式。我边打球边上学，只有这个东西成熟以后，更多的家长才能选择往这个方向发展。家长要看着上升通道。你像就是我们俱乐部这些家长，有好多也都是想双向选择。
Dubing is organizing commercial tournaments so that children in Harbin can compete against top-tier teams right at home.
哎，我跟你说，22的学员可多呢，马上就传上队了。哈尔滨没有联赛支撑，很多孩子就那样，就是截止到初中就结束了。这闪电队就是我从4、5岁带到现在的，从小跟我在一起的。你把拉锁拉上点，都感冒了。他们上初中以后吧，我一直每个礼拜天留一场兵给他们。哎呀，我不太得劲儿了啊！哎呀。我跟你说实话，其实我指着挣不了多钱，没办法，没有退路，因为根儿扎到这儿。哈尔滨培养了我，总而言之吧，就是想为哈尔滨做这个事儿。我就是想说培养一批孩子，然后我就跟北京就干下来，真不服。
Harbin is just one of the cities benefiting from the popularity of snow. Dillon, a 3-hour drive to the south, is another great city for winter sports. Apart from tourism and sports, people here are trying to identify new opportunities in other areas. Powder snow, Jilin Province's unique winter treasure. With 68 ski resorts, it's become a paradise for countless skiing enthusiasts.
他们都干啥去呀？
滑雪去了吗？
滑雪为啥还得穿这样呢？啊！
悟空，快来救为师！
他们就喜欢自己发挥，不按照你的思路。
Through Chinese-style ski videos, Ding Ming and his Man Wheat Ski Club have gained 300,000 followers on social media. This also opened up a new business opportunity for them, offering ski lessons and rental services to tourists.
现在更多是孩子体验滑雪。
我想回酒店。
哇，真棒，自己滑了。
With over 1 million visits each year, the ski slopes constitute a vast market.
生物我们学系啊，他们都是10万以上。
says this is just a glimpse of China's ice and snow bloom.
这雪真漂亮啊
Yet, almost not a single snowboard or ski beneath these feet was made locally. Now, Jilin Chemical Fiber Group, located just a few dozen kilometers from the Sumwa Lake Ski Resort, is leading a groundbreaking initiative to fill this gap.
这一束里面就是有5万根碳纤维材料，它被称为黑色的黄金嘛。
Lu Yong has worked here for over 20 years. In 2022, he was assigned a new mission to make carbon fiber snowboards and skis.
其实拓展不同的应用场景，就是因为我们有材料的优势。我们从最初的单一的品种，现在一直拓展到4大系列的产品，有3个产品是世界第一。 碳纤维的话，同样重量情况下，它的这个拉伸强度是钢铁的7到9倍；同样拉伸强度下，它的质量是钢铁的1/4，可以替代很多不同领域的现有的材料。
Jilin Chemical Fiber Group produces 160,000 tons of carbon fiber every year. But when it comes to making snowboards or skis,
我们是在另外一个应用领域里面，又从0到1的去做探索。
For a long time, China's snowboard market was largely dominated by foreign brands. But the real challenge runs even deeper.
在北方到目前为止，还没有这个雪板生产厂。这很有意思，你看北方有雪，但是却不生产雪板；南方没有雪，却都是雪板生产厂。
Progress in R&D promised that the challenge of snowboard and ski manufacturing could be resolved. Lu Yong journeyed south to Gongyi, Henan Province, where he found a partner who met their requirements.
因为在建新的厂房
啊。 那你上我们那边建去呗，那边有政策跟着。那你要是过完之后呢，一年下来产能达到多少？
十几万吧。
你们现在有多少套模具
？100-200。
碳纤维那个布啊，粘合的话会有困难不？采取各种方式，就是应用这个材料去尝试。
With carbon fiber from Northeast China and manufacturing expertise in Central China, new advanced snowboards and skis are now appearing on the market.
以前还没有厂家尝试过用碳纤维去做这个滑板的表层，当时花了很长的时间，一直跟他们在摸索着。生产雪板对于我们来说是新的生机，一个机会。一些新产品，它可能都是在不经意之间你得到的。
China's manufacturing prowess is making its mark on the ice and snow industry. Soon, the first batch of carbon fiber snowboards and skis appeared. They were sent to Beidahu Ski Resort, the region's busiest tourist destination, for testing.
我看看它那个灯，我们打开。哎，对，你等会儿上雪给我们试试。这么快啊！还得洗色儿，呲呲的。你还得把这灯帮我打开，这个灯。先说这个咋样？
这板子太贼了，太滑了，你就一踩着就唰。
初学者有点驾驭不了啊。行，明白明白。它这个要归全地形板还是算是什么板？能给下个定义不？
这咱下不了，这咱下不了。
你用什么材质，实际上他们关注度并不是很高，得去靠他自己上学以后的感受，然后去判断对他来说这块板子好还是不好。
啊，你也感受一下，滑雪的那个时候是大约多少年前？
哎呦，这得20-30年前了，这个现在站都费劲了。
The feedback on the product has been less than encouraging. But Lu Yong remains undaunted. He decides to try it out himself.
看，如果重心超出了你的这个前刃，那就可能就摔跤了。
明白了。
看看这个板子的形变怎么样？
我觉得还是应该去尝试着使用这个产品，然后能得到一个就切身的体会吧，这个很重要。以后这就是我战斗的场所。
Black carbon fiber has embarked on a new journey across the snow-covered land.
蔡伟这个产品，从材料角度来说，还是相对比较新的。下游有的时候它应用的这个材料其实已经相对固定了。你想要让下游的企业让它去做开发，就是有可能它都活不到这个产品能够研发成功的一天。所以说，我们尝试着换场景的时候，其实就是在引领。
The state-owned enterprise has set its sights on a far greater horizon.
冰天雪地也是金山银山嘛，我们也是想借着这个机会吧，承担起我们国有企业应该承担的责任。我们手里就是有牌，看怎么搞。
Northeast China, once shrouded in bitter cold and hardship, has now transformed ice and snow into a force for lasting good. A green revolution with solutions that go beyond a single color. Chinese people have overcome hardship and constraint, forging a renewed bond with their land. With wisdom and resilience, they created a great miracle, a new harmony between humans and nature.
OK， 来准备走！
哈哈哈哈哈哈！二弟干得漂亮啊！
加什么台词啊？一点要哈哈哈，没那个气势了。然后你俩冲天，哈哈哈，再来一个！
哈哈哈哈哈哈！悟空，你在哪儿？快来救为师！
你俩，叫你俩能救师傅吗？
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there to see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Li Jianhua. Welcome to the program Our Top Stories. A call for military modernization. China's President Xi Jinping meets the People's Liberation Army during the country's political season. Quality over quantity. More details of China's new 5-year plan and its focus on advanced technology across all sectors. Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighboring states but vows Tehran will never surrender. At least 41 people killed in eastern Lebanon as Israel continues its air and ground attacks. China's President Xi Jinping has called for military modernization and high-quality development within the country's national defense systems. He's been meeting delegations from the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force during the 4th session of the 14th National People's Congress. The meeting included discussions on cross-sector law enforcement, science research, training and development of new military capabilities. President Xi welcomed progress in strengthening political leadership within the armed forces, including better oversight and tackling corruption. Well, high-quality development has been President Xi's top focus in recent years, and it remains the major goal of China's new 5-year plan between 2026 and 2030. Key elements of that plan were announced earlier this week. Now more details have been released. Our correspondent Guo Tianqi reports.
During the ongoing 2 sessions, the draft of the 15th 5-year plan has been submitted for deliberation. The plan serves as China's national blueprint from 2026 to 2030, with key focuses on innovation, people's well-being, and the green and low-carbon transition. For economic development, the draft sets 3 key indicators covering growth, structure, and efficiency. It stresses the need to grasp the overwhelming trend of digital, networked, and intelligent development, deepen and expand the AI Plus initiative, and advance in-depth transformation of production models.
We will continue to leverage computing power and algorithms to empower economic and social development. We will speed up the construction of a national integrated computing power network. We will also make breakthroughs in the fundamental theories and core technologies of artificial intelligence.
On people's well-being, the draft outlines 7 key indicators covering employment, income, education, medical care, health and services for the elderly and young children.
Equal access to basic public services by 2035 is a key requirement for China's socialist modernization, and we have outlined specific arrangements in education, medical care, public health, and pension security. In the education sector, we will raise the average years of education for the working-age population from 11.3 to 11.7 years. We will also expand and upgrade the basic education system, covering preschool and compulsory education, and steadily expand the scope of free education.
During the 15th 5-year plan period, China will implement 109 major national projects. Among them, initiatives for the development of new quality productive forces and securing people's livelihoods rank as the top 2 priorities. Guo Tianqi, CGTN, Beijing.
Well, separately, lawmakers have been outlining achievements and plans for improving people's livelihoods in areas like social care, education, welfare, health and employment. Top officials told the media they want to continue promoting more equality across society, boosting basic services and meeting the intellectual and cultural needs of the people. Our correspondent Jen Copestake is in Beijing.
Well-rounded development is certainly a major theme of this year's 2 sessions. We're hearing about it every day. That's measuring success not just in terms of GDP growth, but in the improved well-being of citizens. That's from the nursery all the way to the nursing home. Now, today's address genuinely talked about the dual pressures. It hit this head-on, the dual pressures of an aging population and also one that has a declining birth rate, which is the case in China. So officials are expanding access to affordable childcare and community-based elderly services. That's aiming to build a safety net that reduces the burdens on families in both rural and urban areas across the country. On the elderly front specifically, the roadmap for the silver economy that's been laid out is ambitious. Officials have set a target to raise the coverage rate of community-based elderly care, elderly service facilities to over 70% coverage by the year 2030, and specifically to support seniors with functional disabilities and dementia. This plan includes a massive upgrade of up to 2,000 public elderly care institutions, with a target to ensure nursing beds account for 73% of total institutional capacity. Now, another major area that was discussed at the press conference today was the state of the job market, with a record 12.7 million young people, young graduates, entering the workforce in China this year. Youth unemployment and youth employment is a hot topic here. So the strategy on this front is also shifting. Rather than simply expanding headcount, China is betting big on AI, on digital tools, to create high-tech, sustainable roles in an ambitious attempt here to balance demographic shifts with the demands of their high-tech economy.
Well, Jen, I understand you have been traveling across China to cover the two sessions. The development of China's tourism industry has also been on top of the agenda this year, I guess.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Expanding visa-free schemes that people are taking advantage of have transformed the tourism sector. We're seeing that as we're traveling around. Plenty of tourists visiting China from all over the world. This is a genuine engine for economic recovery. The tourism numbers speak for themselves. In 2025, so last year, over 30 million foreign nationals entered China under these schemes. That's a nearly 50% increase year on year. And with the recent addition of the UK, of Canada to the 30-day visa waiver program, China is really removing any friction for people who want to travel here at short notice, whether that's for business or leisure. And China's Minister of Culture and Tourism, Sun Yili, was saying as much. He's been explaining how the travel process coming to China is going to become even easier.
We'll also work with relevant departments to continue to improve the entire inbound tourism chain, including visa, custom clearance, transportation, accommodation, payment, and sightseeing, to help people understand that it's convenient to travel in China now.
So by making this process much simpler, Beijing is certainly inviting the world in and showing it's not just the world's global manufacturing hub, but it's also an incredible destination for tourists to come, a premier market for tourism in the world.
Well, explosions rocked Tehran on Saturday as the conflicts in the Middle East entered its second week. Iran's president apologized to neighboring countries for attacks across the Gulf, saying Iran would not target them unless strikes were launched from their territory. Masoud Pezeshkian said Iran would never capitulate after U.S. President Donald Trump demanded what he called Iran's unconditional surrender.
The armed forces were told that from now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles unless those countries attack us. I think we should resolve this through diplomacy and avoid disputes and disagreements with our neighbors.
So how is the region reacting to Iran's promise to conditionally stop attacking the Gulf states? Our correspondent Adel El-Marouki is in Tyre in southern Lebanon.
Well, there was a massive relief when the news came out, specifically because the Gulf has been quite stranded and besieged air-wise, as there was a total air lockdown in most of the GCC countries and beyond, suspending more than 4,000 flights every day. So the news in itself, once it came, there was massive release, and there was diplomatic communication between the foreign ministers of several of the GCC countries, along with countries like Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and beyond. Shortly after, several GCC countries reported strikes coming on their way, but it is expected that President Masoud Pezeshkian's commands and the announcement will take time to come into effect. So hopefully by the end of the day and the rest of the period, things will go well. But there is, of course, a condition that Iran will not attack as long as the United States does not use its military facilities in these countries against Iran. And this is something that includes the United States' commitment to it so that Iran can hold its bargain as well. But that was not good news for the people in Lebanon, because it became quite an indicative to some here that maybe that will shed more of Israel's focus on Lebanon, although it has been already engaged heavily in confrontation for the past few days.
Well, Adele, in the meantime, Israel says it continues to degrade Hezbollah capabilities as it completed what is said another round of strikes in southern Lebanon overnight. What's the latest?
Well, it's just more bombings in several parts of Lebanon. I am here in Tyr, one of the cities south of the Litani River, where the IDF ordered a complete evacuation of its citizens. But as you can see from the traffic behind me, people are resilient despite that the impact of the strikes, some of them fresh like the one behind me. The strikes from Israel have been quite intense, especially during the past 48 hours. From Beirut, it shifted to the south. There was an air deployment by the Israeli defense forces, according to reports we've been getting here in the Bekaa region in Nabi Shit area, that Hezbollah managed to push back, according to a statement from the Lebanese Armed Resistance Group. Here we've heard about 3 or 4 strikes since early in the morning in the Tyr area. But in general, it seems that it is picking up in intensity, and the people here are resilient. Hezbollah vows to continue its resistance against Israel. As you see, again, behind me, people are not leaving their homes. They're tired of being ordered to leave their houses and move to other places. So the evacuation orders have not been as effective as it was before.
Our correspondent Adel El Marouki in Lebanon. Our other news. Ukraine says at least 7 people were killed in Kharkiv after overnight strikes by Russia. Local officials say Russian missiles hit a residential building and the victims include 2 children. Russia confirmed it's launched a wave of drone and missile attacks targeting Ukraine's transportation and energy infrastructure. The strikes caused power cuts in several regions. At least 23 people have died after flash floods swept across Kenya's capital, Nairobi. The water cut off major roads and disrupted flights in and out of the largest airports in East Africa. Police warn the death toll could rise as rescuers race to find more survivors. Forecasters say more heavy rain could hit Nairobi and other regions in the coming days. But China says the latest move in a long-running dispute with the Dutch chip maker Nexperia could trigger another global semiconductor crisis. On Friday, Nexperia's packaging arm in China accused bosses to the Netherlands of disabling the office accounts of Chinese staff. The Chinese Commerce Ministry said the move had provoked new conflicts and seriously disrupted production. It said the Netherlands would bear full responsibility for any resulting supply chain issues. Well, in a moment, my colleague Juliet Mann will be here with the agenda. And this week, in a 2-session special, she'll be examining all we have learned so far from one of the world's largest political gatherings. That's an agenda special right after The World Today here on CGTN. And that is The World Today. Thanks for watching. For now, from all the team in London, goodbye.
welcome to this CGTN special, China Agenda, where we'll be looking at this year's 2 sessions now underway in Beijing and examining what it means for China and the rest of the world. Tech innovation, domestic consumption and promoting the private sector are all key themes for this year's event. But the globe will be watching one of the largest political gatherings on Earth particularly closely this year as China's next 5-year plan, the 15th, is agreed. So what exactly is the world looking to learn? Our correspondent Evangelos Stipsa spoke to the former president of Greece, Prokopis Pavlopoulos.
As China's 2026 2 sessions get underway ready to agree the 15th 5-year plan, what key signals would you be watching most closely?
Θεωρώ ότι τα σημάδια είναι βεβαίως οικονομικά. Αλλά θα μου επιτρέψετε να πω ότι αυτά τα σημάδια αυτού του είδους, αν θέλετε, τις καταστάσεις που δημιουργούνται πρέπει να τις δούμε πολύ ευρύτερα. Εγώ βλέπω ότι είναι μια μεγάλη ευκαιρία μέσα από αυτό τον προγραμματισμό και αυτό το διάδρομο, για να το πω έτσι, των σχέσεων της Κίνας με όλη τη Δύση, γιατί περί αυτού πρόκειται έτσι. Αυτό πρέπει να το δούμε πάνω στην οικονομική του βάση βεβαίως, αλλά πρέπει να το δούμε και πάνω στις πολιτισμικές του βάσεις. Η Κίνα είναι μια μεγάλη χώρα, με ένα πανάρχαιο πολιτισμό. Εμείς είμαστε μια μικρότερη χώρα, μικρή χώρα, σε έκταση και πληθυσμό, αλλά με ένα πανάρχαιο πολιτισμό και ένα χρέος απέναντι στην ανθρωπότητα, το οποίο εμείς οι Έλληνες το αντιλαμβανόμαστε. Άρα λοιπόν πρέπει να υπάρξει αυτή η οικονομική συνεργασία. Πρέπει ιδίως να συνεργαστούμε σε θέματα σύγχρονης τεχνολογίας. Αλλά πρέπει αυτά να τα βάλουμε πάνω στην βάση, σας είπα και πάλι, των πολιτιστικών σχέσεων. Γιατί το κάνουμε αυτό? Μόνο για να κερδίσουμε? Μόνο για να εξασφαλίσει κάποιος παγκόσμια επικυριαρχία? Όχι. Πριν απ' όλα πρέπει να υπάρξει η ειρηνική συνύπαρξη, γιατί χωρίς αυτήν την ειρηνική συνύπαρξη των λαών δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει καμία πρόοδος, καμία οικονομική ευημερία. Είδατε ποτέ στην παγκόσμια ιστορία, μέσα από πολέμους και μέσα από προσπάθειες να ισχύσει ο ένας ή να υπερισχύσει ο ένας, να υπερισχύσει ο άλλος, ποτέ να υπάρξει μια οικονομική ευμάρεια? Αν πάρουμε λοιπόν το μήνυμα αυτό, θα πρέπει να πούμε: πρέπει να υπάρξει ειρήνη σε αυτόν τον κόσμο. Πρέπει οι βασικές δημοκρατικές αρχές να λειτουργήσουν. Πρέπει πάνω σε αυτή τη βάση να λειτουργήσει και η οικονομία. Έχουμε μεγάλο στάδιο για να μπορέσουμε να τα καταφέρουμε. Ποια είναι η προϋπόθεση? Να εφαρμόσουμε το διεθνές δίκαιο σχετικά με τον ανταγωνισμό και εμείς οι Ευρωπαίοι να σεβαστούμε τις αρχές τις οικονομικές του υγιούς ανταγωνισμού κατά το ευρωπαϊκό δίκαιο. Εγώ είμαι πεπισμένος ότι η Κίνα προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση πορεύεται. Το έζησα και στην επίσκεψή μου στο Πεκίνο, την έζησα αυτή τη διαβεβαίωση και από την πλευρά του Προέδρου Τζιπίνγκ όταν είχε στην Αθήνα. Έχει κάθε λόγο η Κίνα να το κάνει. Άρα συνεργασία σε όλους τους τομείς και ιδίως στα θέματα της νέας τεχνολογίας, με σεβασμό της κυριαρχίας των κρατών, σεβασμό του ανθρώπου, σεβασμό της ειρήνης και το κυριότερο σεβασμό του ελεύθερου ανταγωνισμού. Ελεύθερος ανταγωνισμός είναι η βάση που, ανεξάρτητα από το οικονομικό καθεστώς που έχει κάθε χώρα. Έχουμε διαφορές με την Κίνα, η Ευρώπη, η Κίνα, αλλά αυτό που μπορεί να μας συνδέσει πέρα από τις οικονομικές αυτές διαφορές είναι ο σεβασμός του υγιούς ανταγωνισμού. Όταν το σεβαστούμε αυτόν, τότε από εκεί και πέρα νομίζω ότι όλοι έχουμε να κερδίσουμε. Ούτε η Ευρώπη έχει κανένα λόγο να αποκλείει την Κίνα για άλλους λόγους, εκτός αν αυτή παραβίαζε το διεθνές δίκαιο, ούτε η Κίνα θεωρεί ότι πρέπει να θεωρεί, και δεν το θεωρεί, το πιστεύω αυτό, πρέπει να θεωρεί ότι ξέρετε, εγώ είμαι η ηγέτητα οικονομικά δύναμη στον κόσμο και από εκεί πέρα θα επιβληθώ μέσω της ισχύως. Γι' αυτό μίλησα προηγουμένως για υγεία ανταγωνισμό. Όλοι έχουμε να κερδίσουμε από αυτό. Όλοι έχουμε να κερδίσουμε, γιατί σας είπα, η υπεροχή του ανθρώπου, ακόμα και η υπεροχή οικονομική, δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει παρά μόνο μέσα από ειρηνικά μέσα και σεβασμό της διεθνούς νομιμότητας. Χωρίς αυτό δεν θα έχουμε κανένα απολύτως αποτέλεσμα, δεν θα κερδίσει κανείς. Θα χάσουμε όλοι, με τις επιπτώσεις τελικά να είναι εις βάρος του ανθρώπου.
In the past, you've mentioned many times about win-win cooperation and cultural exchanges. We're in a period of innovation as well. You mentioned artificial intelligence. Where do you see the youth of China and Greece helping with benefit from that? Is it in embracing universities, young entrepreneurs, cultural exchanges?
οπωσδήποτε σε επίπεδο πολιτισμικής συνεργασίας που είναι η βάση, η συνεργασία αυτή έχει μπει σε ένα στάδιο πολύ διαφορετικό από το παρελθόν. Μέσω των πανεπιστημίων, μέσω των ακαδημιών, μέσω Ελλήνων που μαθαίνουν την κινέζικη γλώσσα και μέσω Κινέζων που μαθαίνουν την ελληνική γλώσσα και τη μαθαίνουν και πάρα πολύ καλά. Άρα λοιπόν αυτή η βάση υπάρχει. Είναι βέβαιο και σε αυτό κερδίζουν και οι δύο λαοί. Αλλά παραδείγματος χάρη, έχετε δει πόσοι Έλληνες εργάζονται στην Κίνα σε επίπεδο υψηλής τεχνολογίας? Είχα την τύχη, παραδείγματος χάρη, όταν ήμουν στην Κίνα, με επίσημη επίσκεψη ως πρόεδρος της Ελληνικής Δημοκρατίας, είχα τότε την δυνατότητα να δω στη Huawei Έλληνες οι οποίοι εργαζόντουσαν και είχαν πολύ υψηλές θέσεις και μου έλεγαν εκεί πόσο είχαν βοηθήσει. Αντιστοίχως, εμείς στην Ελλάδα ξέρουμε πάρα πολύ καλά τι μπορεί να σημαίνει η κινέζικη τεχνολογία. Ένας άλλος τομέας στον οποίο μπορούμε να συνεργαστούμε. Ξέρουμε τι έχει κάνει η Κίνα, παραδείγματος χάρη, σε επίπεδο ναυπήγησης πλοίων, μεγάλων πλοίων. Εμείς έχουμε τεράστιες δυνατότητες στην Ελλάδα να κάνουμε κάτι αντίστοιχο, όχι στην έκταση που το κάνει η Κίνα βέβαια, αλλά μπορούμε να το κάνουμε. Και το κυριότερο απ' όλα, έχουμε στα καράβια, παραδείγματος χάρη, δυνατότητα εμείς οι Έλληνες σε εξαρτήματα καραβιών, στα οποία έχουμε μια παράδοση πίσω και σε επίπεδο τεχνολογίας, να συμβάλλουμε και εμείς ώστε είναι ένα είδος συνεργασίας. Να γιατί, σας είπα, κανένα μεγάλο επίτευγμα δεν μπορεί να είναι αποκλειστικό δημιούργημα ενός λαού. Αυτό σημαίνει συνεργασία. Βεβαίως η συμβολή της Ελλάδας μπορεί να είναι πολύ μικρότερη στις κατευθύνσεις αυτές, αλλά δεν πάβει να είναι μια συμβολή. Και όσο έχουμε αυτές τις συμβολές, όσο δηλαδή ένα πλοίο, για να στο δώσω απλά να το καταλάβετε, που μπορεί να χτιστεί στην Κίνα από την Κίνα μόνη της, αλλά επειδή είναι πλοίο ελληνικής πλειοκτησίας και το οποίο χτίζεται στην Κίνα, να υπάρχει και κάτι ελληνικό μέσα σε αυτό. Ξέρετε τι σημαίνει για την προστιθέμενη αξία, όχι σε οικονομικό επίπεδο μονάχα, σε πολιτισμικό επίπεδο. Ίσως φαίνονται αυτές τις σκέψεις που λέω απλοϊκές. Δεν είναι και το ξέρω. Το πιστεύω βαθιά ότι μέσα από αυτές τις απλές κινήσεις χτίζονται τα μεγάλα βήματα, δημιουργούνται τα μεγάλα βήματα, χαράζονται τα μεγάλα βήματα, ώστε να μπορέσουμε να επιτύχουμε τον τελικό στόχο για τον οποίο μίλησαμε από την αρχή, την ειρηνική συνύπαρξη και κυρίως σεβασμό του ανθρώπου.
From your experience, how can European economies, including Greece, align with that vision to support mutual beneficial economic growth?
Υπάρχουν συγκεκριμένοι τομείς, αναφέραμε μερικούς, στους οποίους μπορούμε να συνεργαστούμε. Αλλά υπάρχουν και άλλοι. Παραδείγματος χάρη, θα μπορούσε να υπάρξει μεγαλύτερη συνεργασία στο πώς αξιοποιούμε με τα μέσα που έχει καθένας. Περισσότερο τον πρωτογενή τομέα. Έχει Κίνα τον πρωτογενή τομέα, έχουμε και τη τεράστια σημασία αποκτάει για το μέλλον ο πρωτογενής τομέας. Τεράστια σημασία. Είναι η βάση της ζωής του ανθρώπου. Εμείς έχουμε προχωρήσει πολύ ως Έλληνες. Η Κίνα, που και εκείνη έχει τα δικά της προβλήματα λόγω του υπερπληθυσμού, έχει προχωρήσει και εκείνη. Θεωρώ ότι είναι ένας καινούριος ορίζοντας που μπορεί να ανοίξει, πέρα από την υψηλή τεχνολογία που είπαμε προηγουμένως, πέρα από τα θέματα των κατασκευών σε επίπεδο πλοίων. Μπορούμε αυτά τα πράγματα να τα δούμε στην περίπτωση του πρωτογενούς τομέα. Μπορούμε να τα δούμε επίσης τα ζητήματα αυτά και από πλευράς σε επίπεδο κατασκευών. Η Κίνα έχει κάνει τεράστια άλματα προς αυτήν την κατεύθυνση. Και εμείς μπορούμε κάλλιστα να συνεργαστούμε και να πάρουμε και μαθήματα όταν χρειαστεί από την Κίνα. Όλα αυτά όμως υπό μία προϋπόθεση. Για μας, τους Έλληνες, υπάρχει μια βασική αρχή. Είμαστε Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Άρα όλα αυτά μπορούν να γίνουν μόνο με σεβασμό του ευρωπαϊκού δικαίου. Οτιδήποτε είναι μέσα στο ευρωπαϊκό δίκαιο, εμείς το θέλουμε και από την πλευρά της Κίνας. Οτιδήποτε δεν συμβαδίζει με το ευρωπαϊκό δίκαιο, ακόμα και αν θα μπορούσε ενδεχομένως να είναι οικονομικά επωφελές για την Ελλάδα, εμείς θα το αποκλείσουμε, γιατί αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι πραγματικός Ευρωπαίος.
A 5-year plan will be in place. Where do you see China-Greece relations in 5 years' times from now? And how do you see the wider China-EU relations in the same period?
Να ξεκινήσω από το δεύτερο. Εδώ η Ελλάδα μπορεί να βοηθήσει. Γιατί η Ελλάδα είναι από τα παλιότερα μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Αλλά επειδή ο ελληνικός πολιτισμός είναι η βάση του ευρωπαϊκού πολιτισμού, έχουμε έναν προνομιακό ρόλο στην Ευρώπη, μια προνομιακή θέση στην Ευρώπη. Άρα η Ελλάδα μπορεί να βοηθήσει και να πει στην Ευρώπη πάνω στις αρχές της συνεργασίας με την Κίνα και κυρίως να πάψουν ορισμένοι Ευρωπαίοι να έχουν αυτού του είδους την προκατάληψη απέναντι στην Κίνα και να τη βλέπουν μόνο ως χώρα που συνεργάζεται μαζί μας και στο πολιτισμικό επίπεδο και στο οικονομικό επίπεδο με πλήρη σεβασμό του διεθνούς και του ευρωπαϊκού δικαίου. Αυτό είναι όλο. Τώρα, είναι δύσκολο να προσδιορίσει κανείς στα επόμενα χρόνια τι είναι εκείνο το οποίο μπορεί να γίνει ή τι θα γίνει. Είπαμε όμως προηγουμένως ότι υπάρχουν τόσοι και τόσοι τομείς μεταξύ Ευρώπης και Κίνας που μπορούν να αναπτυχθούν. Εγώ βάζω 2 μόνο. Θέματα παιδείας, θέματα σπουδών δηλαδή να το πω, θέματα πανεπιστημιακών ανταλλαγών και δεύτερον στο θέμα της συνεργασίας στα ζητήματα υψηλής τεχνολογίας. Και θα πω κάτι το οποίο το θεωρώ κρίσιμότατο. Πώς πρέπει να συνεργαστούμε, ιδίως σε επίπεδο τεχνολογίας, για τα θέματα της αντιμετώπισης κλιματικής κρίσης. Έχουμε υποτιμήσει τι σημαίνει κλιματική κρίση. Και είναι κακό να το αντιληφθούμε όταν θα είναι πολύ αργά πια. Δεν θα μπορέσουμε να αναστρέψουμε την κατάσταση. Εάν ακολουθούμε αυτή τη στάση που έχουν πολλοί στον κόσμο, ότι δεν υπάρχει κλιματική κρίση, σου λέει. Έχουμε και τέτοια φαινόμενα και το βλέπετε. Υπογράφουμε συμφωνίες και κάποιοι αποχωρούν από τις συμφωνίες στην πορεία γιατί σου λέει: εγώ δεν θέλω να τη στηρίσω. Είναι δυνατόν να μην καταλαβαίνουμε αυτή τη στιγμή τι σημαίνει όλη αυτή η κατάσταση. Εδώ μπορούμε να συνεργαστούμε σε σημαντικό επίπεδο. Να πρωτοπορήσουμε Κίνα και Ευρώπη και σε επίπεδο τεχνολογίας αλλά και σε επίπεδο νοοτροπίας σε ό,τι αφορά την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής κρίσης. Και το τονίζω και τρίτον, επειδή και η Ευρώπη και εκείνη αντιμετωπίζει προβλήματα πρωτογενούς τομέα. Το βλέπετε και τώρα με τη σύμβαση Μερκοσούρ που υπογράφηκε, που έχει και θετικά, έχει και αρνητικά σημεία και δεν ξέρουμε τι θα συμβεί. Και σε αυτό το επίπεδο, επειδή είναι κοινή γαρή τύχη, το μέλλον είναι αόρατο που λέγανε οι Έλληνες. Και εκεί ακόμα μπορούμε να έχουμε μια συνεργασία για να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να αξιοποιήσουμε πάλι με όρους βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και ισόρροπης ανάπτυξης. Πώς μπορούμε να βελτιώσουμε τον πρωτογενή τομέα, ώστε ο άνθρωπος να έχει ένα πιο ευνοϊκό μέλλον. Δεν μπορώ να πω θα γίνει σε 5 χρόνια. Μπορώ να πω μονάχα ποιο δρόμο πρέπει να ακολουθήσουμε. Σας είπα 3 δρόμους που τους θεωρώ ότι είναι και από τους πιο βασικούς. Για να ανοίξουμε και άλλους. Πρώτα ξεκινάς από τους βασικούς δρόμους και μετά άλλους διαδρόμους, από τους οποίους μπορούμε να βαδίσουμε.
Still to come here on this special programme, China Agenda, the economic reaction. I'll be joined by a panel of global experts to get their thoughts on Premier Li Chang's report to the NPC.
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. Stay connected.
Welcome back to this special programme, China Agenda, as we consider what's been announced at the 2 sessions now underway in Beijing. The first morning of the NPC gathering on Thursday had all eyes on Premier Li Chang and his predictions for the Chinese economy in 2026. His work report predicted growth of between 4.5% and 5% for 2026, the creation of more than 12 million urban jobs, a more proactive fiscal policy, plans for green, low-carbon development, a drive for high-level technological self-reliance and commitment to further opening up. He also referenced how global tensions played into his economic forecast.
年初我们就做好了应对复杂多变局面的
At the beginning of the year, we made full preparations to deal with a complex and volatile situation. The economy got off to a strong start in the first quarter with a good beginning. After the second quarter, in response to new developments in economic performance, particularly the impact of increased US tariffs, we fully leveraged existing policies and rolled out a series of new measures to stabilize employment and the economy, effectively offsetting downward economic pressure.
一系列新举措，有力对冲了经济下行压力。
Premier Li Chang there. Now, to discuss all of that, I'm joined now by former UN Under-Secretary General Fabrizio Hochschild. Margit Molnar, head of the China desk at the OECD, and Chan Jun, Professor of Finance and Executive Dean at Fudan University's International School of Finance. Thank you all for coming on the agenda. Fabrizio, let's start with you, because Premier Li Qiang framed this year as the starting point of the 15th five-year plan. What signals would you say China's sending about the role it wants to play internationally in this next phase?
Well, I understand there are a couple of messages there, also from what we know so far from the new five-year plan, and that is that China envisages itself playing a more proactive role on the international stage. And I think that's particularly important, not least in upholding the rules-based international order at a time when it's probably under greater threat than at any other period since the end of World War II. And of course, we see that not least in the domain of trade and the politicization of trade, of sanctions, of tariffs, in a way that has created a lot of uncertainty. And as the IMF has pointed out, is likely to impact negatively on global growth. I think the other messages that are important is about the continued commitment to green energy. And I think China's stance there is of particular importance at a time where the US has reversed 180 degrees its commitment under this administration. Europe is backsliding. So China, I think, will be welcomed in much of the developing world, which will be some of the worst affected parts by climate change, as a global champion. But that also will require China growing more proactive in terms of its diplomacy, rather than simply deferring to other countries to pursue their own development models, at least where green energy is concerned.
Margit, let's look at some of those key numbers from the work report. That closely watched growth target, around 4.5% to 5%, alongside goals like the 12 million new urban jobs and inflation around 2%. What does that tell you about confidence in the economy?
Well, I think that this growth target was very much expected, because now we are turning to a period of high-quality growth, which means pursuing more the quality rather than the quantity of growth. So focusing more on different aspects of growth rather than just the numbers. And this also means that growth will be more depending on productivity-led growth rather than on short-term stimulus. For instance, of course, you can achieve growth by trading programs, and they are indeed very effective, as we have seen, but they always have a payback effect. So to guarantee that there will be growth in the longer term, we need structural reforms. And I think this coming five-year plan is very well placing structural reforms at the core of these five-year reforms. And the good news here is that there is an ample room for structural reforms. According to our estimations, just product market reforms could bring about at least 20% of increase in the long term in per capita GDP growth. And those include only just a short selection of, for instance, removing of FDI restrictions to the OECD level, or removing of anti-restrictions to the same level, or improving the rule of law to the OECD average level. So all these would bring about 20%, not to mention many other product market reforms that probably could bring about even larger impacts, but are more difficult to quantify. Yeah. For instance, those of removing administrative monopolies, which we think are the key issues now in product markets. But it's not only in product markets, we also have large reform potential in labor markets. We estimated that just granting the same conditions, the same rights for migrant workers as people in urban areas already have, that would already bring about 8% of increase in consumption. So all these have really large potential impacts on growth in the long term. So this is good news that the potential is quite large.
Okay, so opportunity being seized there, potential in what you're hearing so far from two sessions. And Chang Jun, again, China is zoning in on this new quality productive forces line and self-reliance, especially in things like advanced technology and in innovation. How will that shape China's growth model, do you think, over the next 5 years?
So if you follow the introduction of the 15th five-year plan, their agendas set up by the government in terms of pushing the economy growing forward, and the number one direction, the most emphasized direction, is to rely on domestically grown and implemented technologies to grow modern industry sectors. My own interpretation of this modern industrial sectors has two components. The first part is brand new industries like quantum computing, biomedicine, bioengineering, nuclear fusion technologies, etc. So that's brand new technology implementation and AI, obviously. This is China now is as mentioned, is competing with the US. On the other hand, the traditional industries are also going through an upgrade in terms of more AI empowered, and also, very important, as Fabrizio pointed out, this green transition. So if all of these things are happening, you will see enough of a new driver for growth going forward. I want to add that in the current period, in this, as we're in 2026, the new drivers for growth, I think they're there, and it's going to be clear and clear going forward. Right now, there are some problems. For example, if China can stabilize the real estate market in the big cities, like in Shanghai and Beijing, which are already very encouraging signs of the last 2 months, if real estate market can be stabilized, that will do a lot in terms of boosting consumption, and so if you go forward, really there are two types of engines. You need to make up the loss due to losses in the real estate sector and consumption, so that's coming up, and then you need these new engines. So I think the new engines are showing up, and they will continue to grow. At the same time, if we can do a lot in terms of stabilize the real estate market, boosting consumption. Also, what's also very important is if you look at last year's growth, a large part of the last year's growth was achieved by this very high trade surplus. Clearly, there's going to be some uncertainty about that. And then I think this is one of the reasons why the growth target was not at around 5%, rather it's 4.5 to 5%. But then there's also a phrase saying, in practice, we can try to do better.
So leaving room for a little bit more growth there. Yeah. Fabrizio, what does highlighting areas like climate action and sustainable development say about how important China's leadership could be in delivering those kinds of global public goods?
I mean, there are two aspects to this. One where de facto China is already in the lead, and Professor Chan alluded to that. That's very much in the manufacturing and production of green energy products, whether it's wind turbines or solar panels or electric vehicles. China has facilitated hundreds of countries make the green transition by giving them access to sources of green energy generation. So that is an area where China is already in the lead, and hopefully will continue to remain a powerful force across the world for an increased adoption of green technologies. But there's a political side which is much more complicated. And that's what we've seen, and it's not just linked to this US administration, but we've seen a sort of progressive retreat. So we will need, I hope we will see, under the heading of a China that's more proactive on the global stage, a China that not only makes its own commitments, but also upholds the flag of a global recommitment to climate goals.
China's green credentials increasingly important. But Margaret, looking at what the work report highlights, so innovation, green development and social priorities, which of these areas do you think could really have the biggest long-term impact on China's economic transformation?
In the long term, it's innovation that can drive productivity growth, and productivity growth is key to long-term growth. So by definition, innovation is the most important for growth, but it doesn't mean that all the social aspects are not important. But innovation is important in a sense that it seems that the current 5-year plan is focusing more on the outcomes of innovation. And why I'm saying that is that it seems that there will be a greater focus on building a modern industrial sector. And why is it important? Because now the focus is shifting from the former focus on inputs, outputs, to outcomes. So let me explain this. Yeah. While in terms of inputs, China has already caught up with the European Union average, like R&D inputs are about the same. I mean, I need to mention, of course, that even within the European Union, there are large differences across countries, but still the average is reached already. So that's not an issue. Also, the number of researchers, number of engineers, that's maybe even higher than in most countries. So on the input side, there's not much problem. Also on the output side, I mean, China is performing extremely well. For instance, in the number of AI patents or other measurable outputs of innovation, China is doing very well.
From shifting global alliances to trade realignments, it's already been a roller coaster year for financial markets and for the world economy. What should the international community be watching for from 2 sessions?
I think a big trend that's going to continue from 2025 is that Chinese assets, whether it's in stocks, traded in both the domestic exchanges and also in the Hong Kong market. Let's not forget that a lot of the large cap Chinese tech companies are trading in the Hong Kong market. And also bonds will become increasingly more attractive to global investors. And I think that speaks well in terms of these Chinese tech companies are doing well, like companies like BYD, in terms of the R&D intensity, in terms of revenues, in terms of ROA, they're all catching up with Tesla, and it's growing international. At the same time, the valuation of these Chinese assets is much lower than their U.S. counterparts, and again. All these RMB denominated assets, including bonds, will also become attractive to global companies because the interest rate level in domestic Chinese market is much lower than that in the U.S. So another very important aspects of the 2 Congresses and the 15th 5-year plan is the opening up, right? So when we try to understand opening up in the new era, I think it needs to be emphasized that it's opening up in 2 directions. On the one hand, the Chinese markets and economy, including Hong Kong, welcome global capital and global companies. At the same time, Chinese companies, as we discussed, the companies will be very important. The Chinese companies will play a very important role in terms of adoption of new technologies globally, especially in the global south, by going global and better integrated into the local economies.
Chang Jun, Fabrizio Hochschild, Margit Molnar, thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
Still to come here on China Agenda.
I know of CEOs in Canada that have kept in their suit pocket a summary of the 5-year plan.
Why China's latest 5-year plan really matters to the rest of the world. We'll hear more from Canada's former ambassador to China, Dominic Barton. Welcome back to this special programme, China Agenda, marking the 2 sessions now underway in Beijing. Earlier this year, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney visited China, the first such high-level visit in 8 years, and struck what Ottawa called a new strategic partnership with deals on electric vehicles, agricultural products and broader trade cooperation. So where can Canada play a constructive or bridge-building role in North America-China relations as the 2 sessions signal China's priorities for innovation and economic growth? With me now is Canada's former ambassador to China, Dominic Barton. Great to have you on the agenda. Now, you spent years engaging with China at the highest levels. What signals do you think that policymakers in Canada, in the United States, in the West should be listening more closely for from these 2 sessions?
Well, I think these 2 sessions are important every year, but in particular this year because they're going to be talking about and are talking about the 15th 5-year plan, which is extremely important when you want to get a long-term view as to what's happening in China. So I think this will be a particularly important 2 sessions, or Lianghui. And there's a lot we could talk about in that. So thinking about what's going to be happening over the next 5 years, the priorities, not just the growth rate, but the priorities, the areas where there'll be investment, the themes, is very important for everyone, business leaders, government leaders, societies to just understand.
Against a backdrop of trade tensions, strategic rivalry and election year politics in North America, how might those headwinds shape the tone or the substance of discussions at 2 sessions?
Well, I think that one of the things that I've particularly liked about the 2 sessions is they tend to stay longer term than just focus on the day-to-day, and I think that's a rarity, and it's actually even more important over time with all the volatility to have that kind of longer-term view. So yes, tariffs, the war, conflicts that are going on in the world, shortages of critical materials and so forth. Those are clearly on the minds of many people. But I think with the 2 sessions, you get a sense of what the second largest economy in the world is going to be focused on over the next while. There's sort of more of a continuity, if I could call it that. And I think that's quite important, particularly important in a time of incredible volatility.
You talk about continuity, and I wonder if you see this as a real chance for China to underline its role as a stabilising force in the world, given the vagaries of the messaging from the current US administration.
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty unique because this isn't just some country. This is the second largest economy in the world. As I mentioned before, we're talking, $20 trillion that's looking at a growth rate of, on average, 4.5% to 5% over the next 5 years for the 15th 5-year plan, and laying out, priorities, whether it be in industrial development or in social development or in, what's going to be happening in different parts of the regions, and the importance of trade and openness. So I do think it's unique, and particularly unique in these times of incredible volatility.
So let's talk in a little bit more detail about some of those priorities you mentioned. How do you think Canada and the broader region should interpret where China's direction is headed, particularly in things like technology, in clean energy and advanced manufacturing?
Well, I think that there's a lot to be seen and learned, and also a lot to participate in. And I might just start with, reminding us all to realize that China's economy, is importing on the order of $2.6 trillion a year. They're importing that. That's an opportunity for countries like Canada, Australia, the United States, Brazil, the UK, France, and others. It's a massive market, and then there's the domestic market that will be growing. It's got a huge domestic economy that will unleash itself sometime, in my view, over the next 5 years, which again creates lots of opportunities to be able to sell products, to sell services, to participate in that. And then, as you mentioned, what I think isn't known as much, but should be known, is that China is an extremely innovative economy. I mean, if 31% of the world's manufacturing now occurs in China. That's up, by the way, from about 6% in the year 2000. Some people have a mindset of China like it was in the 2000s, not today, where it's a very advanced manufacturing landscape, and we're seeing that in terms of electric vehicles, energy storage, the green industry, as you mentioned, but we're also seeing it in robotics, AI, and the digital world. China's digital economy is bigger than the German economy, and so there's a lot to also be learned from that, and that's why China plays a very important part in most industries' supply chains. So I think it's important that people pay attention, they learn. I think there's opportunities to participate, and I think all countries need to be thinking about whether that you're doing business directly within China or interacting with China, or you're outside of the world and dealing with China. China is going to matter. So I think that's again why I come back to it's really important to understand the plans that have been laid out and the priorities that are being focused on over the next year and 5 years, because there's a lot of opportunity.
And if those plans focus, as we expect them to, on high-tech innovation and greater self-reliance, where do you see room for real collaboration?
I think there's a whole wide range. There's a spectrum, and if I think about everything from agriculture, education, healthcare, I could. Core elements of manufacturing. There's obviously challenging areas if you're getting into satellites and defense industries and so forth. Of course, that's not going to be an area, but that's a big spectrum, and there's a lot of sectors to be able to do things in sports. I mean, I could go on about all of the opportunities, I think, in that part of the spectrum that's there. But you have to spend time understanding, again, what the priorities are and what the many different companies and organizations are doing in China, both within China and outside China, to, I think, see the opportunities. And there's a lot of them.
And this is something that you've emphasised before, the importance of sustained dialogue to get there and to seize those opportunities. So do you still stand by that at a time when some voices are calling for economic distancing?
Yeah, I'm very much not in favour of the distancing. I've always believed that, fabric is important, and that doesn't mean you can't have disagreements or serious tensions or challenges, but you need to have a fabric, which is a set of relationships, not just at the government-to-government level, but fundamentally at the people-to-people level. So I think it's, government, business, sports, culture. So I very much am of the view of leaning in, and that I'm very excited by what Prime Minister Carney has done on a recent trip with China, and that new strategic relationship, as you described earlier. I think that's very important. And we're seeing, there are a large number of countries that are coming to visit just in this first part of the year. UK, Finland, Greece, France, it's Germany. But I think we need to have sustained relationships, and especially in volatility, in a world where all sorts of things are happening, relationships really matter. And sometimes the relationship may be weak at the government-to-government level, or maybe the business-to-business level, but we need to have the fabric for the communications. So if I might just say, this may seem like a boring topic to mention, but one of the things that I've been most excited about in some of the recent connections that have been occurring, let's say between Canada and China, but also the UK and China, are the mechanisms, those linkages, that talking about trade, talking about security, talking about healthcare, talking about climate, those create working groups and mechanisms to be able to look for opportunities, but also to deal with challenges, because I think in any healthy relationship, you're going to have challenges, but you need that fabric, you need that sustained commitment to be able to work those out. And that, I think, all of us will be better off if we do that.
This 15th five-year plan is really a roadmap, not only for China, but also for countries in the global south, whose voices are now being heard like never before. Do you see that as affecting the way the world works following these two sessions? I mean, is the West listening more closely now?
I do think that, again, the 15th five-year plan and its priorities, but also, as you mentioned, with trade is extremely important. That, globalization has not gone away. It's different with the world we're in today. It's not gone away. It's different. And what's particularly different is we're seeing a rapid increase in the amount of trade between what I'd say south to south. That's the fastest growing area of trade. And so if you're Southeast Asia, Africa, India, and so forth, Central Asia, what China's prioritizing and planning to do is going to be an important opportunity to see in terms of being able to provide goods and services, but also to be able to draw from in terms of your own development. I'm seeing that. I see that in between, Nigeria and China on housing development. It's not just in the energy field. You're seeing private companies, more and more private companies from both sides doing things together. You're seeing African presidents with business leaders traveling to China and Southeast Asia because of this south-to-south trade, and looking and seeing what will be happening, particularly over the next 5 years in this 15th five-year plan, gives a good roadmap. I know of CEOs in Canada that have kept in their suit pocket a summary of the five-year plan. I remember one friend of mine, Don Lindsay, who used to run tech, you could literally go into his suit pocket and he'd have at the time, I remember it was the 13th five-year plan, just the key metrics. It was just good to know where that is. And it's very unusual, right, to have a country that's laying out plans like that in quite some specific detail.
Dominic Barton, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of China Agenda, outlining the key messages so far of this year's two sessions in Beijing. Do join us next week for another China Agenda special, reflecting on all that's been announced once these sessions have drawn to a close. For more on all of our stories, do visit europe.cgtn.com and follow CGTN Europe on X, Facebook, TikTok and YouTube. But for now, from me, Juliet Mann, and from all the team here in London, goodbye.
Chinese President Xi Jinping attends a military delegation meeting during the country's annual legislative session. Dozens killed in another landslide disaster at Rubaya mining site in the eastern DR Congo. And flash floods in Nairobi killed 23, with flight schedules also disrupted. Hello and welcome to Africa Live, wherever you're joining us. I'm Mahia Mutua in Nairobi. Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is also General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, has stressed the importance of achieving the centenary goal of the People's Liberation Army on time. He also called for more efforts to advance the high-quality development of national defense and military modernization. He made these remarks during a plenary meeting of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force at the ongoing fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress in Beijing. Now, at the meeting, delegates shared suggestions on issues including cross-sector law enforcement cooperation, strengthening party leadership in scientific research, training non-commissioned officers, and developing new military capabilities. In a speech, President Xi noted the progress being made in strengthening the political leadership of the armed forces since the 18th CPC National Congress. He said the military must remain absolutely loyal to the party and that corruption has no place in the armed forces. Now, as the 15th five-year plan period begins, Xi called for continued efforts to advance anti-corruption work and strengthen oversight in key areas such as funding flows and the exercise of power, while improving management of the military budget. President Xi also emphasized that achieving the goals of national defense and military modernization during the 15th five-year plan period depended on strong leadership from party organizations at all levels. He highlighted the importance of building a strong talent pool, including personnel in Joint Combat Command, new combat forces, technological innovation, and strategic management. Well, President Xi also attended a plenary meeting of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force at the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress. She said the military must remain absolutely loyal to the party and that corruption must have no place in the armed forces. As the 15th five-year plan period begins, she called for continued efforts to advance anti-corruption work while also strengthening oversight over key areas such as funding flows and the exercise of power, while improving management of the military budget. She also highlighted the importance of building a strong talent pool, including personnel in Joint Combat Command, new combat forces, technological innovation, and strategic management. Well, the National People's Congress has held a news conference in Beijing on policy measures aimed at improving people's livelihoods. Huang Yue has more.
Many topics have already under heated discussion because they are very closely related to people's daily life. And two topics really impressed me the most: education and employment. Let's talk about education first. In the press conference, the Minister of Education said that China has already made a real progress in making quality education accessible to more people. But new challenges are emerging with the rapid development of new technologies, shifting demographics, as well as the growing public expectations. All this has put education in the test. But in the meantime, this has also opened up fresh opportunities for the sector to evolve. And about employment, in this year's government work report, China said it aims to create 12 million new urban jobs and keep the surveyed urban unemployment rate at around 5.5%. So how to achieve these goals? In the press conference, Minister Wang Xiaoping of Human Resources and Social Security security specifically mentioned the impact brought by the development of artificial intelligence. She said that China will do its best to take full advantage of AI industry to create new jobs and also to make it better help the traditional job positions. Culture and tourism is another hot topic. In the press conference, Minister of Culture and Tourism said that spending time on performances, concerts, and vacations have already become a new lifestyle for many Chinese people. And about inbound travel, with visa-free policies and also the China travel craze, the social media, more and more international tourists are visiting China, not just to enjoy the scenery, but also to experience different cultures, different traditions here in China. So how to make them easier to travel in China?
下一步呢，我们要进一步加强这个国家旅游形象的推广。
Going forward, we'll continue to enhance the promotion of our national tourism image, sharing China's magnificent landscapes, culture, history, and wonderful way of life with friends from around the world. We'll also work with relevant departments to continue to improve the entire inbound tourism chain, including visa, custom clearance, transportation, accommodation, payment, and sightseeing, to help people understand that it's convenient to travel in China now.
This year's government work report places great emphasis on people's well-being. During the 15th five-year plan period, China aims to achieve high-quality and full employment, ensure a more equitable education system, build a stronger medical insurance system, and build more libraries, museums, and cultural facilities. So all these emphasis on improving people's livelihoods reflects China's long-standing people-centered development philosophy.
Massive explosions woke up Tehran residents Saturday morning as the Iran war enters its second week. It came as President Masoud Pezeshkian appeared on state television apologizing to neighboring countries for the strikes. Iran's interim leadership council said it would not attack other countries, that's unless they attacked first. Pezeshkian also countered U.S. calls for Iran's total surrender, calling it, quote, a dream they should take to their grave. Ehsan Kevani has the latest now from Yazid.
The president comments that he apologized, as you mentioned, and he said that the interim leadership council has decided to stop attacking the neighboring countries. We had reports that today, according to the military statement that was issued on state television, that at the Farah military base near the United Arab Emirates capital, Abu Dhabi, has been hit. We are still waiting for the reactions from the Iranian politicians about the development, despite what we heard from President Masoud Pezeshkian today, that no more attacks on the neighboring countries. Meantime, since Friday, airstrikes have dramatically intensified in Tehran and Isfahan, as well as other cities and other parts of the country where there are missile launchers or missile stockpiles. I talked to a number of residents in Tehran who had decided to stay at home, but since Friday, many of those have decided to evacuate and go to safer locations. And the major challenge in particular for Tehran residents at the moment is that there are hundreds of schools and sports complexes scattered through the capital, and there is fear that Israeli or U.S. strikes target those places and the civilians around the targets will be affected. Israel and U.S. claim such locations are being used as temporary shelters for Iran's military and IRGC forces. Tehran denies such claims. However, there are videos being circulated on social media showing a big football stadium in southeast of Tehran, and we can see forces in uniforms are rushing out and escaping out of the stadium.
On to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where dozens have died in a landslide at an artisanal mining site in Rubaya. This is according to local media reports citing local sources. Authorities are yet to release an official death toll there. The incident occurred at the Gakombe mining site early Saturday following heavy rainfall. Now, residents say several people are missing as search efforts continue under difficult conditions. Rubaya, the country's biggest source of coltan, has witnessed repeated mining disasters. Earlier this week, a mine collapse triggered by heavy rains killed more than 200 people, including at least 70 children. A similar collapse at the site in late January following heavy rainfall has had a similar death toll. Here in Nairobi, the death toll from heavy rains and flooding on Friday evening has risen to 23. That is according to a National Police Service statement on Saturday, which also said that at least 29 people have been rescued from various situations. According to the country's national carrier, Kenya Airways, the heavy rains also affected scheduled operations at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Motorists were left stranded for several hours on Saturday as various roads were rendered impassable. Now, in some areas, vehicles were submerged and motorists were forced to wade through water that reached hip height. The death toll is likely to rise as search and rescue operations continue in various parts of the city. The government said it has launched a massive multi-agency response to deal with the situation. This comes as the Meteorological Department has placed nearly the whole country on high alert, warning that higher than average rainfall is expected to continue in various regions of the country.
I've come to get my car. It slept here because of poor drainage, as you can see. This car was here for parking, but now I could not go with this. And I want to tell the government that they had all indications that there will be El Nino. There will be rains, but they didn't unclog the drainage system, which is very poor here in Nairobi.
Let's turn to Nigeria. More than 300 people have been abducted by militants in the northeastern state of Borno. That is according to a local official who said the town of Ngoshe was targeted on Friday. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack, but the official says it was likely in retaliation for the killing of 3 commanders of the Boko Haram militant group by Nigeria's military. Separate attacks also took place in the communities of Kondunga, Marte, Jakana and Mainok between Wednesday and Friday. That's according to a military spokesperson. The military repelled the attacks, but it says a number of soldiers were also killed in the exchange, including a senior officer. It did not elaborate further on the casualties. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum has met with survivors of the militant attack in Goshe town. He assured families that efforts were underway to rescue the missing. The state also distributed food and other supplies to affected families. Goshe is a mainly Muslim community, and the attack reportedly took place in the evening while many people were breaking their Ramadan fast. Witnesses recounted scenes of mass killings and destruction during the attack.
They took many lives, burned down houses and abducted countless people. So many lives were lost and bodies were lying everywhere. It is impossible to go and bury them. As you can see, we have lost many of our loved ones and everything we had in life.
And that's it for this edition of Africa Live. Do remember you can send your feedback to those contacts on your screen and follow us on our digital media platforms. I'm Mahia Mutua. Talk Africa is up next.
This week, we're coming to you from Lagos, Nigeria, where CGTN and Channels Television co-produce a special program on China-Nigeria economic cooperation. Now, this year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan, with a focus shifting from rapid growth to high-quality development driven by innovation, advanced manufacturing and green technology.
At the same time, Nigeria is pursuing Agenda 2050, an ambitious roadmap to become a high-income, industrialized nation through economic diversification and sustained growth.
Cooperation between the two countries is moving beyond traditional construction projects towards building an industrial backbone, supporting manufacturing, skills development and energy security.
And at the center of it all is people-focused development, creating jobs, strengthening food systems, and equipping a new generation with technical skills.
And as the two countries mark 55 years of diplomatic ties, this evolving strategic partnership could offer a new model for shared prosperity.
So, what does this alignment really mean for industry, for innovation, and for the future of China-Nigeria cooperation?
And how do China's 15th five-year plan and Nigeria's Agenda 2050 align to deepen stronger ties between the two countries? I'm Beatrice Marshall from CGTN.
And I'm Ini John Mekwa from Channels Television. Welcome to this special program on China-Nigeria economic cooperation.
Well, joining us now to unpack how China and Nigeria are making strides towards modernization from Guangzhou, Diana Chen, Chairperson and CEO of Choice International Group. In Lijiang, Professor Liu Baocheng, Dean Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. And with us here in studio, George Onafokowang, Managing Director and CEO, Coleman Wires and Cables, and Ikena Emewu, Editor-in-Chief, Africa-China Economic Magazine. Welcome to the program, and thank you all very much for joining us in this discussion. Ikena, let me start off with you here, because you're following the annual meetings of the NPC and the CPPCC, the two sessions. What specific commitments do you think Nigeria will be looking forward to, particularly in aligning its policies to that of China, in the specific areas probably of industrialization, innovation, technology, and economic parity?
The two sessions, CPPCC and MPC, is the annual Chinese legislation period that holds every early March. I think I've been privileged to report it live 10 years ago in Beijing. It's important because that is the point or the platform through which China showcases what it has to do regarding governance for the whole year until next year when it will hold. And it's reputed to be the largest legislature in the whole world. But I want to be flexible a little bit concerning your question. The two sessions is not about Nigeria. It's rather about China and the whole world. It's a situation of you tap into it in the way it aligns with your own ideals. For Nigeria, it's the larger Africa that China targets at the two sessions. But trickling it down to Nigeria, then we discuss how this will impact on individual countries, like Nigeria's economic partnership and relationship with China. That has been running in the past years, and by my own modest assessment, successfully. And I believe this year wouldn't be an exception. We've been having robust economic relationships, and I know it wouldn't stop. This year will still further the gains.
Right. Professor Liu, perhaps let me bring you in here. What do we expect from the two sessions?
Under the firm leadership of the Communist Party, China is driving a consistent and steadfast strategy towards its own way of modernization, with the continuous the opening and also reform. So at the moment, for the next 5 years that is to be unfolded from this year, the high level of growth together with the high quality growth. So that's something that China is really aiming at for by balancing economic growth versus environmental quality. And more importantly, it's really the entitlement of the people with employment, with Medicare, with lifelong pension. And this is really the focus that China is there to engage domestically. But internationally, China is there to instigate the institutional reform to have a high-level opening. One is that we continue to defend the multilateralism represented by WTO through reform and innovation. And second is that we are assessing the more aggressively with the new type of regional framework like CPTPP and digital economic partnership. And the other dimension is that that has to do also very closely with Nigeria. On one hand, we continue to reduce and even operate to zero tariff for the imports, particularly from the global south. The other is that we continue to support the outbound investment from the Chinese firms, supported by the government policy and also by Chinese financial institutions.
For you, operating in the real world, since you're in the real sector, between Nigeria and China, how much progress has been made, in this cooperation, especially when we look at industrializing Nigeria?
I'll say from the perspective of manufacturing, there's been a lot of gains. Maybe initial reactions were fair, being defensive, but I think the years have passed where that has been taken over by more of collaboration. Now, what we've seen, the difference is we've seen different types of zones from some of the free trade zones, from some of the collective or manufacturing sectors where there have been clusters of Chinese firms coming into Nigeria. What we've seen differential over the years is that there's been a large scale of Chinese firms coming into the play, but also there have been large scale of Chinese manufacturing companies coming into play to assist or to create businesses in collaboration with Nigerians, being able to, if you're talking about Dangote Cement, you were talking about some of the other refineries that have had to use Chinese technology, manufacturing know-how to actually implement these projects in Nigeria. For the long term and the long run, is what we need to see is that the collaboration will move away from just technology, manufacturing capacity to transfer. And that is where we see it moving a bit more into, rather than the old way of doing things where the Chinese companies come as a cluster and stay as a cluster. What we need to see differential is that the cluster should decluster, and the manufacturing hub should not be dependent on one hub place. And I think for us as manufacturers and as Nigerians, we want to see the collaboration look like a one. It's the same way which is the road belt. It's about collaboration.
So, but George, to industrialize, you need the manufacturing.
Correct.
Right. Does Nigeria, though, have that manufacturing base where it can leverage from China's change of policy?
Where Nigeria needs to benefit from China is, I've been going to China for 20 years of my life here. And I've seen the changes over the last 20 years in terms of industrialization. And I look at it, for me, China has been a place where I call it an inspiration. Mm-hmm. You cannot go from one year to the other to look at the road that you saw and the road you see the next time. You cannot go and say the technology you saw yesterday and the technology today. I'll say 70 to 80% of our factories, my factory, which is the biggest in the continent today, is based on a lot of it on Chinese technology. and Chinese technology over the last 20 years has evolved. Now, what you see now is that the technology is a lot better. The know-how is a lot better. We're being able to transfer those machinery and bring it into Nigeria and be able to actually find that we're able to do it a lot better, a lot more efficient. So we're moving away from where we believe that it's only in Europe you can get the best machinery. It's only in the US you can get the best machinery. I can beat my chest and I'll tell you, you'll find a rated par engineering manufacturing company in China that will be at the same par with any of those companies anywhere in the world today. And you're actually confident of what you're delivering. So you get the long term of those machinery. Now, the thing about it, now that we're able to get the machinery out of China and being able to bring it into Nigeria or into Africa, what needs to change is that we need to start looking forward to added value. You know, Africa must move away from the source. You know, 40% of the world's copper in the world now go to China. Well, China sells you back a lot of added value. Now, Africa is the second biggest reserve of copper in the world. And you ask, how many of those processes are added value? So it's the added value, I believe now, that where Africa and Nigeria needs to see collaboration so that when you're getting the benefit of the zero duty, you're not for the raw materials.
And then later you pay too much for the value added.
Also for the added value that not only can we export to China, zero duty, we can also export to US, we can export to Europe, based on that technology.
All right, so let me take this to Chief Chen. Chief Chen, you've been operating in Nigeria. In fact, you have you are known, just a little bit would have said you're a Nigerian, so you understand the operating environment, both in Nigeria and in China. For the number of experience, a number of years you've been operating in both countries, would you say there's a kind of, as Ms. Onofo talked about, the transference of technology, perhaps the learning of lessons, especially on the Nigerian side?
What you say, I work with the both side, China side and also Nigeria side. The first thing I think that we can talk about the technology transfer. Nowadays China have become the number one production base in the world. So we are more doing a lot of training to bring those young talents, Nigeria, get well training in China and bring that back to Nigeria. So the technology transfer is mean not just we put our Chinese high skilled technician managing, and also we are more using this training to build the young talents. And secondly, that the industry partnership between China and Nigeria, and also the ITEC also are helping a lot. So at this moment, we are enjoying a lot of this internet technology to help this management are more smoothly and easily. And of course, Nigeria has a lot of challenges. We need to also expect the government to improve. So that the partnership between Nigeria and China can be more smoothly.
Professor Liu, let me come to you on the aspect of industrialization. And you've heard from the panel that there needs to be a value addition, particularly on the African continent. Realistically, though, what can China do? What would a realistic China-Nigeria industrial partnership look like in the future?
I think overall, it's really a matter of modernization. And in the modern terms, the modernization is supported by industrialization and urbanization. So they are the twins that push forward for modernization. And for industrialization, you need two basic conditions. One is the infrastructure development. The other is adequate energy supply. So from the Chinese, the experience, the chief architect of opening reform, Deng Xiaoping, said in a very plain but a very effective way, so that if you really wanted to get rich, you got to expand your reach, build your roads, build your ports, build your basic infrastructures that can support the mobility of all resources, be it people, be it goods and services, etc. And then you can also attract more of the farmers to come and to get their skills trained and work on those assembly lines. So this way, it's really a matter of integration. And the other considerations that China continued to open its door by providing not only access, but also tax incentives, land concession incentives, more specifically, for example, for foreign companies to invest in China for the first 3 years is totally a tax exemption.
All right,
and
Prof.
for the next 5 years, is the tax will be only charged with half. So, all this result can really help.
Yeah, a lot of incentives there, Prof.
Integrate all the resources to build such sort of the industrialization process.
Okay, all right, Prof. A lot of incentives there, Mr. Kena. What opportunities do you see in this for Nigeria? And I know that another conversation added to what the Prof, those ones the Prof has listed, is at the China 2 sessions now. They are targeting increasing household consumption. We talk about agricultural potentials. Mr. Onofokun talked about adding value at the fact that, copper is residued here. What are those opportunities you see that Nigeria can easily, I think we call it the low-hanging fruit, can easily grasp and sustain for a while?
It's self-determination. You have to give your policy a focus. You have to give your policy the right implementation. All these things China is discussing, their policies. I said it earlier, the 2 sessions is not targeting Nigeria. It's targeting the whole world. You plug into it and make use of it the way you think is best for you. The implementation is the issue. How does Nigeria want to implement all these things and take advantage of this? If you get 0 tariff, what does that mean to you? Challenging you to produce more. How have we been targeting production? I remember when Gozo Konjiwara was made the DG of WTO, I wrote a piece. You don't trade unless you have the commodity. Africa hasn't the commodity. What we contribute to the global market is 4%. Intra-Africa, 16%, which is in a sharp contrast with other parts of the world. Coming back to Nigeria, we can only leverage on all this. When we are ready, we keep our homes in order. I have a published book, The Chinese in the Nigerian Economy. I took time to document all these possibilities China has created, investors have created in Nigeria. In 2019, for instance, Chinese investors in Nigeria contributed 9% of our manufacturing GDP. And for the rest of Africa, it was 12.5%. The incentives are there. The policies from China's end, they are right. The rest is left to us to leverage on all these things and grow better. China won't do it for us. We do it for ourselves.
Right. So I want to take a question from the floor. Our first question.
My name is Ayobami Gbadamosi, a student of History and International Relations, Lagos State University. So my question, considering the enormous loan from the Chinese government to Nigeria, what are the short-term and long-term impacts, and as well as the plans for Nigeria's sustainable development and sovereignty? Thank you.
Right. That question is to you, Professor Liu.
The finance is really the oil for the engine for development. It's a matter, in a sort of analogy, money is like water. So you can really irrigate your crop. You can also flood your house. So it's a matter of how to manage the money over there Yes, there has been a lot talk, speculation with regard to the debt traps that may create. And so whether you use money, another analogy, as a hen or as a cork. So the money is there to lay eggs, not to be cooked, not to be embezzled by certain government officers. So that's a very realistic issue. And the other consideration is that what is really the return on this money, from those investors? So, you can't really expect those investors as charity people. And then what would be the tax scheme that can really have a fair share by providing employment, by providing the land concessions, and also by other type of policy support, so that, fairly speaking, is really how to divide the cake on based on the contribution from different dimensions. So I think now most of the global South countries are really having a problem with financing. And so it's a matter of credibility of the business environment, and also on the policy approach, whether money can really flow in, but in the same time can flow out at a fair rate of foreign exchange rate. And then it's really the sovereignty power as how this money can be allocated for productive purpose, not really for consumption or for lavish lifestyle work. So this is really the concern, not only from the Chinese investors, but also, from the global investors at large, not to mention, global financial institutions like IMF and World Bank.
So, George, let me come to you on that matter of financing. Let's talk financing options here for the moment. As you also answer that question, industrial policy does require capital. You've heard what Professor Liu has said there. Nigeria's infrastructure funding deficit, for instance, is estimated at over $100 billion to $3 trillion over the next 30 years. When we talk financing, where is Nigeria going to get this money from? And from its mix of DFIs, from banking, from other financial institutions, will that be enough?
Enough in Africa, not only in Nigeria. I don't think we have that word yet. I don't think there's any African country, not only Nigeria, that has the word enough. If we had, I don't think we'll be taking loans. So the reality is none of the governments, none of the DFIs have enough. The question is, it's not about being enough, it's about being targeted. For me, finance is all about targeting. What is the likely outcome of what you're financing? What are your projections? What would make the biggest impact? If I build a road additional to Lagos-Ibadan, or do I build a road going Lagos-Calabar? What are the benefits? So your cost of finance or your cost of funds is what you're generating as benefit. That is the real factor. We cannot solve, the economics will say there's needs and wants. Wants are unlimited, needs are limited. We have not de-risked ourselves. Fundamentally, the assumption is every African you borrow money to has diverted money into something else. So you are already seen as high risk. And I tell people, I say, look, when you see the Chinese have one advantage we don't have. Now, the major advantage you have is that I can come from China today and bring in funds into Nigeria at less than 5-6%. And do the project in Nigeria and be able to fund the project. Now, how many Nigerian companies or businesses can get 5% funding? And that is where the gap is. And until we can try and collapse the gap to actually make Africans viable, where they've been de-risked, that the funding element, see, funding with the finance program, it's all about risk calculation.
Right.
The higher the risk, the higher I charge you. Now, the lower the risk, the lower I bring down the interest rate. Now, we need to get to a situation where the industrialization of Africa, the industrialization of Nigeria, is seen viable enough to actually wind it out. And the progress is that we're going to get targeted finance that actually lead to certain industries do well.
All right, so de-risking is what I hear you talk about if Nigeria, Africa, is serious enough to attract funds. So obviously a necessary conversation going on here, but let's go for a short break. When we come back, we'll continue our discussion on China-Nigeria Economic Cooperation. To stay with us.
Welcome back to this special program co-produced with channels TV and CGTN. Still with us are Professor Liu Bao-Chang, Diana Chen, George Onafo-Wokan, and Ikena Emewu. Ikena, let me come to you here because we've talked about solutions, challenges, and so forth. Let's talk policy for a minute. What key reforms do you think are required, both from China's side and from Nigeria's side, to enable manufacturers, for instance, like George, to transition from exporters to locally, globally competitive co-producers on the continent?
The policy will be essentially what encourages production in Nigeria. Let us put the right incentives on ground to encourage people coming from abroad, whether from China or wherever else, to meet the right conditions, the right environment that would encourage real-time production in this country. Until we do that, we would have spent a lot of time discussing. I throw the challenge back to Nigeria. Let us have a better production environment. Power is key. Transportation is key. We should have transport infrastructure. We should have security in our country to encourage people who are coming here to feel safe. Security in terms of human security. Security in terms of investment security. You don't come here and run into a hitch. Then you start going to maybe London arbitration panel to untangle it, or in Paris. Get the right judicial system that whoever has a problem resolves it here in Nigeria. And again, protect yourself from being plundered by the foreigner who is coming into Nigeria to invest. I never blamed anybody who came to Nigeria, and I heard the person shortchanged Nigeria because the person didn't come with his police or immigration or customs or judicial system. Whatever went wrong with our system. We have to correct them right here. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ikena. Let me take this to Chief Chen. So from your years of operating in Nigeria, what do you see that needs to be corrected to right some of those wrongs, to actually accelerate the path or the journey to industrialization?
Nigeria government should spend the education budget to encourage the people to have a good understanding. Secondly, all the policies they have made, when they do the implementation, they should also work with the industry and stakeholder. The professor, he just mentioned the challenge in Africa, in Nigeria, from the power sector, security, and also the policy changing. There's nothing changed in the last 10 years. Because they believe all those challenges, they will move for the next generation, they can solve it. But in fact, the government now, they should take action now. So from what they are doing and Chinese government pushing, and I believe, this partnership significant to help the Nigerian government to see how the Chinese government pushed something happen from nothing and has significant achievement in the world. Nigerian government should take this kind of nonsense from Chinese government.
All right. All right, Chief Chen, let me come to you, Mr. Onofuokon. I know this is a conversation you've had one too many times. You've already said that China for you has served as a motivation to a lot of things you do in your factory. We talk about government, but we also remember the private sector. Are we doing enough from both sides, even when we have the policy for this industrialization? I mean, late last year, we had the approval of our industrial policy, but how much difference really is that going to make?
I think the first thing is that, good thing is that we finally now have an industrial policy. We didn't have one. And now that we have, we're on a roadmap to a journey. And the roadmap is where the importance is. Now, for a manufacturer, policy must be balanced and must be in place, even from what Chief Shen just said. We need to get policies that enable the businesses to do better, not policies that are one-sided or enable one over the other. If I want to bring in a foreign direct investor and I give all the concessions in the world, and I don't give the same concession to the local player, you put that new player at an advantage over those that have been there. Most likely, your new player will kill the old players that have been there because they've got concessions either on taxes, on land, on certain things that has given them an advantage. Look, for every business, every manufacturer, if you give one over the other an advantage, there's no way that one would not grow more than the other. The whole point of concept of policy is not to put one at a disadvantage, is to grow your sectors simultaneously, even while you're trying to bring in direct investments from China into the economy. He said about Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala, when she was Minister of Finance, we used to have duty for machinery at 15%. She could not understand it. She brought it down to 2.5%. Within the same period, she brought it down to 0. Now, we have gone back and reversed quite a bit of these policies. So we need to have policies that enable whatever you're trying to do with China, with Nigeria, to work so that those companies, even from China, that have invested in Nigeria today, can survive as well as the new ones.
So, Professor Liu, on that whole question of industrialization, Nigeria's industrial policy, we've just heard Nigeria has launched a new industrial policy for 2025. What would be some of the key priorities required for adequate industrialization for a country such as Nigeria?
To push forward industrialization, actually there are a lot more low-hanging fruits that Nigeria can pick. Because, for example, the technology not only enjoy 15 up to 21 years of protection. So that's what China has been done for some of the offshore technologies. I would recommend that Nigeria can really build a pipeline of global technologies that are low cost or no cost. So to study on that and then to relate to what is exactly needed to boost the industrialization, to boost the manufacture of equipments, and also on the export drive. So be realistic. Do not even to look for the highest shining fruits, but pick the low-hanging fruits. So I think that's a realistic one. And the other is that you need a lot more dynamic actors, be it young entrepreneurs and business leaders. And so China's experience that we do allow a few people, a few regions to get rich first, and then they will be able to build a bigger pie. So, before you consider the policy to divide the pie on an equal basis, but unleash those entrepreneurship and for them to get more connected with technology, with local and global marketplace, and then they will set up a ready example for other younger people, for their community to really come up together. And third is that it's not only China. You really to study the existing and also the diverging need of the global marketplace, so that you are able to get your strategic advantage points within the whole global supply chain. And then the joint venture is something that China has really done a tremendous success. So far, actually, China still is a host of 1.24 million foreign companies within China. So they work together and they now compete together. So do not really feel afraid of competition. Competition can drive those guys to fully exert their potential.
All right, Professor Liu, thank you for those tips. And I think one of that was directed to Mr. Onofoko. Don't be afraid of competition and all that. But we need to get audience participation now. I believe we have a question.
My name is Dr. Adetorubaon from the University of Lagos. On May 1st, 2026, China is going to implement a zero-tariff policy for 53 African countries. What does Nigeria need to do to maximize this opportunity?
The first question, really, we must also layer up where the zero duty lies. Because when most countries throw out a zero duty, everybody assumes it's everything. But it's not. A tariff is never an open door for me to allow you to flood my country with everything African. It will be a layer of certain areas which, sincerely, as the word the Americans say, is of interest. So it is where the Chinese have interest that the zero duty will come into. Majority of it, we all know, will fall first into raw material first stage. Mm-hmm. The added value is where we should all be looking at. So for me, if I look at that, I will screen it down and take off all raw material stage 1X and start looking for what is X3, X4 in that basis as a country. At zero duty, for me to bring out, say, one non-oil export agriculture into Nigeria, it has no value. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like shea butter, that Nigeria woke up and said we're not exporting shea butter in raw format anymore. The Ministry of Industry got the permission to actually put it that if it's not added value, we're not going to sell it. So everything we should be talking about now in Africa in industrialization is whatever we produce at first stage, whether it's agriculture, whether it's non-agricultural product, should not be exported. It should be added value. And what we should then bring in, we're not saying we want to cut ourselves out of the market. Right. What we're saying is we now want to collaborate, even with the Chinese, to actually now sell the added value product, even if it's stage 1 to 3, that we're able to. That changes your trade balance, because the X you exported and you imported back X3, you're the one at disadvantage. Right. But if you actually have X as a raw material product and you sold X3, you've got more better trade balance and also more better people that would want to invest. So
we're almost out of time, so sorry. But let's get closing thoughts from all our guests on this deepening this economic tie between Nigeria and China, what both countries need to do. I believe we can start with Chief Chen. Chief Chen, to tell us very briefly your closing thoughts on the matter we've been discussing.
Nigeria and China government still, had so much opportunity to work together under this modern industrialization initiative, to people exchange, to education exchange, to even for this financial and exchange. So sending the people to China have a better, understanding and get good training, and invite more Chinese manufacturer and also entrepreneur and manufacturer to set up their investment entity in Nigeria. It is definitely the fast way to learn from China. So I think what the other gentleman say, Nigeria is a blessed country, and a lot of things can be also well blessed when we really sincerely to work together.
So Liu, find out your closing thought on how we've been discussing the take-home at this time?
We have a saying that if you really want to attract the right birds, you have to grow the right tree. If you want to attract a lot more birds, you have to build the right type of national reserve parks. And then do not rock the tree, do not really chop down the tree, so that the birds can be there to create their nest and lay eggs, and then you share the eggs. Then do not shoot down the birds. So I think now we need what can be achieved between China and Nigeria in terms of the elevation of our collaboration. One is that we need effective communication with respect. And then such a communication is not only a matter of friendship, it's what can be brought on the table. I always say that the economic collaboration is like a romance. So you can't just say, I need a beautiful girl, and I'm not really getting with my house, I'm not really getting with my car to give you the right type of expectations. So the other is that we need consistent policy, and together with the fair and also prompt the judicial enforcement. So as I study for most of the Chinese companies investing in Africa, what they exactly need is not really the lucrative profits, but rather a very stable policy and also a very fair and equitable enforcement instead of selective enforcement in terms of tax inspections, in terms of the employment structure, etc. And so with that, I think it's really the self-attractiveness for the private sector that is most important. Yes, the institutional engagement and diplomatic collaboration is important, but in the end, it's really the private sector that deal with the groundwork that can benefit more of the employment and also to contribute to economic growth on a sustainable basis.
Ikenna, you have the final word.
Your friend from China can give you the leverage to grow. You can never grow until you make up your mind to work hard and grow. Mm-hmm. China grew through international partnerships and support. The Europe was rebuilt through the master plan after World War II. What am I saying? Every country ever grew through the support of some other countries of the world. But they will not come and elicit the growth for you until you decide to grow. I want my Nigeria to make up its mind and grow with whatever incentives and supports it gets from the partnership with China. To cap it up, China is sincere about giving Nigeria the right support to grow. Mm-hmm. It is left for Nigeria to use it or not use it, but I wish Nigeria will use it.
Thank you all. Indeed, thank you all very much for that lively discussion. Very insightful indeed, but that's all we have time for on this special edition of the program. A big thank you to all our guests, Diana Chen, Chairperson and CEO of Choice International Group, Professor Liu Bao-Chung, Dean, Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics, and George Onafo-Wokan, Managing Director and CEO, Coleman Wires and Cables, and Ikenna Emewu, Editor-in-Chief, Africa-China Economic Magazine. And thank you as well to our audience of students from the University of Lagos and Lagos State University, and also members of the Chinese community here in Nigeria. Remember, you can be a part of this conversation online through our social media handles. I'm Beatrice Marshall from CGTN.
And I'm Ili John Mekwa from Channels Television. And from us here in Lagos, Nigeria, until next time, goodbye.